38. A bad night's work. Bags of blood, dangling from mounts inside glass-fronted medical refrigerator units. The shiny IV bags bulged like glossy red fillets. There was medical equipment, too. Complex elephantine machines with tangles of cords and smooth beige casings. Enough gurneys for a war-front triage center. And Dr. Franklin sprawled across one of the mattresses, his jaws loose around a rubber strap, blinking languidly. Evan threw the emergency stop lever, freezing the elevator, and stepped out into the basement. It seemed unreal, a warehouse of dream imagery. He stared through the refrigerator windows at the chilled bags, coded by date and donor name. They hung like shiny fruits, an orchard of blood. Evan stopped in his tracks in front of one of the blood storage units. To his side rose a gleaming, chrome-plated industrial safe. 5 feet tall, heavy-duty steel hinges bolted to the floor. Curious. Beside the safe was a tall metal filing cabinet, one drawer slightly ajar. He flicked it the rest of the way out. Medical files, each tab with a patient name. He snapped one up from the rack, flipped it open. A full medical workup of a girl listed as 17 years old. Blood screening and analysis, pathogen reduction and purification, red blood cell and platelet count. Franklin seemed barely to register Evan's approach. His skin had a gray, stoned pallor. Stubble fuzzed his cheeks and neck. A needle dangled from his left arm just below the cinched rubber strap, the tip still embedded in a swollen vein. Vials neatly lined a metal medical tray at his side. Evan sat the heavy coat on the neighboring mattress. "What is all this?" he asked. The doctor's chapped lips moved, but no sound came out. Evan grabbed one of the vials. Fentanyl. He threw it across the room. That brought the life back into Franklin's eyes. "What is all this?" he said again. Franklin's slender hands spread open, as if bestowing grace. "This is Renee's secret garden." He smiled. "It's how he's fed." Fed? He transfuses himself with this blood? For what? "Studies. There are studies." Dr. Franklin's gaze loosened, and he drifted off. Evan cuffed him across the face. The elevator shaft conveyed raised voices from above, distorted shouts and radio static. Evan looked at all those bags, all those donor names. He kills these people? No. Unless... A smile flickered across Franklin's face, an inside joke. "Unless there are accidents." His eyelids fluttered. Evan traced his dilated pupils to the ancient brick fireplace across the basement. Beneath the log holder, mounds of dark ash. Only now did Evan feel the cold of the room seeping through his skin, sinking into his bones. Crossing the space on deadened legs, he dropped to his knees on the hard concrete before the fireplace. He swept a hand through the ash, came up with a metal hoop the size of a silver dollar. A gauge earring. He thought about the black smoke he'd seen pouring from the chimney 2 days before. Evan drew his hand through the heap one more time, let the ash sift between his fingers like sand. A dental bridge remained on his palm. He wished now that he had killed David for helping lure the victims here. It was not, however, too late for Franklin. Half turning, Evan unleashed a volley of rounds at the refrigerator units, shattering the glass and ripping through the IV bags. Shards and red droplets filled the air, raining down on the concrete floor. He shot up the equipment next, riddling the oversize units, sending forth showers of sparks. Only the safe remained impervious, the bullets pinging off the chrome exterior. From his languid recline, Franklin watched Evan approach. A clanking echoed down from above, the guards up in the spa forcing open the elevator doors. Evan could hear Renee's men monkeying down the shaft. He stood over Franklin, backlit by the dim glow of the shot-to-shit unit behind him, his shadow falling across the doctor's face. A drop clung to the lower lid of Franklin's left eye, but he didn't look sad. He looked relieved. "Yes," Franklin said with a wan smile. He swept an arm toward the sparkling machines. "It deserved it." He blinked, and the tear gummed on his lashes. "I deserve it." Evan raised the AK. The single report echoed around the concrete. Across the room, a series of thuds announced the men's landing on top of the elevator. From the sound of it, they had numbers. Evan had succeeded in drawing them here to the belly of the chalet. He buttoned up the guard's heavy coat, kicked over a medical cart beneath one of the basement windows, readied the slender remote in one hand, the Kalashnikov in the other. He shot out the basement window, then hopped up on the cart and dove through the opening in the glass. As soon as he hit the snow, he clicked the remote, turning on the outdoor lights. The chalet and grounds lit up like day. A pair of approaching guards reeled back, clutching at their night vision goggles, the sudden brightness scalding their retinas. The sniper on the northern slope behind his night vision scope would likewise be blinded. With the last of his bullets, Evan stitched a line of holes across the guard's critical mass, spilling them forward into the snow. As he tossed the weapon aside, swept up a set of night vision goggles, and bolted for tree cover at the base of the southern slope, he ran his mental tally. 2 dogs, 6 guards, 2 snipers, David and Dex. Not a bad night's work. 39. To the brink. Snow flurried even under the canopy of pines. Evan worked a switchback beneath the tress of the southern slope, sticking to a furrow cut into the mountainside to keep his head low. He had a hitch in his step, and his ribs ached. All that fighting had taken a toll. He didn't know the south sniper's position, so he paused again, snapping the night vision goggles down over his eyes and peering across the crest. The NVGs cast everything in a green glow. He swept his gaze up the hillside, caught a set of eyes glinting back at him. He reeled away, banging against a boulder before realizing that the eyes belonged to a white-tailed deer. It stared dolefully at him across the night, before bounding off with a twitch of its legs. Evan crouched by the boulder, catching his breath and reaching back for the wilderness skills he'd learned as a young man. The 3 keys to survival: shelter, fire, water. He'd been taught how to pick a spot, high ground, cleared space, and to frame out a hut, shingling leaves over branches. But the current situation wouldn't allow for that yet. There would be only sporadic rest stops until he was out of the valley and across the range. He was running on increasingly numb legs. Any stop could kill him. And yet if he got too cold, his body would lock up and he'd die of exposure, which meant he had to balance himself on the razor's edge, running himself to the brink of freezing before pausing to reheat over a fire. To the brink, but not an inch further. He drove on, up the slope. Renee surveyed the wreckage of the spa, his jaw tensing until he could feel knots at the corners. David stood behind him, an ice pack pressed against his pretty face where it had struck the pebble-studded bench inside the mist room. One of Renee's men struggled to fish Kalaka's corpse from the pool. Another mopped blood from the tile. Manny was downstairs safing the lab, and Renee had dispatched Dex with the remaining 3 guards to follow Evan's tracks. The snow proved helpful, the footsteps clearly marked. A radioed update had informed Rene that Evan had backtracked a few times to obscure his trail, but hadn't had enough time to pull it off convincingly. Dex was good with footprints. Rene rubbed his eyes until they burned. David removed the ice pack and pressed gingerly at the bruise coming up on his forehead. "Guy was like a typhoon," he said. "It was pretty insane." Rene opened his bloodshot eyes. His thumb and forefinger held dust from the foundation he'd dabbed over the spider veins on his nose earlier. The look he gave David must have held everything he was feeling, because David recoiled from it, blanching. Fear had stripped away the kid's seen-it-all veneer. He looked his age, not a day older. David cleared his throat. "I'll be upstairs." Rene said, "You'll be right here until Manny gets back." For once, David offered no pithy retort. As if on cue, the elevator doors opened and Manny emerged. He ran a tongue across his gold teeth, one cheek quivering nervously beneath the eye. "You're gonna want to see this, boss." Rene felt something inside him turn to ice. Evan ducked under a half-snapped tree trunk, hurdled the snarl of branches, pressing up the face of the mountain. The crisp air charged his lungs, set them tingling. Though he'd made it halfway up the mountain, the final incline looked to be the steepest. As he scrabbled up a cracked sheet of shale, his boots sent pebbles cascading behind him. He tumbled over the brink into a bed of decomposing needles. The sharp tips poked his palms as he shoved himself back up. He paused to tie his boots even tighter, but had trouble gripping the laces, his fingers fumbling around the cords. Another few minutes, and he'd be too cold to help himself. Though the sun remained below the horizon, a curtain of dirty gray showed to the east, starting to rise across the black bowl of the sky. It was just light enough that he might risk a fire. Given the condition of his fingers, there wasn't a better choice. He stopped, panting, warring with himself. "I will get to you." He'd promised the kid. And he pictured that yellow shipping bill floating away on the wind outside the holding house in Fullerton, the last record of Allison Siegler. He had to heat his body just enough so it could keep driving forward. He scanned his surroundings with the NVGs, looking for any sign of the sniper. Nothing. Inside a ring of close-set trees, he cleared a small patch of ground. He gathered a few fallen branches. Melting snowflakes clung to the bark, so he used the piano wire to strip the wetness and expose the dry wood beneath. The wire pinched his pink hands. It was a sloppy, imprecise process, but it got the job done. He coiled the piano wire back into a coaster-size loop. British Secret Service agents used to hide Geely surgical wire saws in their clothes during World War II, and Evan took a cue from them now. Yanking the padded insole out of his left boot, he slid the wire up toward the toe and then replaced the insole on top of it. As he laced up his boot again, he felt barely a bump beneath the ball of his foot. Next, he removed the packet of Doritos from his waistband. By now they were mostly crushed, but he selected a few of the bigger pieces and arrayed them on the ground. One of the lesser-known benefits of Doritos is that they're highly flammable. With a fingernail, he scraped a gob of pine pitch from the nearest trunk and smeared it across the crushed chip fragments to increase the combustibility. Then he tore 2 strips from the bottom of his undershirt and braided them into a rope, which he tied to either end of a not-too-thin stick to form a bow. His fingers were growing numb. Had he waited a few minutes more, he'd have been unable to form the knots. Now, he sawed the rope back and forth rapidly across another stick held perpendicular, causing the stick to spin in the makeshift tinder. Before long, he busted a coal, which he flicked into the bits of chips. A few steady breaths stoked it high enough to catch the humble heap of branches, and then a tiny fire flickered beneath his outheld hands, warming the palms. Normally, he'd bring water to a rolling boil before drinking it, but he didn't have anything to use as a pot, and besides, he trusted fresh fallen snow. He warmed himself, chewed a bit of ice, then ate an apple. The whole time he kept his NVGs lowered, scanning the hillside and the valley below. Life crept back into his face and arms. Just a few minutes more, and he'd be on his way. The elevator doors opened on the blood-spattered basement. René emerged through the fog of his own disbelief, blinking to ensure that what he was seeing was in fact real. Spoiled blood dripping from tattered IV bags. Medical machinery reduced to wreckage. Dr. Franklin's fragmented head resting on the sodden sheets of the gurney. The tangle of images knocked around inside him, sharp edges slicing beneath the skin, rising up his throat until he bellowed his rage at the ruined medical lab. It was a roar of rage, yes, but laced with pain. He sensed David and Manny shrinking away behind him, backpedaling to the walls, giving him space. René's chest heaved as he caught his breath. He'd relocated many times before, and he would relocate again. But this time he'd have to rebuild from scratch. New equipment, new doctor, new blood. Amid the remnants of the once glorious operation, the safe rose, gleaming and intact. René crossed to it, running a finger across a dimple in the chrome plating where a round had been repelled. He said, "Unlock it." Manny stepped forward, fumbling at his keyring. "Are you sure?" David said. "You swore you'd never unlock it." Manny rammed the key home and turned the weighty dial. The lugs inside released with a clang, and the door parted from the frame on well-greased hinges. Inside were several small glass vials and 2 filled syringes. René removed a syringe, and Manny took a quick step back, as if what it contained was contagious, airborne. It was not, but it was scary enough to deter proximity. René touched the pad of his thumb to the plunger, the power of the ages held in the span of his hand. He cleared the air from the syringe with a hint of pressure from his thumb. Manny's radio crackled, one of the trackers calling in. "Recogimos sus huellas. Quizá hay una fogata delante y—" Footprints and a campfire. They were closing in. René snatched the radio from Manny's trembling hand and held it to his mouth. He regarded the gleaming tip of the needle. "Bring him to me." Evan kicked snow over the ashes, stomping out the embers. Feeling had returned to his extremities, and he didn't want to risk lingering over the tiny flames any longer. Lowering his NVGs, he gave another spin, searching the mountainside. A wink of reflected light caught his eye. Way up by the brink, 10 or so clicks distant, a man lay prone on an outcropping of rock, angled slightly away. The South sniper. Evan's last obstacle. The man swept the rifle slowly back and forth, scanning the hillside below. As the scope moved to turn full circle, Evan dropped to the cold earth behind a tree trunk and lay still. He exhaled down into the collar of his jacket so his clouding breath wouldn't give him away. When he risked a look again, he saw that the sniper had directed his attention to another stretch of the rise. Dawn was leaking through the valley, sending a glare off the new-fallen white. If Evan could get across the swell of land beside him, he'd be out of sight, his path to the summit clear. Once he made it over the brink into the vast surrounding mountains, René's men would never catch him. One more stretch of snow, and he'd be free. He checked the sniper again, but the man was still facing away. All clear. Evan bolted. The uneven earth jarred his boots, the dense pines jolting back and forth, as much obstacle course as cover. He crested the rise and saw the ground slope away. He slid down on the soft-packed snow, dropping over the final swell, dipping from the South sniper's vantage. He was beyond reach. He'd made it. He lay for a moment, catching his breath, enjoying the sight of the wide-open sky above. Then he shook snow from the cuffs of his pants and started to stand. He'd just pulled himself up to full height when a wedge of tree trunk exploded 2 yards from his face, as if hammered free with an axe. Before he could process what had happened, he heard the big caliber signature boom across the valley. For a moment his thoughts spun in freefall. It made no sense. The South sniper was lost to a fold of the mountain behind him, and the shot's trajectory was wrong. He scrambled into motion, heading for the nearest tree line. A bullet kissed the top of his shoulder, fraying the thick coat and obliterating a branch. He juked left, a half-assed wide receiver move, but already his legs were throbbing, his boots skidding on ice. Another shot whipped overhead, annihilating a pine cone. Splinters rained down across his shoulders. Any way he turned, he was in the crosshairs. The pine cone was a message sent from the base of the valley. An incredible shot. With dawning dread, Evan put it together. The North sniper had moved out of position, coming across the range to pin him down from an unexpected angle. This man who had taken a pine cone off Evan's palm from 500 meters. And Evan was in the middle of an open patch, fully exposed. One wrong step, and he'd be missing a limb. He froze. He could feel his heartbeat in the hollow of his throat. He gritted his teeth, bowed his head. Then he raised his arms, raised them high and wide so they'd be visible through a scope. He waited, his breaths jerking through his chest, steaming in the night air. After a time, he heard footsteps crunching through the snow behind him. The sound of reckoning. The footsteps neared, but he didn't dare turn around, didn't dare move. Not until a kick to the kidneys knocked him to the ground. Dex stood over him, his head cocked with some sentiment that couldn't quite make it into his eyes. 2 narcos flanked him, their AKs pointed at Evan's chest. Dex's big hands swung at his sides, the tattoos flashing. 2 broad smile, bloody scowl. One painted mouth dipped into a cargo pocket. The fingers came out gripping the hinged-open shock collar. Wearily, Evan lifted his head from the snow to see the big hands nearing. His vision clouded. Even so, he could hear the collar clank shut around his neck. 40. People who deserve it. Evan's feet dragged lifelessly behind him, leaving ski tracks in the snow. The morning glare off the ground was piercing, forcing him to squint. His legs and arms throbbed from the cold. His head hung forward, hair latticing his eyes. A narco had him by either arm, Dex leading the merry little charge. They hauled him into the barn and threw him onto the wrestling mat. Shuddering, he curled on the blue rubber. Only now did he allow himself to register the state of his body. The chill crept into his bruises, stung the ring of raw flesh around his neck. His head swam from the cold, from the exertion, from more kicks and punches than he could keep track of. He could no longer feel his nose or his lips. His ankles ached, his thighs burned, his calves were on fire, his breath growing more ragged by the second. If he died here in this desolate valley, he'd be another in a long list of people who had failed Allison Siegler and the boy. And yet how could he rescue them when he was in need of rescuing himself? There was a lesson in that somewhere, of that he was sure, but he didn't know what. If Jack were alive, he'd summarize it neatly into something pithy, part koan, part fortune cookie. He'd put the situation into context, salvage it by turning it around on Evan, transform impotence into insight. Evan stared at the circle of narcos penning him in and tried to convert his helplessness to rage. But the old tricks no longer worked. Not right now. He felt undressed, vulnerable, defeated. He heard the barn door roll open. Footsteps. He caught a whiff of familiar cologne. It smelled like a country club. Renee's voice settled over him. Your plan didn't work out very well. No, Evan said. Doesn't seem to have. Two of the men patted him down roughly. One of them yanked the roam zone from his pocket and handed it to Renee. With amusement, Renee regarded the smashed screen and the cracked casing, bubbled from the fire. He laughed at the seemingly useless phone and tossed it back at Evan. With numb fingers, Evan fumbled it into his pocket, then curled into himself again to try to generate warmth. The collar scraped into the tender flesh at the contact points. Renee adjusted his eggplant-colored scarf. You look cold. Evan licked his cracked lips and tried not to shudder. Tried and failed. Finally, he let his eyes roll up to take in the stout man once again. Manny stood behind him. Evan drummed up a smile. The band's getting back together. You'll find that your humor is going to evaporate quickly, Renee said. I've seen what you do in that medical lab. Evan's fingers moved to the scab in his arm. You stole my blood when I was passed out. You're too old, Renee said. You're just the bank. The kids, they're the feast. Evan had to breathe a few times to get enough oxygen. Why do you want their blood? Renee took a moment to smooth down his hair. He adjusted the thick fabric of his suit, skimming his hands over the lush lapels. Scientists at Cornell have been conducting the most fascinating research, he said. They took old rats and young rats and stitched them together at the flanks, literally combined their circulatory systems. You wouldn't believe what they discovered. Try me. The short version is that it reversed aging in the older rats. Turns out that bathing old stem cells in young blood has a rejuvenating effect. It enhances memory, strengthens skeletal muscle, hastens healing. Who would have thought that the fountain of youth was right there all along? A fountain inside our youth. He paused, pleased, and studied Evan. Let me guess. You object vehemently. I've committed a moral atrocity that flies in the face of nature. Antibiotics and skyscrapers fly in the face of nature, Evan said. I don't give a shit about natural or unnatural. I care about who you're doing this to. Oh, I just skim a little off the top, like a mosquito. Besides, you're hardly one to object to hurting people. I only hurt people who deserve it. Renee showed off his glorious caps. You are such a wonderfully pure thing, a self-made construct. Evan pushed himself up to sit on the mat. He still felt weak from the exposure, but his arms were tingling, the blood flow picking up again. The young rats. You didn't say what happens to them. Well, that's the unfortunate part, Renee said. They aged prematurely. Their muscles broke down, didn't heal the same way. Every benefit has a cost. As long as you're not paying it, right? That's right. So you get David to lure kids here, and you siphon off their blood. But it's not a perfect science, is it? Sometimes it goes bad. Every advancement has its complications. There's a difference between stealing and killing. Not really, Renee said. In one instance, I steal blood. In the other, I steal a different resource. The only resource not able to be replenished. Time. Killers are only thieves of a different stripe. They steal time, the time their victims would have had left to live. 10 years, 40. They take it to enhance their own time. It's a trade, and it favors the bold. Just like those who can afford better medications, safer cars, who had the birthright luck not to be born in a flea-bitten third-world shack. That the kids here he searched for a word, sip from, generally emerge unharmed is a testament to my magnanimity. There's nothing to stop me from taking everything every time. Except your kind heart. I don't like to do harm, you see. I'm just willing to. René set his hands on his knees and leaned over Evan, and for the first time Evan considered just what a large man he was. However, given the mess you left in my basement, I'll enjoy what I'm going to do to you. He stood up, clasped his hands. But we have so much to clean up first. Dex was suddenly behind Manny, relieving him of his Kalashnikov. There was a slight delay as Manny seemed to realize what had happened, and then his mouth stretched into a rictus of dread, a twitching oval lined with gold teeth. No words emerged. Halbador. He speaks poor English, is that correct? René asked, gesturing at one of the men who had dragged Evan through the snow. Manny stared into the middle distance. Is that correct? René repeated. Manny managed a nod. René flicked 2 fingers, and Halbador stepped forward. A skinny kid in his early 20s, he hadn't yet thickened into manhood. A wide belt cinched his jeans, holding them up. The Santa Muerte tattoo on his neck was inked, but only half-colored, a few scabs still showing from the needle. With his wispy mustache and lupine cheeks, he was young and mean, and had a lot to prove. Manny would not look at him. René said to Manny, "Will you translate for me?" Another tiny nod. René cleared his throat. Tell him that, given your failure, he will be succeeding you in your position. Manny's lips wobbled, his mustache bristling. He palmed his mouth, trying to still it. Tell him, René said. Dex sidled a step closer, set a hand on the ledge of Manny's shoulder. Manny said, Dado mi fracaso, es posible que vas a tomar mi posición. Tell him that his his only job will be to watch our guest. René stabbed a finger down at Evan on the mat. Manny cleared his throat. Solamente tienes que echarle un ojo a nuestro huésped. Tell him you are hopeful for his success, and wish him well. Manny's Adam's apple twitched. He turned to René. Por favor. You are hopeful for his success, and wish him well. Tengola. René nodded encouragingly. Manny licked his lips, his gold caps gleaming. His brow glistened with sweat. Tengo la esperanza de tu éxito y te deseo lo mejor. René looked at Halbador, who raised his AK-47 and put a tight grouping of bullets through Manny's chest. Evan thought, 2 dogs, 5 guards, 2 snipers, David and Dex. Halbador dragged Manny's body out through the rear barn doors, leaving a path of blood across the concrete. Nice show, Evan said. Don't worry, René said. It's not over yet. Dex pushed open the door to the interior office and pulled Despy out by her hair. 41. No ready answer. Despy kicked and tried to shove herself away from Dex, but she was seismically overpowered. He carried her across the barn like a squirming lab rat and set her gently on her feet before René. Dex kept one hand clamped on the back of her neck. Somehow Evan had managed to find his feet. 4 guards ringed him. In case the Kalashnikovs weren't sufficient, each was armed with a transmitter for the shock collar. Anyone could get in on the fun now. Renee regarded Despy. Our guest used a carjack to aid in his non-escape, he said. Any idea where he got it? Evan said, I stole it from the barn when I snuck in here yesterday. Renee kept his gaze steady on Despy. She writhed in Dex's grip, and then the muscles of his arm corded, and she gave a yelp and stopped struggling. If you tell the truth, Renee said, I won't hurt you. I'd never take anything from her, Evan said. I don't trust her. She's one of your employees. Despy, Renee said gently, I have cameras in the bar. Is this really a lie you want to stand behind? Slowly, she raised her eyes to meet Renee's. She gave the faintest shake of her head, the tips of her dark locks swaying. Did you give him the carjack? Renee asked. Her lips trembled. She nodded. Okay. He stroked her chin. Okay. Do you really have cameras in the barn? She asked. No, Renee said. She bit her lower lip. You promised you wouldn't hurt me. And I will honor that promise, Renee said. Nothing will happen to you. In fact, nothing will happen here at all. She closed her eyes, freeing tears that slid down her olive skin. Renee turned and started out. Evan stayed tense. However, Renee stopped, his back to her. One of the many benefits of money is that I can commission people anywhere in the world. Despy blanched. Slowly, he turned. Say, in Rhodes? Athens. He held out his hand, palm up. One of the narcos placed an iPad on it. No. Despy shook her head. No, no, no. Renee hummed to himself as he tapped the screen. He held up the device for Despy. Evan couldn't see what it held, but he saw the glow reflected in Despy's eyes. The impact on her was immediate. She took a half step back as if staggered by a punch. Her face shifted, hollowed out beneath the skin, her eyes sunken and glazed. Renee swiped a finger across the screen, bringing up the next image. She strangled a small noise in her throat. Her words came in a hoarse whisper. No, not her, too. She hunched over, her shoulders shuddering. She made sounds befitting war zones and hospital rooms. Guilt flared up inside Evan, scouring his insides, threatening to consume him. Not a hair on your head will be touched, as promised. In fact, you're free to go. Renee rested a hand on Despy's forearm. Dex will drop you at an airport of your choice with a full wallet. By helping my guest, you've earned your freedom. I hope it was worth it. Despy straightened back up. Her face was flushed, streaked with tears, but her gaze was fierce, unbroken. Renee said, I'll even let you say goodbye to your friend before you depart. He gestured toward the wrestling mat. Despy's stare skewered Renee. For a moment he even seemed unsettled. Then she started over to Evan. She looked broken from within, her limbs held at the wrong angles, her gait and carriage different, as if she were learning to walk inside a new body. Renee indicated for his men to give them some space. Evan wasn't sure if she was going to strike him. If she wanted to, he would let her. Instead, she embraced him, squeezing him hard, her face mashed to his chest. He stroked her thick, thick hair. I'm sorry, he whispered into her. I tried to warn you. He was shocked at the note of anger that had found its way into his voice. Fire crawled across his skin, matting his shirt to his back. Everything felt jumbled together inside him, trespasses past and present. He pictured Jack clutching at the ball of his shoulder, his hand gloved in blood. A little more pressure, a little more time, and he might have lived. If Evan hadn't asked him to meet, if they'd chosen a different day, a different hour, a different parking structure, if Evan had been quicker on the draw, if he hadn't taken the carjack, if he'd thrown Despy out of his room. The photographs Renee had shown Despy of her slain family would live inside her, as surely as Evan's memories of parking level 3 lived inside him. He couldn't undo it for her. Not just her present anguish, but the years of pain to come, dividends paid out over the decades. She looked up at him with the same fierceness she'd shown minutes before. "Do you think my family would have been safe if I hadn't helped you? Don't be naive." He hadn't thought anything could shock him right now, but there it was. Naive? You think you're at the controls just like Renee, but you couldn't control this. He felt his face loosening with emotion. She said, "Accepting that you need help like everyone else. It doesn't guarantee a good outcome. Nothing does." He had a hard time swallowing. "Then why do it?" She kissed him, her tears wet against his cheeks. She pulled away, held his face, her breath hot. "I don't know how to live with this, with what I saw." I know that's how it feels." "How would you kill me? Right now?" Her voice held a note of pleading. He looked at her brimming eyes, the wisp of hair caught in the corner of her mouth, felt the warmth of her pressed against him, her fragile human form. For the first time, he had no answer. Dex snapped a black hood over her head and yanked her out of Evan's arms. He dragged her to the Rolls-Royce, her legs stumbling to keep up. After cinching the hood and knotting it off, he opened the rear door, depositing her inside. He reversed out of the barn, the back of the majestic car kissing a snowbank outside, and drove off. Evan felt a sting in his palms and unclenched his fists to see that his fingernails had indented the skin. He looked over at Renee. "At one point, the tables will be turned. And let me guess," Renee said, "you're going to kill me." "Worse." Renee must have read something in Evan's voice, because he blinked a few times, regained his composure, forced a smile. Outside, a band of gold rode the horizon, tinting the caps of the snowbanks blue. Renee checked his watch. "The markets are almost open. Are you ready to wire the money?" Evan cleared his throat, spit a gob of blood on the pristine blue mat. "No," he said. Renee gave a little nod and then breezed out, passing 2 of his men. "Search him and bring him to the lab." 42. Corners of his mind. Straps bit into Evan's chest, stomach, and thighs, adhering him to the gurney. Hard leather restraints bound his ankles and wrists to the side rails. He fought to find a place inside himself that would protect him from what would come. SEER training had taught him to deal with stress, disorientation, torture. To this end he'd been maced, electrocuted, and drown-proofed, his reactions observed and critiqued. He'd learned to find corners of his mind to retreat into. It never made the pain go away, but it allowed an extra layer between him and it, let him observe the agony from a slight remove. As with meditation, it was essential not to take his thoughts or sensations literally. He had to find the space around them. In the space, there was relief. From whatever Renee was readying over by the vault, Evan would be requiring a good deal of relief. Dex stood at Renee's side, but facing Evan. He held up his grinning hand, wore it over his mouth. "I've tried to be reasonable," Renee said. but I've never come across anyone as stubborn as you." His back remained turned, his bowed shoulders rippling with some movement of his unseen hands. Daylight and frigid air streamed through the shattered basement window. "I wanted this to be civilized, but you refused and refused and refused. And so now?" He turned to face Evan, a syringe in hand. "This." In the course of his training, Evan had been injected with sodium pentothal and other truth serums. He wondered if that was what Renee was up to here. A psychoactive medication would make him more pliable, more likely to be manipulated into sending the wire transfer and unleashing whatever came with it. But even as a kid, he'd found the drugs not to live up to their reputations. Judging by Dex's tattooed grin and Renee's very real one, whatever that syringe held was something much worse. "I can promise," Renee said, as if reading Evan's mind. "It's like nothing you've ever encountered." A fly buzzed over and landed on Evan's knuckles. He wiggled his fingers to scare it off. "More sadistic research out of Cornell?" "Out of Oxford, actually. You wouldn't believe what it cost for me to procure a few tiny vials of this." Taking his time, Renee ambled closer to Evan. Like most experiments, it started with a simple question. What if you could make prison sentences for heinous crimes last longer? Evan's heart rate ticked up, pulsing in the side of his neck. Longer? Longer than a lifetime. Renee regarded the syringe with something like affection. There was a couple who kidnapped a 4-year-old boy. They kept him in a closet, tortured and starved him for weeks, then beat him to death. Given the UK's disdain for capital punishment, the husband and wife were given a 30-year sentence, which seems woefully inadequate. Evan thought of the Horizon Express, plowing along at 23 knots, a white furrow in the deep blue sea, and Alison Siegler somewhere aboard in one of 3,500 containers, closing the distance to a fate nobody deserved. And he thought of the boy's voice over the phone line. "You should see how they keep us here. Like cattle, all lined up." "Yes," he said, "it does seem inadequate. What if you could make someone serve a 1,000-year sentence in 8 hours? 10 lifetimes of purgatory crammed into the span of a single workday." The tip of the needle neared. Evan's fear mounted, threatened to overtake him. "Can you imagine the horror?" Renee said, leaning in. Evan struggled furiously against the straps, but they were designed for precisely this purpose. The needle slid into his arm. Renee smiled. "Don't worry," he said. "I'm just going to give you a single Evan felt a slight pressure in his vein and then watched Renee's mouth continue to open more slowly than seemed conceivably possible, each millimeter taking an hour, 2 hours, and the end of the spoken word pulled out and out, stretched from a block of steel into a thin metal wire, a sound and a vibration, the endless tunnel of the O like a wormhole through the ages. And over the forever gaping mouth, Renee started to blink. But the movement of his eyelids was like the rise and fall of a lake's watermark across the seasons. Limitless microseconds crammed between microseconds, the creased skin around his eyes rearranging infinitesimally, a universe of motion contained in a single blink, until at last, after a day's grueling wait, Evan could see the thin blue veins etched in his closed lids, and he knew it would be another day for them to open yet again, and the word was not yet completed. The wrinkled lips still closing the O into the P, even as another sound overpowered the slow-motion hum of Renee's voice. A buzz slowed to its constituent audio parts, and Evan pulled his gaze to the source. but the shifting of his eyeballs felt like altering the course of a freight ship, ligaments and muscles flexing and tugging to recalibrate his view excruciatingly, until at last he fixed upon the bottle fly airborne over Renee, its hair-like bristles waving sluggishly on its metallic green thorax, its wings flapping so gradually that Evan could see the quality of light alter through the semi-transparent wings that were embellished with intricate patterns to put any stained glass window to shame, and the whole horrifying, unfettered, attenuated time Evan's mind raced inside his skull at a real, frantic pace, alive and horror-filled, scrambling like a mouse trapped in a bowl of water, desperate, so desperate to get... He jerked his head back into the pillow, a breath screeching through his lungs. His muscles had knotted from neck to calves, arching his body against the restraints. He turned his head to the side and vomited, warmth drooling across his cheek onto the sheets. "I'll do it," he said in a voice so hoarse he didn't recognize it as his own. "I'll wire the money." 43. Unleash Hell. Evan sat before the monitor in the study on the 4th floor, his hands on the keyboard. The computer was brand new. He'd watched Halbador remove it from the box. That it was air-gapped, having never been hooked into the internet, was helpful. But whatever cloaking and encryption software Renee had in place to hide the wire transfers would not be as impenetrable and untraceable as those Evan used. He'd learned at the elbows of the best technical security specialists in the world, as had Van Sciver. Van Sciver had a team of them in his employ now, and more data mining capabilities than Renee could possibly dream of. Click a single button and unleash hell. Maybe unleashing hell was the only shot Evan had left. The heated vent above breathed warmth down his neck, making him break out in a sweat. Or was it fear, only now worming its way out through his skin? He'd spent so many years safe in obscurity, unseen and unexamined. Now the carefully positioned boulder he'd been hiding beneath was about to be rolled back, his life exposed to a blinding light. He thought about the infinity he'd spent strapped to the gurney, an infinity that had lasted precisely 2 flaps of a blowfly's wings. He looked over at Renee, a last-ditch effort. "You don't want me to do this." Renee smiled, folded his hands. "I don't. The wrong people will come. You will not be happy." "I've done this a time or two," Renee said. "My procedures are completely secure." Evan said, "You don't have any comprehension of what secure is." Renee snapped his fingers. With extreme caution, Dex handed him a syringe. The clear, viscous liquid rippled inside. A single drop had nearly undone Evan. He couldn't imagine what horrors a full injection would bring. Taking a deep breath, he keyed a series of passcodes into the Privatbank AG website. He paused. "Once I click this button, I can't control what will happen." Renee jammed the needle into the side of Evan's neck. He brought his ruddy face close, sweat drops clinging to the points of his hair. He spoke through locked teeth. "I am done negotiating." Evan felt the 21-gauge stainless steel tube embedded in his neck, a half-inch movement of Renee's thumb, and he'd be trapped in an eternity of suffering. He felt something leak out of him, the last of what he had. He closed his eyes, tapped the mouse. The loading wheel spun, and then a whoosh indicated that the money had gone. Renee eased the needle out of Evan's neck, and Evan allowed himself a quiet exhalation. He stared at the screen. Wire sent. "What's coming won't be worth $27 million, he said. Renee turned to Dex. "Put this animal back in its cage." Dex seized Evan, yanking him to his feet and shoving him toward the door. "At last," Evan said, "we're calling things what they are." 44. Celebration. Renee stood before the picture window of the master bedroom, hands clasped at the small of his back, watching snow flurry against the pane. It occurred to him that it was a pose suited to a casserole, regal and imposing, spine held straight enough to disguise that 2-inch deviation. An artist could come along and paint an oil of him planted here victoriously, an oil that would have been worthy to hang alongside portraits of Casseroy's past that sobered the grand halls of his childhood manor. And yet, he had a niggling sense that it wasn't time to rest on his laurels. He'd prevailed in the battle, sure, but there was a greater war to be won. He felt a stirring, the sensation he got when he was closing in on a financial trail, readying for the kill. He closed his eyes, sensed the data shifting, so many bits and pieces, a pattern almost discernible just beneath the surface. Behind him, David stirred in the silk sheets, exhausted from the day's travails. "Are you coming to bed?" "Our guest is clearly not who I thought he was," Renee said, watching the snow shapeshift outside. "But I think he's something even bigger than I imagined." "What?" "I don't know," Renee said, finally turning. The rungs of David's stomach muscles stood out like something artificial, something poured from a mold. Renee was surprised by how little the sight aroused him. His office awaited. There were queries to be made, baited hooks to be tossed into the deep web. He walked past David, heading for the door. "But I'm going to start digging." The women's bathroom in Mexico City International Airport smelled of disinfectant and Montezuma's revenge. Candy wet a wad of paper towels in the sink and retreated behind a stall door. She peeled off her shirt and bra, the fabric clinging to her burn scars, then gingerly patted her weeping back with the damp towels. She allowed herself to grit her teeth, but did not make a noise. Relief was relative. The pain was so constant that she sometimes forgot it was there. But not after an 18-hour flight spent leaning against a scratchy polyester seat cover. Sitting next to Jaggers, it only added to the agony. She hated everything about him. His stink, his jaundiced skin that under the yellow glow of the reading light looked like dried papaya, how he sucked his teeth after eating instead of using a toothpick. The way he'd killed a beautiful young fawn of a Tatar girl who'd only walked into the alley to see if they needed help. That the mission had proved to be a dead end only added to Candy's frustration. They'd laid over in Amsterdam already and would now enter the U.S. from the south, a not-worth-noticing commuter flight from Mexico City to San Diego. She was willing to endure any amount of hellacious travel and the myriad discomforts that came with it, as long as the journey held the faintest glimmer of hope for catching Orphan X. She'd forge through fire and brimstone to get a crack at his untarnished flesh. That's why she hated return flights. They spelled failure. She finished patting down her back and let the paper towels drop to the floor. Hanging her head, she eased a breath through her teeth. The air cooled the moist skin, a momentary break from the itching, the burn. Putting her shirt back on would be unpleasant. Gathering her will, she stared at the bra wrapped around her clenched fist. All her training, and here she was nearly vanquished by a 34D in a bathroom stall. A boarding announcement for her flight echoed through the bathroom. She readied herself to finish dressing. A vibration in her jeans caught her attention, the punk rendition of I'm Every Woman. Excitement licked up her spine. She clicked talk, held the phone to her cheek. I have made your next reservation. Already? You have to eat while the meal is hot. Gladly, she said. How hot is this particular meal? Piping. The lick of excitement turned to a tremor. Particulars to follow, spoke the chorus, and then Van Sciver clicked off. Grinning, Candy slid the phone back into her pocket. She pulled on her shirt and shoved through the stall door. On her way out of the bathroom, she dumped her bra in the trash. After all, this called for a celebration. 45. A different kind of ruckus. Hot water pounded the top of Evan's head, streaming down his shoulders. No matter how long he stayed in the shower, it seemed he could not get warm. His internal clock told him that it was a few hours past midnight. Renee seemed to be foregoing the sleeping gas, perhaps in honor of Evan's last night at Chalet Savoir-Faire. Evan had been told that he would be hooded and driven away tomorrow, dropped off somewhere in the middle of nowhere, so Renee would have plenty of time to clear out. He had his doubts. He figured Renee was waiting for the next business day to get a human confirmation from his own bank that the money had arrived and was free and clear. Then he would dispose of Evan. For now, Evan was back in his cage, and the cage had been made escape-proof. The bars on the balcony were re-welded and reinforced. The fireplace flue was bolted shut, and the front door had sprouted 2 more deadbolts. Evan had nowhere to go except into the shower. So here he was. At last he got out and dried off using one of the bamboo shoot-patterned towels. The shock collar seemed to be waterproof. The tape holding Renee's fingerprint had all but sealed to the underside of Evan's arm, like a clear Band-Aid. The plastic trash bag had been replaced in its spot near the toilet. The only person who'd seen him use it to thwart the collar was Nando, and he hadn't survived long enough to tell anyone. Evan tried to take solace in this shred of an advantage. His clothes remained balled on the floor where he'd kicked them off. He'd been searched well, but Renee's men hadn't thought to check beneath the insole of his left boot, where he'd hidden the piano wire. They'd transformed his room into a dungeon, and all he had was a trash can liner and a loop of piano wire. He reminded himself that despair was not a luxury in which he could indulge right now. He dug the roam zone out from the pocket of his dirty jeans and studied the cracked screen, wondering where the boy was and what he was going through right now. He recalled the boy's scared voice, his words distorted over a swollen lip. So what? I get beat up all the time. Evan looked at the 4 walls that held him. Being trapped was one thing. Being kept from helping a kid who needed him was nearly intolerable. You should see how they keep us here. Like cattle, all lined up. And Allison Siegler. The Horizon Express would be nearing the locks of the Panama Canal by now, where her cries would be drowned out by the massive gates, the roaring culverts, the grinding machinery of the chambers. Every minute Evan was in Renee's hands brought her closer to her destination. She was 8 days from delivery. Frustration raged, a blade-winged bird beating inside Evan's chest. He forced himself to breathe evenly, to calm the bird, to focus. He headed out of the bathroom and into the walk-in closet. He was just pulling on some clean clothes when he heard a rumbling from outside. He rushed across the room and out onto the balcony, hard snow pelting him. The lights beneath the eaves bathed the front of the chalet in an alien glow that leaked around the corner. No one was in sight. He heard the noise louder now, powerful engines roaring off the walls of the valley. Straining, he peered through the bars. The steel slats had been tripled, slicing his view into fissures. The gravel road was blocked from view. He breathed, and he waited. At last, an enormous moving truck edged into sight as it turned into the circular cobblestone driveway and passed from his field of vision. And then another. The last parked with its rear still visible. Workers coalesced at the back of the truck around the rolling door. It rattled up on creaky tracks and banged, dislodging a shelf of ice from the roof. Several of the men hopped inside, and a moment later an enormous flat item, sized like a barn door and ensconced in protective wooden crating, emerged. The workers lowered it from the truck, laboring under its weight, and staggered out of view toward the porch. Evan realized now why Renee had chosen not to knock him out with halogenated ether. He wanted Evan to witness this, whatever this was. The workers came back for another like-shaped object. Evan wondered just what the hell it was. A few minutes later came a different kind of ruckus from deep inside the chalet. Saws revving and power screwdrivers and the screech of rent metal. Construction noises. Evan returned to his room, put his ear to the sturdy front door and listened for a while. After a time his legs grew sore, so he sat with his back to the door. An hour passed, and then another, the clamor never subsiding. A few times he nodded off, but the sound was piercing and irregular enough to avert sleep. The dread gathering in his stomach didn't help either. He watched the first light of morning filter through the bars. It crept across the floor inch by inch. It had just reached his toes when he heard the moving trucks rumble away. A blissful moment of silence followed. Then the electricity hit, flame erupting around his neck, shooting tendrils of heat through his jaw and down into his chest. The shock flattened him to the floorboards. It continued, feeding Evan a steady current of pain. Somewhere beneath the static, he realized that these were the new procedures before anyone entered his room. Renee was taking no more chances. Sure enough, a moment later the door swung open, shoving his body aside. Dex reached down and gathered him up. 46. All the honey. Dead on his feet, Evan stumbled along the corridor a few paces ahead of Dex, a collared dog being taken for a walk. Instead of a leash, Dex had only to hold the transmitter up. A tap of his finger would send Evan to the floor. They passed the library and then the sunroom. Every step heightened Evan's curiosity and his concern. What torture device had Renee built for him? When they passed through the doorway into the ballroom, Evan was shocked into stillness. He gaped at the item that had been constructed in the dead center of the vast space. A rectangular box the size of a cargo shipping container, built of what seemed to be bullet-resistant glass, probably Lexan or another sturdy-as-hell thermoplastic polymer. A freestanding room, nearly seamless, save for a small vent in the back befitting a reptile terrarium. A hatch resembling a bank vault's door had been cut into one end of the rectangle, swung ajar on massive industrial hinges. The heavy door looked to be a solid foot thick, as were the walls. Embedded below the steel bar handle was an inset screen and a sensor panel the size of a frisbee. Renee stood proudly in front of the Lexan vault, his surviving guards lined up behind him like White House staff awaiting a new president. Renee nodded at the open door, and Dex prodded Evan forward. As Dex shoved Evan across the threshold, his shoulder skimmed the frame. The corner sliced right through the fabric of his shirt, as sharp as the lasered edge of a carbon steel plate. Evan stood inside, the air compressing around him as Dex pushed the door closed. It clanked sonorously, and everything grew suddenly quiet. Dex pressed his left hand to the frisbee-size panel. The inside of the door featured a matching panel and screen, both of which now lit up. The panel displayed the outline of Dex's hand along with the network of veins running beneath the skin. A word glowed to life on the screen above. Match. Next, a series of commands populated the screen. Lock, open, disable, recode. The lock button highlighted as Dex touched its counterpart outside, and lugs slotted into place, locking the door and sealing Evan inside. No cords or wires were in evidence anywhere in the clear Lexan around the instrument panels. The system was run by an internal battery, a safeguard against the powers being cut. Renee observed Evan studying the controls. The vein patterns beneath the surface of our skin are as unique as our fingerprints, he said. This system uses infrared sensors to identify those patterns. Something about hemoglobin absorbing the light. It's all too clever for me to keep up with. What I do know is that you will never crack out of this box. So this is where I live now? No, I'm just testing it. For what? Renee drew closer, facing Evan through the transparent door. Remember when you said I would not be happy after you sent that wire? A sly grin. Well, I am happy. His voice, at a conversational pitch, came through clearly. The sensor panel also served the function of relaying their words through the foot-thick Lexan. You indicated that bad things would follow. You were right. Bad for you. Good for me. Renee leaned in even more, his mouth close enough to the door that his breath clouded the Lexan. I know who you are. A sudden cold seemed to fill the transparent box. Who am I? Evan asked. Orphan X, the Nowhere Man. You have me confused with someone else. I was given all the buzzwords. A richly funded covert action program, neutralized Tier 1 targets, CONUS and OCONUS operations. Renee's forehead wrinkled, or at least did its approximation of wrinkling. The last two sound like sexual acts. They mean what, precisely? Google them. Renee smiled. I know we had a deal, but you've hardly shown consideration for our agreement. Killing my men, destroying my equipment. Why should I honor what you won't? Given what you did to my lab, I need even more funds to rebuild, to acquire new medical machinery, buy another doctor. All this time I've been focused on what you have. Little did I realize that who you are is more valuable. Evan asked, Who told you this about me? I have my sources. These sources, Evan said, they found you. Renee wet his lips. I put out inquiries. Answers came back. How did those answers come back? Evan pressed. Through an email associated with the bank account in which your money landed. Your highly private account at the end of your highly encrypted trail of wire transfers, Evan said. Wonder how they got that information? No, Renee said. I wonder how much they'll be willing to spend for you. I'm guessing it'll be a lot more than 27 million. I don't doubt it, Evan said. Do you know who you're dealing with? Not the initial party, but some of the others. Evan felt another plunge in the temperature of the Lexan vault. Others. It seems you're a wanted commodity in many quarters. Once I received word of your secret identity, I explored the market. My subsequent correspondents were willing to communicate through more traditional, untraditional means. I managed to scare up a few more bidders. Renee lifted a finger and tapped the glass in front of Evan's face. "We're having an auction. You might not want to stick your arm into that beehive." "But Evan," Renee said, already turning to leave, "that's where all the honey is." 47. Collision Avoidance. Evan stuck his head and torso into the fireplace like an auto mechanic, examining the new bolts, studying the flue damper. It didn't give even a millimeter when he pounded it with the heels of his hand. The 9th commandment dictated, always play offense. But he was running out of moves fast. He thought about what his last sortie had cost Despy. He could see the glow of Renee's iPad in her deep brown eyes, how her face had crumbled at the sight held up before her. He hit the flue even harder, the ring echoing up the closed-off chamber beyond. He kept striking the metal plate, unleashing frustration and rage until his knuckles ached. Jack came to him in a wisp of memory. "Good thinking, son. Damage the only weapons you got left." Evan stopped, breathing hard in the musk of the hearth, letting the throb in his hands subside. A faint noise reached him, and at first he thought it had been conveyed from somewhere inside the building through the chimney itself. But no, it was more distant. He drew himself out and listened carefully. A scraping sound. Not from the chalet, but from outside. He moved to the sliding glass door and stepped through into a blast of snow. It was late afternoon, the front edge of dusk made gloomier by bruise-colored clouds blotting out the sun. Squinting against the flakes, he peered through the dense bars toward the sound. It took a few moments, but finally several figures came visible about halfway between the chalet and the barn, forms laboring in the whiteness. He could make out only their outlines, but eventually it became clear that they were using shovels, their blades scraping against the ice. As the snowfall diminished, he noted 4 of them working away. Not digging, clearing a space. He leaned closer, hands clenching the cold bars. The space, set a good distance from the buildings and any trees, looked to be about 10 meters by 10 meters. It struck him what they were making, and suddenly even the bite of the air couldn't cool the electric surge of panic rolling through him. He came inside, put his shoulders against the sliding glass door, and closed his eyes. Tilting his head back, he took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself. The hissing from the air vent caught him off guard. His eyes flew open, and he gulped in a mouthful before realizing what he'd done. Already he felt the haze climbing into his head, the weight gathering on his eyelids. It was so much earlier than usual. Renee had been wise to vary the schedule, to make the gassing episodes unpredictable. Stumbling to the bed, Evan barely had time to curse his lack of preparedness before passing out. The vibration stirred him from a deep, dreamless sleep. He groped beneath his pillow, came out with the wrecked roam zone. A familiar number flickered across the cracked screen, and then vanished. It took great effort to lift his head. "Yeah." His mouth was bone dry, his tongue bitter, coated with a chemical aftertaste. The same hushed voice came through the line, barely audible over the poor connection. "Are you coming to get me?" Evan sat up. With mounting frustration, he looked at the new deadbolts, the welded cage of the balcony. He forced a swallow down his sandpaper throat. "No, I'm—" He was at a loss for how to complete the sentence. "Why won't you?" I can't right now." Static flared up, and Evan prayed the line wouldn't cut out. How fragile his connection to the world, to what his life had been. "Try," the boy said. "You have to try." "I did. I am." "The girl said you take care of people who need help," the boy said. I should have known it was fake." "It's not fake," Evan said. "I'm not fake." Crackling on the line rendered the boy's response inaudible. Evan made a fist, pressed it against his thigh. Hard. I just don't know how to help you right now." "It's all lies and stories," the boy said. "No one saves anyone." Breathing in powdered sugar and sunscreen at the Veterans Day parade, Jack's warm hand resting on Evan's coat hanger shoulder, Pavarotti's 9 high Cs washing over them in the fire-warm study. The hard part is staying human. The view from the window of a dormer room that was his, and only his. "Yes, they do." Evan couldn't remember the last time he'd gotten choked up. It felt bizarre, out of control. In the silence, he could hear the boy breathing across the phone. "You'll forget me," the boy finally said. "Everyone does." "No, I won't." The voice grew even quieter, barely a whisper. "You have to remember me." Heat burned beneath Evan's face. "I will." The connection cut in and out, stealing the boy's words. "Have to? Be too late." As Evan strained to hear, a noise came from outside, a resonant thumping, a sound he knew all too well. He threw his legs over the side of the bed, willed himself to stand. His knees felt wobbly, his skull filled with concrete. The noise grew louder, vibrating the walls, the floor beneath his feet, the flesh on his bones. He was unsure if the vice pinching his temples was a headache, or just dread tightening its grasp on him. "Listen," he said into the phone. "Hold up. Just hang on." He dropped the roam zone onto the bed and stumbled to the balcony. The frosty air hit him full force, but the snow had vanished, leaving the night as clear as glass. 2 glowing dots approached through the sky, one red, one green. Collision avoidance lights. The helicopter banked and set down on the patch of cleared ground between the chalet and the barn. A door swung open, and a man emerged onto the makeshift helipad, a black hood tied over his head. Bundled in a thick coat, Dex walked out to meet him. The Dobermans at his side barked and barked at the still-spinning blades. Dex untied the hood from around the man's head and tugged it off. Even in the faint light, Evan recognized the man. Tigran Sarkisian, the Great White Sark, an international private arms dealer. In Spetak in 2005, operating as Orphan X, Evan had killed Sark's brothers, his grown son, and 6 of his cousins. Sarkisian shrugged off the cold and ambled for the house, accompanied by one of Renee's narcos. The helicopter lifted off. Through the slits in the steel, Evan watched it coast into the endless blackness to the west. As it grew more distant, the sound of its rotors oddly grew louder, amplified off the walls of the mountain range, coming at him in stereo. Evan's stomach fell away as he realized that he was no longer listening to the first helicopter. He swung his head back toward the barn. There they were, the lights of the next approaching helo. A good distance behind were 2 more floating dots, one red, one green. And behind that chopper, 2 more lights, and then 2 more, and then 2 more. He let his eyes skim across the incoming flight path, an airborne highway 12 helicopters deep, each holding someone eager to lay hands on the nowhere man. Alarm cut straight through the fog of the drugs, his mind suddenly alert, his skin prickling. He remembered the roam zone on the bed, the live connection, the tendril of a lifeline connecting him to the boy. Running back inside, he snatched up the phone. "Hello? I'm here. He stared at the roam zone, dead in his hand. The kid had hung up. 48. Some bizarre mating dance. Our beautiful women were hung naked from crosses, you see, in dead sore. My mother was child, but she remembered. She say they were glorious even in this horror, proud and naked, long hair blowing like the mermaids. The great white Sark paused to wet his lips. Evan sat on a folding chair inside the Lexan vault in the ballroom. Sark overcrowded a matching chair on the far side of the transparent door. Just two men having a conversation. He looked much worse than when Evan had seen him last, his grizzled stubble the color of frost, pouches hanging beneath his milky eyes. He was an old man now, well into his 70s, but the power contained in his bear-like body was still evident. I have reclaimed this atrocity for my own use. His lips parted, showing pitted yellow teeth. The crucifixion. So painful you invented a word for it. Your word excruciating. It comes from this. Out of crucifying, it means. In his cold metal chair, Evan listened wearily. He had the gnawing sense of having traded roles, of finding himself in a situation befitting one of the people he'd devoted the past 6 years of his life to rescuing. Now he was the one captive and defenseless, ready to be sold to the highest bidder, just like Alison Siegler. The Lexan room was his own version of Intermodular Container 78653-B812. He'd received his visitors one after another, a newlywed outside the church, each potential buyer coming in to peruse the merchandise. At some early morning hour, Dex had roused him from bed with an electric shock to the neck and marched him downstairs to the ballroom. Dex had spread his left hand across the sensor panel to unlock the Lexan door, giving Evan a good view of the tattooed, bloody scowl, a preview of things to come. Security measures had changed. Dex now wore a handgun strapped to his wide belt. The other narcos had added pistols too, in addition to their AKs. It was no longer just Evan they had to worry about. Renee had assembled a collection of the world's most lethal criminal masterminds, and even if he'd had his men strip search all the buyers and transport them here blind and disoriented, beanbag shotguns were no longer gonna cut it. When I buy you, Sark continued, bringing Evan back to the claustrophobic present, I will do this to you. Insert nails here. He jabbed a too-long fingernail into the underside of his wrist. A weak spot between bones of forearm. Nail go in nice and smoothly. Your feet also must be nailed to relieve strain on wrists. This will allow you to hang longer from cross. People, they die from... His hand circled the air, searching out a word. He muttered to himself before snapping his fingers. Asphyxiation. The arms grow tired. The chest and lungs, they overextend. This is when I will add a footrest to help you. Pale light sheeted from the high-set windows, giving the ballroom the aura of a cathedral. Dex stood near the dilapidated piano, arms crossed, his shiny dome catching light, his face shadowed. Helbador guarded the room's entrance, the Kalashnikov slanted back over his shoulder, one thumb hooked behind a shiny gold rodeo belt buckle. The 4 remaining narcos had shuttled the buyers back and forth all day, supervising them and giving curt directives, an armed bed and breakfast staff. The snipers, Evan figured, were still in the hills, providing just-in-case oversight. Of the buyers who'd come to threaten him so far, he hadn't seen the party he dreaded most, Charles Van Sciver or one of his orphan representatives. Not that the guests Evan was receiving were pleasant. I want to savor every drop of your pain, Sark continued. No dying of shock,
No quick and easy heart attack. Sepsis is my preference for you. It takes longest time, provides most agony. I want to keep you for days. My record is 5. He held up a calloused hand, fingers spread, in case Evan needed a visual aid. But you are strong. This I remember. Standing seemed to take Sark some effort, his joints arthritic. He tapped the Lexan between them almost fondly, his mouth splitting in a grin, showing those pitted teeth once again. I am hopeful you will do much better. Asim al-Hakim entered the ballroom, the glare from the windows falling across his shoulders, seemingly adding more weight. He limped toward the provided chair outside the Lexan vault, one shoulder permanently shrugged. He'd suffered nerve damage from all the explosions. In the summer of 2002, Evan had killed Asim's twin sister, triggering the car bomb she was transporting to a 4th of July parade in Virginia Beach. The early detonation had scattered her and her Dodge Neon across Interstate 264. Sadly, Asim had not been in the passenger seat. He'd been a busy boy that year, sending a natural gas truck into a synagogue in Tunisia and engineering a bus bombing in Karachi. American-born, he and his sister moved easily between nations, renting themselves out at exorbitantly high rates. Though ostensibly Muslim, they were not ideologues. They were devoted only to their bank balances. It was rumored that they'd even provided services to the CIA in Colombia. With great relief, Asim lowered himself onto the chair. He licked his chapped lips, showing chipped front teeth. "Hello, nowhere man." "Asim, you look tired." He sighed. "Oh, that traumatic brain injury. It's like football. After a while, you can't even tell the difference between a hard hit and a concussion. There are lesions in my brain now, they tell me. I don't have many years left. I've got all the money in the world and no time to spend it." He gave a sheepish laugh, lifted a tremulous finger. "I have one thing to set right before I die, and I am willing to spend every cent I have amassed to that end." "I understand." "Do you? Do you understand what you've taken from me?" He leaned forward, elbows on knees, his jittering arms making his shoulders wobble. "Do you understand what you do?" "Yes, I do what you do, but for better reasons." "I don't think so. Aisha and I, we were pure. We understood our jobs, our motives. We never wrapped ourselves in dogma or morality, or became true believers of one stripe or another. We called it what it was." He looked weary, so weary. His gaze grew loose, unfocused. "She was beautiful." "Yes," Evan said. "She was." "I miss her every day. I was with her from conception. We grew together in the womb, 2 parts of one whole. It's like missing a limb. No, like missing half of my body." His smile showed off the uneven edge of the broken teeth. "I hope to teach you what that feels like. Missing half of your body and being alive to know it." He rose unsteadily. Halbador had to assist him on his way out. The widow Lakshmi Narayanan did not bother to sit on the provided chair. Thin and bird-like, she circled the Lexan vault, taking in Evan from every angle. Her sari, a luscious orange trimmed with gold and money green, swept the floor around her invisible feet. She seemed more an apparition than a human. Wiry gray hair framed her small, wrinkled face. Though she was in her 40s, she looked like a great-grandmother. She'd aged preternaturally after Evan had dispatched her husband with a cell phone packed with C4. He'd been a counterfeiter and launderer of epic proportion, an equal opportunity provider who'd cleaned for everyone from Punjabi cartel leaders to Muslim extremists. Despite being a financial and technological genius, Shankar Lakshminarayanan had been a gentle soul who eschewed violence. He left personnel and business disputes to his wife, who displayed no such reservations. She was said to prefer straight razors. In the background now, two of Renee's guards arranged folding chairs in rows on the stretch of hardwood before the Lexan vault, opening them and setting them down briskly. Snap-clang, snap-clang. The widow took another turn around the box, and Evan turned with her, keeping her in view. As she circled, he spun, like they were doing some bizarre mating dance. The guards continued to set up for the coming auction. Snap-clang, snap-clang. The quality of light had changed in the ballroom, afternoon fading into evening. With the exception of a single midday bathroom break, Evan had been inside these 4 Lexan walls since waking, breathing his own stale air. Renee had placed no restrictions on the buyers, and most of them had wanted to take their time with him. It had been a parade of prior missions, a Dickensian haunting, a this-is-your-life tour of Evan's past. The Nowhere Man, dragged from the shadows and placed on display inside a transparent box. It was his worst nightmare, stretched along an exponential curve that grew steeper with every visitor. He'd seen foes from all around the globe. The daughter of a Serbian war criminal, the Fortune 500 father of a serial rapist he'd erased in an early pro bono mission as the Nowhere Man, a Hong Kongese gangster looking to preempt a future visit. Everyone, it seemed, but the contingent that Evan feared most, Van Sciver and his happy band of repurposed orphans. Evan had stopped pivoting with the widow, but he could feel her predatory stare heating his back now, raising the hairs of his neck. Unease overtook him, and he spun on his heel. She was clasping the wall behind him in a sort of embrace, scarecrow arms spread, bone-thin fingers clutching the Lexan. Her stare bored a hole right through him. Keeping her eyes locked to his, she licked the glass, leaving a smudge, then licked it again. At last, she turned and walked out, Halbador rushing to her side to steer her to her room. Behind Evan, the guards finished placing the last of the chairs. Snap, clang, snap, clang. He drew in a deep breath, wondering if his day was over at last. A clopping of footsteps announced Renee's entrance. His suit, which looked to be a thick wool blend, bulged at the hip. It seemed even the master of the chalet was bearing a handgun beneath all that fine fabric. David hung on his arm, an ornament on display, with an e-cigarette wedged between his index and middle fingers. Evan wondered if they'd been in the parlor entertaining. "We done?" Evan hadn't spoken in hours, and his voice came out husky. "Not yet," Renee said. "We have one final party, and they're very eager to see you." Clasping his hands, he swiveled to the doorway. Escorted by Halbador and his AK-47, Candy McClure entered the room wearing a dark green halter dress, the dagger of the deep cleavage neckline plunging down between her breasts to her belly button. Orphan V, back from the dead. Last he'd seen her, he'd locked her in a closet in the spillage of hydrofluoric acid, a little treat she'd intended for him. He'd heard her pounding on the door and screaming, but had been massively outnumbered, busy ducking bullets and trying to get to a not-so-fair maiden in distress. At Candy's side now was a dead leaf of a man, short and slight, with jaundiced skin and darting flat eyes. No doubt another orphan. David vaped off his e-cig, eyeing Candy. "She is spectacular," he said. "Isn't she?" Candy strode across the room on stiletto boots. She confronted Evan through the glass, legs spread, muscular thighs tensed. She reached for the halter at the base of her neck, untied it, and let the top of the dress fall forward, exposing her torso. Behind her, David gasped, one hand rising to cover his mouth. At first, Evan didn't understand. Then she turned. Whirling scars covered her back and shoulders. Evan stared at the ridges and fissures with disbelief. The seam of disfigurement ran nearly perfectly down her sides. She looked like a doll pressed together from two different molds. She swung back around, giving him her glorious front. "Hello, X," she said. "We've been looking for you for a very long time." 49. Flicker of Coldness. Candy moved toward Evan, lifting her arms to retie the halter at the base of her neck. "I didn't know that happened to you," Evan said. "Not like that." She must have read something in his face, because he saw a flicker in her eyes, a softness shimmering through the gem-hard surface. But only for an instant. "I'm not going to waste time telling you what I'm going to do to you," she said. "When the time comes, I'm just going to show you." Renee said, "You're that confident you'll win the auction?" "It's not a matter of confidence," Candy said. "It's a matter of fact. Ain't that right, Em?" The sullen little man gave no indication that he'd heard her, but Halbador read the shift in the air and hoisted his Kalashnikov to a low-ready position. Dex moved around the perimeter of the ballroom, sidling into Orphan M's blind spot. "You see," Candy said, "we're the only ones here with unlimited money." Renee laughed. He didn't realize that she was being literal, that as the head of the orphan program, Van Sciver could access money directly off the U.S. Treasury's printing presses. "In that case," Renee said, "I wish you the best of luck." "Oh, we're not the buyer," Candy said. "We're the delivery service. One of your conditions before we boarded your helicopter was that we leave all electronics behind. But one of our conditions is that you provide me a means to contact my buyer. You're not in a position to set conditions." "I am not authorized to bid without providing confirmation for my buyer," Candy said. "Believe me, you don't want to leave this much money on the table." Renee pursed his lips. He seemed to be wrestling with himself. "Dex," he said at last, "please bring Ms. V the encrypted sat phone." "Because your encryption procedures worked out so well last time," Evan said. "They did," Renee said. "For me." Dex crossed the ballroom and placed a bulky phone in Candy's hand. She winked at him, then dialed. As it rang, she tapped her boot, a smart-ass show of impatience. Abruptly, her expression hardened. "Confirmed," she said. She listened for a time. Then she moved toward the Lexan door, wiggling the phone at Evan. "Someone wants to say hi." One finger adorned with a metallic nail pressed the speaker button, and then a bizarre combination of voices poured forth. "Hello, Evan. It seems you have finally dug yourself a hole too deep to climb out of." Evan raised his eyebrows, an unspoken question for Candy. She read his face, gave a nod. When Evan thought of him, he always pictured the burly kid he'd known back at the Pride House group home. Now he felt the flicker of coldness that used to move through his chest when, as the smallest boy in the pack, he caught the ruthless focus of Charles Van Sciver. Evan cleared his throat. I'm not buried yet. No, we will be paying for that privilege. I believe V wants to take some time with you first. That will be my gift to her for her devoted service. It didn't have to go this way, Evan said. It is what it is, and that's all that it is. Van Sciver's old standby. And also, judging from the dial tone emanating from the phone, his sign-off. Candy kept her gaze on Evan but held the phone behind her, raised over one shoulder. Orphan M came forward to claim it. He carried it back across to Renee. You have tonight to consider your finances, Renee said. Bidding will begin in the morning. Yeah, Candy said, turning on one stiletto prong. We're not willing to take that risk. Renee's laugh was more like a stutter. You don't have a choice. Dex stiffened. Halbador readjusted his grip on the AK. Orphan M neared Renee and held out the phone. When Renee reached for it, M snatched David and spun him around, shoving the uncapped tip of a pen into his neck. Immediately, Halbador's AK-47 was pressed into Candy's temple. Dex had his handgun drawn, a .45 auto, and aimed at Orphan M, but the little man was barely visible behind David. From the safety of the Lexan vault, Evan watched the standoff. Calmly, Candy held up her hands, fluttered her fingers. Hear me out, she said. I will offer you $100 million right now. We take him, and we're gone. Renee's smile stretched across his tight face, leaving me with a house full of furious psychopaths. David's head was torqued back, his face flushed high at the cheekbones. Renee, he said, his voice throaty and cramped. I want to go home now. All of his hipster cool had evaporated, and he looked like what he was, a college-age kid in over his head. The e-cigarette spun on the hardwood at his feet, and Evan couldn't help thinking the kid would never get the chance to graduate to Marlboroughs. M's fist flexed, the pen indenting the skin above David's carotid. Consider the boy, he said. Renee's face shifted into something like disappointment. I have, he said. He drew the handgun from his hip holster and shot David through the chest. David's hands pressed over the wound as he slid from M's grasp onto the floor. He stared up at Renee, mouth wavering while his life poured out between his fingers. Dex, please show our high rollers to their room. Renee holstered his gun. Bidding will begin in the morning, he said again on his way out. 50. Making his preparations. Night. Evan crouched at the side of the bed in the surveillance camera's blind spot, making his preparations. He folded the plastic trash can liner over itself again and again, forming a 1-inch band of polyethylene. This time it would have to fit perfectly beneath the shock collar, hidden from view. He slid it between the contact points of the inner rim and his skin, then used his fingertips to tuck it in. If the slightest edge peeked up into view, his chance would be blown. And he'd wind up crucified, or skinned, or razor-bladed to pieces. And Alison Siegler would be delivered to the man who had purchased her from Hector Contrell, like a piece of exercise equipment. And the boy who'd called Evan would languish in his own private hell, trying the roam zone again and again, and again, getting no answer. Still crouching, Evan retrieved the piano wire from where he'd stashed it beneath the boot inside and crossed to the distressed leather chair that was bolted to the floor. He removed his socks and used them to wrap his hands, then slid the wire around one of the chair's wooden legs. He coiled either end of the wire around his padded hands and started sawing. Even through the cotton, the wire bit into his palms, but he kept at it. After about 5 minutes, he'd made a few centimeters of progress, but it was enough to give him some leverage. Firming his grip around the wire, he jammed it deep into the tiny notch and yanked down. It took 3 tries, but at last a wedge of wood chipped off the leg. He stopped to catch his breath and flex his aching hands. His feet were freezing, so he slid his socks back on. Then he picked up the wedge of wood, 8 inches long, 2 wide, a few centimeters thick. With some force, he was able to break it in half over his knee. Now he had 2 pieces that fit snugly in his fists when he curled his fingers around them. Handles. He looped either end of the piano wire around a chunk of wood, twisting it tight, testing it and testing it again until there was no give. A garrote. He wrapped it up tightly, slid it into his sock, and pulled down the leg of his jeans to cover the bulge. Then he pulled the spare pair of high-top hiking boots onto his lap, tugged free the laces, and fashioned them into a double-strand noose. This he stuffed in his front pocket on top of the roam zone. He'd have 1 shot at this, and 1 shot only. If a single thing went wrong, he'd spend his last agonizing minutes staring into the face of Charles Van Sciver. But for now, there was nothing more he could do. He dressed for morning and lay back on the bed. He let go of the grueling events of the day, tuned out his fears for tomorrow. There was only the present moment, his body on the soft, soft mattress, the faint sigh of his breath. If this proved to be his last night, then he wanted to enjoy every second. This time, when the gas came, he welcomed it. 51. A shout into the abyss. For once it was nice not to pretend. Candy didn't have to act like Ben Jaggers' wife, or his whore, or his partner in photojournalism. It was all out in the open. They were 2 deadly trained operatives, here to reclaim a government asset, and to permanently decommission him. Unfortunately, she still had to share a room with Jaggers. In other circumstances, it might have been romantic. Crackling fireplace, homey quilts thrown over matching queen beds, snowflakes clinging to the windows. It was like a friggin' Viagra commercial. She let her dress fall around her stiletto boots and stepped clear of it. Bending over, she unzipped her boots and tugged them off. She put on a pair of silk pajamas, the fabric a salve against her throbbing back. Not surprisingly, Jaggers didn't bother to turn around. He sat on the bed facing the sliding glass door. From behind he looked frail and weak. His shoulders seemed bird-thin, and there was a slight hunch to his spine. He was the unlikeliest orphan she'd ever encountered. "What's your story?" she said. He still did not turn around. "What story? How did you get here? Become an orphan?" "That information is classified. You know this." "No shit. But it's me and you in a snowed-in chalet in the middle of God knows whereistan, and we can't fuck because you're lacking the requisite hardware. So I figure a little conversation might help us while away the hours." At last he turned, but only enough to give her his profile. That drippy nose, the runny chin. He was a sight. "If you continue to break protocol," he said, "I'll report you to Orphan Y." "Van Sciver," she said, "has bigger concerns." Now Jaggers faced her fully. Sitting on the mattress, he drew his knees to his chest. He looked scrawny, an embryonic vulture, and yet those eyes held his power. Flat and hard like river-smoothed stones, the eyes of a shark gliding effortlessly through the depths in search of prey. Those eyes told the truth. And the truth was that there was no story, no background to make sense of.
because men like Ben Jaggers didn't make sense. They just were. "As do we," he said. "We can't underestimate this man, Renee. He's impressive. You admire him." "I admire what he did in that ballroom. How he took the winning cards right out of our hands. It was an intel failure on our part. We should have known what the man values and does not value." "Maybe," Candy said, "he valued it all. He just valued some things over others." She studied his face, but it was like studying a dinner plate. She thought of him in that alley behind the old Crimean cannery, how when the girl had approached, he'd managed to shape his features into something human, into something requiring neighborly aid. "We could use a hand with the trunk. I think it got warped in the crash." Candy pictured the girl's one-shouldered shrug. Jaggers's claw-like hand slapped over her mouth, the slim silver pen jabbing at her neck, the wet thrashing against the closed trunk. She'd been beautiful, that girl, and it was a sin to destroy something beautiful. It struck Candy now that Jaggers had killed her not because it was prudent as he'd claimed, but because he resented her beauty. He envied it. And he admired Renee not for the chess move of killing his young friend, but for the ruthlessness of the act. To destroy something you cannot be is to embrace your darkest heart, to yield to an ungodly desire. It is to be hijacked by what you aren't rather than nourished by what you are. Because what you are is nothing. Van Sciver's mantra played in her head. It is what it is, and that's all that it is. She heard it differently this time, not as a hard-boiled directive, but as a shout into the abyss. Maybe ultimately that's all they were, her and M and Y, untethered souls, parentless and brotherless, stripped of their humanity, forever echoing in the chasm. What had she seen in Orphan X's eyes when she'd revealed her mutilated back? Remorse? Whatever it was not what she'd expected. She'd devoted every waking minute to tracking him down, hell-bent on staring him in the face. Whatever she'd been hoping for, it certainly hadn't been the glimmer of empathy she'd spied in his eyes. She hated him all the more for it. Didn't she? Or had she seen in X a reflection of what she herself had felt since her flesh had been defaced? The weakness of human emotion. Orphan M had said something. Candy blinked. What? He glanced at his watch. "I said it's time to make contact." Clearing her throat, she went into the bathroom, where she removed a contact lens case from her toiletries bag. Leaning close to the mirror, she finger-tipped a lens onto her right eyeball. The contact was a spherical curve of liquid crystal cells that projected high-def images. Invisible to all but the user, the lens created a virtual display several feet from the face. She fluttered her fingers, the metallic press-on nails catching the dim light. The radio frequency identification tagged fingernails allowed her to type in the air without a keyboard. Before hooding Candy and Jaggers and loading them in the private jet, Renee's men had searched their luggage compulsively for any communication devices. They had no way of knowing that Candy had been wearing her phone. She let her gaze loosen to focus on the floating display. It always took some time for the double-blind comms connection to initiate. The cursor blinked red, then finally turned green. Van Sciver's text scrolled before her face. "Have you secured the asset?" She lifted her fingers like a pianist and typed a reply text in thin air. "Power play failed. We'll win him at auction tomorrow." She chewed her lip, waited nervously. "I'm unwilling to take that risk." Okay. She took a deep breath, studied the bathroom walls. Where am I? Did you backtrace sat phone call? Remote location in Maine. Maine didn't make sense given their travel time. To throw off their estimates, Renee's men must have flown them back and forth in the jet before loading them into the helicopters. She waited, watched the blinking green cursor. After a moment, another text appeared. We got through the cryptographic ciphers on his sat phone, but we only had 2 satellites visible for the GPS trilateration. We're making timing corrections now, zeroing in on precise coordinates. Are you going to send a drone? Gets tricky over U.S. soil. She typed, We live for tricky. I'm taking no chances, Van Sciver texted. Which means? Boots on the ground. She pursed her lips. A physical raid backed by numbers? Van Sciver didn't operate this way. Ever. It would take a different level of coordination, logistics, mission planning, which meant time. Can you get here by morning? She typed. If not, he texted, you'd damn well better stall the auction. Copy that. There is no version in which Orphan X exits that building until I arrive. Understood? She took a breath. Understood. The cursor went from green to red. She lowered her hands. The display vanished, leaving her looking at her own reflection in the mirror. Her conscience, long buried and atrophied from lack of use, rolled over from its sleep. She kicked it in the face and put it back down. It had no business being awake for what she was about to do. 52. Some kind of advantage. Despite the drugs, Evan was awake and alert with the first light of dawn. He lay on his back, waiting. He sensed the planks compressing in the hall before he heard them creak. Dex could put some serious weight down on a floor. The deadbolts clanked open one after another, and the hinges gave a soft complaint as the mahogany door swung inward. Evan rolled over, feigning sleep, his eyelids cracked enough to register Dex's massive shape entering the room. His cinder-block fist raised the transmitter to aim at Evan, and Evan reacted appropriately, jolting awake, shuddering on the sheets, clawing at his shock collar. It was, he thought, a convincing performance. He'd had plenty of practice. Dex led him into the hall where Halbador waited, less lethal shotgun in hand. Not a word was exchanged as Evan headed to the stairs and wound his way down. Dead man walking. When they reached the ground floor, Evan caught a whiff of espresso in the air, the distant murmur of chatter. The library was empty, but a few early risers had gathered in the sunroom, the guests being catered to, pampered like Sotheby's VIPs at a pre-auction reception. The great white sark held forth by the banquet, swapping war stories with the others. The widow Lakshmi Narayanan sipped tea in a corner, sitting ramrod straight. Conversation ceased as Evan passed by, all those sets of eyes lifting to trace his path across the doorway. Candy McClure and Orphan M were conspicuously absent. Even if Van Sciver chose to deploy orphans in pairs these days, they were built to operate alone. Old habits were hard to break. It was tough to imagine them chewing biscotti with war criminals and drug lords. Evan kept on. He sensed Halbador's shotgun trained at the space between his shoulder blades. Dex kept several paces ahead of him, walking sideways to hold him in view, the pistol dwarfed by his hand. Their 3-man procession was coming up on the ballroom now. Evan felt his skin tingle as it did before a mission kicked off. Not fear, no,
nor even the stress of anticipation, but an overwhelming sense of his own aliveness. He hated to admit how much he loved this, especially given the horrors he would face if he failed. His vision sharpened until he could make out the knuckle grooves on Dex's trigger finger. He sensed the cadence of Halbador's footsteps, the vibrations through the marble floor. Reading the rhythm of the men's movements, he predicted and gauged and prepared. The makeshift garrote stuffed in his sock pressed coolly into his flesh. They turned the corner, their boots tapping the hardwood. The rows of empty chairs were set out neatly, as if in anticipation of a wedding service. The Lexan vault waited. They crossed the freshly polished spot on the floor where David had bled out. 10 more steps. Evan used the chirp of Halbador's boots against the floor to measure the man's distance behind him. He slipped a hand into his pocket, digging for his bootlaces, curling his fingers around one side of the improvised noose. 6 more steps. His muscles tensed, his cells sang. It would come down to instinct, timing, and luck. 4. The high-set windows threw Halbador's shadow forward next to Evan. He flicked his eyes over, reading the dark outline, noting the shotgun's position. Letting his right hand dangle, he gripped his jeans at the thigh and gave a little tug, the pant leg riding up a few inches, putting the garrote within reach. Dex cast a last glance back at Evan before pivoting, his hand starting to rise to the sensor panel beneath the big steel handle of the Lexan door. 2 steps. 1. The fine hairs on Dex's arm glistened in the morning light. His big hand spread, that tattooed grimace growing even broader, the blood-dripping canines coming clear. Everything moved in slow motion, as if Evan were again living inside that single drop from Renee's syringe. Dex's giant palm touched the panel. The inset screen flared to life, reading the road map of veins beneath the skin. Match. The lugs released. The foot-thick door swung open. 3 inches. 6. A foot. Dex's hand was still raised, the flared fingers starting to retract. Evan yanked the bootlace noose from his pocket. He stepped not for Dex, but past him, lunging for the widening gap in the door. As he skimmed by Dex's shoulder, he lassoed the still-raised hand. Halbador shouted, the shotgun aimed, but Evan had already put Dex between himself and the barrel. Dex wheeled, disoriented by the fact that Evan was fleeing into the Lexan room instead of away from it. Dex was spinning in one direction, Evan in the other. With his free hand, Evan grabbed for the .45 and missed. For an instant, he tumbled toward the Lexan vault, his left hand gripping the end of the bootlaces, his right flailing. Then the slack came out of the laces. The noose cinched around Dex's wrist. His arm snapped straight. Evan held on with everything he had. His momentum carried him past the razor-sharp edge of the doorway, across the threshold, into the vault. He seized the inside door handle and slammed the bulky door shut as hard as he could. It hammered Dex above the junction of his wrist, nearly cleaving the arm in two. Dex's mouth stretched wide, his lips wavering. It was really strange to see a man scream and not make a sound. Evan put all his weight against the handle, pinning Dex's arm. He'd released the noose, but the knot held, the laces embedded in the flesh at the base of Dex's hand a few inches below the massive wound, holding the blood in the veins. Now, he just had to remove the hand. Keeping his grip on the door handle, Evan ripped the garrote free of his sock. Dex reared back, the weighty door swinging open, then smashing shut again on the hatchet wound of the wrist. His mouth spread in another silent roar, but by then Evan had already looped the piano wire around the arm, sinking it into the deepening gash above the wrist. Gripping the roughly hewn wooden handles, Evan twisted the garrote. Ligaments snapped. The bones of the wrists started to separate from the base of the ulna and radius. It was grisly, hard-going work. Evan sensed a blur of movement overhead, found himself looking up into the barrel of the .45. He jerked his face to the side as Dex pulled the trigger, the percussion so loud that for a moment Evan thought the round had in fact penetrated his head. But he heard it ping behind him, and then again and again, ricocheting endlessly around the small box. It seemed only a matter of time before the bullet would find him. Evan was dangling from the garrote's handles, wrenching with all his might, yanking Dex against the door to hold it shut. Dex shoved himself back, trying to widen the gap and position himself for another shot. And still the round pinged and pinged. Halbador gripped Dex around the midsection, fighting a tug-of-war over the mangled arm. Dex jammed the gun through the gap again, and Evan clustered both ends of the garrote in one hand and grabbed for the barrel with the other, forcing the bore to the side of his head. The gun bucked powerfully. He felt the ache in the bones of his fingers, but didn't fire. He squeezed the slide assembly even tighter, keeping the pistol from cycling. As long as he held on, it wouldn't be able to eject the round it had already fired. Torquing his wrist, he managed to wrench the .45 free of Dex's grip. The pistol skittered across the Lexan floor behind him. The first shot was still rocketing around the enclosure, whining and cracking off the walls. He felt the air move, the bullet riffling the hair on his head, missing by a whisper. The world was nothing but the ringing aftermath of a struck bell. His head felt thick and dead, stuffed with rags. Dex reared back again, Halbador yanking him, the door yawning wide. Evan's fists ached around the wooden handles. His boots slipped on the slick Lexan. Dex and Halbador were going to rip him right out of the box. He lost his feet, swinging around on his ass, pulled by the garrote toward the threshold. At the last minute, he threw a boot wide, wedging it against the doorframe, and hurled himself back. The tendons snapped audibly. Evan toppled backward. The severed hand fell free, slapping the floor. Dex and Halbador cartwheeled away, Dex's stump flinging up, trailing crimson mist. Evan heard the bullet zing overhead, and then silence. It must have flown out the open door. He scrambled forward, reaching for the metal handle and slamming the thick door. Dex rolled on the floor, clutching his arm. Halbador crawled out from beneath him, transmitter in hand, trying in vain to electrify Evan's shock collar. Holding the door shut, Evan groped behind him for the severed hand. His fingers cupped Dex's. He gathered the hand in and slapped it against the sensor panel. It leaked blood, but the noose had held, still cinched around the base of the hand above the jagged line of the wrist. The sensor whirred and processed. Had the bootlaces held enough blood in the hand for the sensor to read the vein pattern? Halbador was on his feet now. The screen lit up. Reading. In his peripheral vision, Evan sensed bodies pouring through the doorway, backup arriving. Finally, command buttons littered the screen. Lock, open, disable, recode. Evan thumbed recode. Halbador lunged for the handle. Evan spread his own hand on the panel. The screen flashed green, and the lugs engaged with a clang an instant before Halbador curled his hands around the handle. Halbador tore at the steel bar, his flailing locks spattering sweat across the Lexan. He stopped flailing. His shoulders sank. He and Evan stared at each other through the transparent door. Behind Halbador, Dex rose to his feet and aimed his muted screams at the elaborate chandelier. Bidders and guards sprinted into the ballroom, jostling and shouting and overturning chairs. At the head of the pack, René halted, the sole point of stillness in the room. His face was flushed in streaks along the lines of plastic surgeries past. A cold rage cemented his jaw. He glared at Evan, locked safely inside the Lexan vault. Removing his transmitter from a pocket inside his suit jacket, he aimed it at Evan and squeezed. Evan took a step back, picked up the .45, righted the folding chair, and sat. Renee squeezed the transmitter again, then hurled it aside. He charged across to the vault and tugged on the handle, his thin hair cascading over his forehead. Then he stopped, sweeping his bangs back into place. "So you've locked yourself in your own cell?" His voice, filtered through the panel, had a tinny quality. "You think that gives you some kind of advantage?" Evan leaned to pick up Dex's severed hand from the floor. The blood-dripping scowl inked on the skin was now augmented with the real thing. The alligator skin below Renee's left eye twitched. A squiggle of a vein showed at his temple. "We still have you trapped." He coughed out a laugh that was equal parts fury and disbelief. "How exactly do you see this ending?" Evan lifted Dex's florid scowl and placed it over his mouth. 53. Some delicacies. Confusion and mayhem roiled through the ballroom, catching like a flame. Sark had someone by the lapel. A Somalian warlord? His drawn-back fist restrained by one of the narcos. Dex staggered out, leaving a jagged trail of blood, another narco at his side. Candy and Orphan M had appeared. They alone looked composed, leaning against the grand piano in the rear of the room, a nightclub act between sets. Candy caught Evan's eye, and she grinned. Behind her beautiful teeth, there was hunger. Renee gestured frantically for the guards to get everyone under control. Evan sat calmly on his chair, watching the show. As the commotion built to a crescendo, Halbador swapped out his less lethal shotgun for an AK-47. Standing on a chair, he swept the barrel across the crowd. "Cállense!" he shouted. "Shut up!" It took some prodding from the other narcos, but at last a version of order had been restored. "I can sell him box and all," Renee said, addressing the crowd of bidders. "You can buy him and starve him to death like a lizard in a jar. Savor every minute." "This is not our agreement," Sark said. "I want it to be worse than this for him. I want access to his soft flesh." The widow Lakshmi Narayanan made a throaty sound of agreement. The others voiced their displeasure. "He has a gun," the Somalian said. "He's locked inside a bulletproof box," Renee said. "What if he so much as opens that door, he'll be looking straight down the barrel of an AK-47. Evan made eye contact with Candy in the back of the ballroom. Though we couldn't be sure from this distance, it seemed she was enjoying herself almost as much as he was. The clamor grew, and Renee waded into the group to make assurances. A debate raged over what to do. No simple solution was forthcoming. Evan had taken Renee's biggest strength, his ingenuity, and turned it against him. Lexan is bullet-resistant, impact-resistant, heat-resistant up to 212 degrees, and cold-resistant down to 40 below. And that's at normal thickness. The vault walls were a solid foot deep. Renee had thought he was building Evan a cage, but he'd made him a suit of armor. Evan relaxed in his chair. He wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon, and the customers were growing increasingly displeased. "Sarin nerve gas through the rear vent," the Serbian was recommending. "How does that get him in hand?" Sark said. "We must hire a crane, drop this box from a great height, and shatter him free." The Hong Kong gangster's translator was working overtime to keep his employer in the conversation. "Get the entire unit offshore, on one of our crude oil tankers. We can slide him off into the sea and watch him sink." A chorus of protests went up, the argument threatening to explode into violence. At last Asim pulled Renee aside. They quietly conducted a more serious discussion at the fringe of the chairs. When they were done, Renee signaled to Halbador, who quieted the scrum once again. "We have a solution," Renee said. Sark's glaucomic eyes found a sudden focus. "Which is?" "Breaching the vault," Asim said. At this, Candy stepped forward, interested at last. M hung behind her, his eyes level with her shoulder, observing the scene quietly. "Mr. Al-Hakim and I were just discussing the risk of damaging the goods," Renee said. "We'd hate for the overpressure from the charge to pancake the nowhere man's vital organs." "Yes," Sark said, "that would be a shame." "Fortunately, I have quite a bit of experience," Asim said. "Blowing shit up," Sark said. "This is not breaching." Asim raised a shaking hand and smoothed his wispy mustache. "Al-Mansura, Yemen, 2010. Buccelli, Colombia, 2011. Gombe, Nigeria, 2012. Taji, Iraq, 2013. "What are these?" "Prisons," Candy said, her grin growing broader. "Jails, detention facilities." She turned to address the group. "The good news is that this piece of shit has busted through perimeter walls, cells, and dungeons on 3 continents. 4, Asim said. Edmonton Max Security Institution. A wan smile. "Last month." Renee turned, casting his brown gaze at Evan. "You have to get him out alive. I could blast a sardine out of a tin without snapping a slender little bone." "Believe me," Asim smiled, showing his broken front teeth. "I want him alive more than you do." "Do you have explosives on the premises?" Candy asked. "Dex is being choppered out for medical attention as we speak," Renee said. "My exceedingly discreet transport team will deliver whatever Mr. Al-Hakim requires within a few hours." "Take your time." Candy looked across at Evan and ran her tongue along her lips. "Some delicacies are worth waiting for." "Where are you?" "En route with the team, confirming coordinates, but we look to be less than an hour out. Vault about to be breached, then auction will commence. Stall it. Win the auction. Orphan X is not to leave premises until I arrive. Hurry." The air tasted recycled. Evan tucked the edges of the plastic trash liner into the shock collar, making sure the buffer hadn't slid out of place. He could hear his breaths off the Lexan walls, vibrating his eardrums, and inside a snare drum effect. The folding chair pressed hard and cold into his lower back. The bidders milled about, their focus directed at him in passing, as if he were a fish tank in a crowded lobby. So many of his enemies were right in this very room, and yet they constituted only a fraction of those who wanted him dead. With some fanfare, the explosives arrived at last, a wooden shipping crate stickered with a hazmat logo and carted in by 3 narcos. Asim directed them to place the crate in the back of the ballroom, behind the rows of folding chairs. His motor skills might have deteriorated, but at the sight of the explosives, he snapped into his body differently, all simmering intensity and curt directives. Again, Candy and Evan locked eyes across the rows of chairs. She pursed her lips, let them pop open. A goodbye kiss. This time Evan actually found himself smiling back. After assessing the crate, Asim walked over to the Lexan vault and measured the door, a pencil protruding from his lips. He ignored Evan, focused only on the task. Then he walked back to the crate and ordered the men to unload it. They lifted out a spool of 100-grain detonating cord. Thin plastic tubing packed with pentaerythritol tetranitrate. Det cord explodes at 4 miles a second, giving the effect of simultaneous detonation. A linear precision cutting charge, it can be wrapped around a concrete pylon or contoured to any outline of choice. The best bet in the world of explosives to get that wily coyote-shaped hole-in-a-wall effect. It is ideal for rock carving work, building demolition, dock pile removal. But it is best for breaching. Before Asim was done, it would knock the Lexan door off its hinges and Evan off his feet, leaving him exposed to a firing squad of AK-47s. The explosives and gunpowder amassed in the ballroom could take out a small militia group. Evan had a handgun. To be precise, he had 6 bullets in a Kimber 45. Given what he was facing, it wasn't much of a weapon. He heard Jack, perennial teacher and father, laughing at him from beyond the grave. That Kimber's not your weapon. You are the weapon, and your finger's the safety. As a child, as an operator in high-threat zones, as an imposter in the ordinary life world of Castle Heights, he moved alone. For as long as he could remember, loneliness had been his companion. But never had he felt as isolated as he did now, locked in a transparent box, surrounded by people competing for the right to slaughter him. He wished Jack were here. Over the years, he felt Jack's absence acutely, as loss, as guilt, as remorse. But not like this. Right now, he missed Jack himself. Jack of the baseball catcher build, Jack of the world-class squint, the well-grooved crow's feet. Jack who always knew when to not say anything, when to just rest a hand on Evan's boy-skinny shoulder. Evan had been unwilling to admit to himself what a toll the last week and a half had taken. But now the rawness overtook him, threatening to divert his focus. He snapped himself back into line, reminded himself where he was and what was at stake. He was in a shark cage circled by great whites. The last thing he could afford right now was a stroll down memory lane. Jack was dead. It was up to Evan, and Evan alone. The bidders had settled in to wait not so patiently on the folding chairs, quarreling or sitting sullenly. Candy McClure and Orphan M were the only 2 not in the room. Evan wondered what plans they were hatching in private. As much for show as for anything else, Renee kept 1 dedicated guard standing by the vault door, his AK trained on Evan. Back by the grand piano, Asim was on his knees, cutting precise lengths of det cord off the spool. A ring of duct tape dangling from his mouth, Asim walked back to the Lexan vault again. With shaking hands, he taped a length of det cord along the hinge side of the door. He used smaller strips to augment the main charge. When he was done, he stood back to admire his work. For a moment, he and Evan faced each other through the Lexan. "Ready to get yanked through the looking glass?" Asim tapped the Lexan. "We're minutes away." Evan felt his heart rate quicken, so he focused on his breathing. Right now there was nothing to do but inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. Heading back down the aisle toward the staging point in the rear of the ballroom, Asim snapped his fingers. 2 guards carried over a hefty olive-green ammo can. They moved cautiously, setting down the metal box with extreme care. Asim unlatched the lid, smiled down at the contents. It took 2 men to lift out the initiation assembly. They did so gingerly. It was a factory-assembled unit. 50 feet of wasp-yellow non-electric shock tube wound around a coil, the blasting cap already crimped onto the end. Given that it was shock-sensitive, even a 4-foot drop onto the hardwood could set it off. The non-L shock tube, once unrolled and connected to the det cord, would function like a fuse. From a healthy standoff, Asim would flip a lever, propagating the firing impulse through the shock tube, snaking across the ballroom floor to the vault door. A fraction of a second later, Evan would be lying on his back inside the blasted open Lexan vault, bleeding from his ears. Sensing that a climax was near, the bidders vacated their chairs, gathering around Asim. Renee turned to Halbador. "2 of our guests are missing." One of the other narcos said, "They're resting in their room until the auction starts." "Get them," Renee said. Halbador nodded and started out. Renee turned back to the room. "Are we ready?" Asim rose, his legs trembling from the exertion. He'd sweated through his shirt. "Just have to connect the shock tube to the det cord." Sark elbowed his way through the cluster. "What will you use to initiate?" A faint whirring sound carried across the rows of empty chairs, and then a loud clank. The bidders turned as one. Evan lowered his palm from the inside panel, the vault door clicking open. He jabbed the door out, knocking the guard onto his ass, then swung it back to use as a shield. He peered from the slender gap. The Kimber 45 pointed. "I have a suggestion," he said. 54. Bad Dogs. From there, it went fast. Evan put his first bullet through Asim's shoulder, making the man tumble to the side and clearing the sightline to the initiation assembly. The toppled guard unleashed the AK at Evan, but the swung-open slab of the door deflected his fire, the rounds whining off the angled Lexan. Renee looked from Evan to Asim and back to Evan, his ruddy cheeks lighting with realization. Grabbing the widow Lakshmi Narayan Ansari, he flung her in front of the initiation assembly to block Evan's angle. Evan shot her through the back of the calf. She screeched and balled up as he'd hoped she would. The yellow shock tube and crimped blasting cap peeked into view above the crown of her head. Evan fired and missed, the bullet blowing out one of the legs of the piano. From the doorway, Halbador screamed orders at the remaining guards. Renee backpedaled in the surging crowd, grabbing Sark's jacket from behind and pivoting them both, putting the man's girth between him and the explosives. Evan fired at the assembly again, but the volley of bullets from the guard's AK drove the Lexan door into his arm, his shot sailing wide. The guard's flurry was punctuated with a click. The magazine finally run dry. Over by the doorway, Halbador picked up the slack, firing haphazardly. His rounds sprayed the Lexan wall, but Evan tuned him out. He aimed the 45. 2 bullets left. The bidders stampeded for the exits, bodies and kicked-over chairs flickering across his field of vision. The blasting cap strobed in and out of view. Even in the mayhem, he found an inner calm. Inhale, exhale. Wait for the space between heartbeats. He let a final cool breath pass through his teeth. With steady, even pressure, He pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the cap at its union with the shock tube. The first explosion was instantaneous, the shock wave lifting Asim and the widow off the floor, their limbs spread, heads corkscrewing on broken necks. Evan withdrew behind the door into the vault, rushing to swing the hefty door shut after him. He wasn't worried about the initial explosion. He was worried about what was coming. The assembly was close enough to the giant spool of det cord to propagate into a bigger boom. He didn't have to look up to know when it happened. The air told him. The molecules seemed to still as if drawing their breath, the stunned nanosecond of calm before the hurricane. And then everything let go. The blast hammered the vault door the remaining inches into the frame with enough force to knock Evan across the inside of the vault. He bowling-balled through the folding chair and racked up against the rear wall. Bright orange flame lit the world around him. It was as though he'd flown into the sun. Heat pulsed through the Lexan walls, the ceiling, even the floor. He couldn't see anything, and for a moment he worried that he'd underestimated the charge, that he was going to bring the whole goddamn chalet down on top of him. But a fresh wind suctioned off the flames and black smoke from all around him, the vault emerging from its sheath of fire. As the air started to clear, he looked up to see the massive chandelier plummeting down at him. By instinct, he covered his head. The chandelier shattered across the transparent roof into a million brilliant pieces, each facet lit with a yellow lick of flame. Bits of crystal tinkled across the hardwood. Bodies twitched. The entire rear wall of the chalet had blown out. Snow drifted in, swirling among the ash, settling across the piano and the corpses. A wartime tableau. His ears didn't ring so much as scream. His head hummed. The vault door had wobbled open again. Sprawled on his ass inside the Lexan box, Evan blinked, trying to draw the ballroom into full focus. The scene was biblical. They lay dead, all of them. The chairs had slid to the walls, many of them still upright. Through the gaping hole where the wall had been, Evan heard the Dobermans somewhere outside, barking and barking, notes of terror mingled with their snarls. With a groan, he found his feet and lumbered out of the Lexan vault. The air carried the scent of sap and snow and burned flesh. Across the ballroom, Sark's charred body lay sprawled in a heap of others against the wall, his face and chest missing, as if scooped out. He'd almost made it to the kitchen. Impossibly. He wiggled. Evan stared with incredulity. Sark heaved upward, and for a moment Evan thought he was going to sit up stiffly, a B-movie vampire rising from his coffin. But then Renee squirmed out from beneath the wrecked corpse. He staggered a few steps and leaned heavily against the wall. Ash painted his forehead, and his cheeks looked raw. Evan stepped forward and raised the .45, and Renee swung his head heavily to face him. The two men stared at each other across the churning air of the ballroom. Renee lifted a hand, fingers splayed. "Let's—" Evan shot him in the chest. Renee slammed against the wall. Something fell from his pocket, bouncing over the jumbled bodies before coming to rest on the floor. A vial filled with a familiar, viscous, clear fluid. Renee let out a cry, his fingers clutching his rib cage. Muted sobs shuddered his shoulders. Then he straightened up. His hands fell away. In his palm, a flattened slug. Evan's head swam with impossibilities. Renee's vampiric experiments had made him bulletproof. But then logic kicked in. Images assembled slowly in his mind. The way Renee's jacket never wrinkled, how the fabric seemed to buckle rather than fold. The suit was bulletproof. Over the years, Evan had heard of civilian clothing built with the same carbon nanotubes used in flexible body armor. And now, he'd wasted his last bullet firing into an impenetrable navy plaid coat. Renee coughed, doubling over and clutching his ribs. He glanced at the vast opening blown through the rear wall a few feet away. Grimacing, he forced himself upright. Evan cast aside the empty kimber and advanced on him. Still holding his ribs, René hobbled for the hole. Evan had only taken his first step when he heard movement behind him. Halbador stumbled through the rear doorway. The explosion had blasted him right across the threshold into the hall. He looked ragged, dragging one foot. Blood crusted his earlobes, and he was making unintelligible noises. The Kalashnikov dangled around his shoulder from its strap. With an injured arm, he tried to tug the AK up to aim at Evan. The barrel lifted a few inches, firing into the floor past the tips of Halbador's boots. He struggled to support the gun with his other hand, to raise it higher and bring Evan into the sights. Evan halted in the middle of the ballroom, Halbador behind him, René ahead. Halbador managed to heft the gun closer to horizontal. The next burst chewed up the floorboards midway between him and Evan. The recoil knocked the AK from Halbador's hands. He clawed at it, drawing it up again from the strap. Instinct surged in Evan to go for René. But if he did, he'd be leaving himself exposed, and Halbador looked to be seconds away from steadying the AK. Wheezing, René reached the edge of the crumbled wall. He cast a panicked look back at Evan, and then slipped outside. Evan turned and ran for Halbador. Sweat greased the narco's face. Biting his lower lip, Halbador struggled to fight the gun back into position. His damaged arms couldn't sustain the weight. As Evan closed in, the muzzle came up crooked, firing wildly to the side. Evan kicked the gun free. Halbador charged him, coming over the top of him, beating at his back with bony elbows. Evan held him low around the waist in a football tackle, Halbador's big gold belt buckle grinding his cheek. Gathering his legs beneath him, Evan unhooked the belt and reared back. He kicked Halbador's hip while tearing at the buckle, spinning the guard into an off-kilter 180, a string pull-top being launched. Before Halbador could reorient himself, Evan whipped the rodeo belt buckle at his face, clipping his chin. As Halbador reeled back, Evan threaded the belt through the buckle, slung the makeshift noose over his head, and ripped him off his feet. Halbador got a hand beneath the band of leather, his legs churning for traction. Evan shot a glance at the blown-out back wall, his apprehension mounting. How many steps had René taken toward freedom by now? 20? 30? Halbador jackhammered himself back into Evan, and they tripped over a protruding floorboard, sprawling in opposite directions. Halbador flung the belt off from around his head, but already Evan was on him, arm drawn back for the kill blow. Electricity sparked at Evan's neck, the charge knocking him off Halbador. He convulsed on the floor, fresh fallen snow icing his cheek. Twitching, he clawed at the shock collar. Halbador sat up, aiming the transmitter at Evan, his finger depressing the button. When the explosion had thrown Evan across the vault, the bunched trash liner must have pulled free from beneath one of the contact points. Pain radiated, grinding through his collarbones, his ribs, the base of his skull. He forced himself to focus through the static dancing across his eyes, willing his body to move. A moment later, his legs listened, scissor-kicking him into a spin on the floor, one boot weakly striking Halbador's arm. It was enough to dislodge the transmitter from Halbador's grip. The jolt in Evan's neck subsided. Snowflakes blew across his face, no salve for the burn circling his throat. Somewhere through the clouds of dust and ash, he registered the dog's barks. They sounded louder. Louder was not good. Evan shoved himself onto all fours, crawling toward the AK-47, his knees and hands skidding on the snow-slick floorboards. Behind him he sensed Halbador rising, stumbling the opposite way after the fallen transmitter. Evan pulled himself forward with one hand, using the other to try to stuff the trash liner back into place. He had to put Halbador down and get after René. Evan got one hand on the AK when the shock hit. The pain was blinding, blurring his vision. He rolled onto his back, dragging the gun across his chest. Halbador strode toward him, pointing the transmitter. The first shock electrocuted Evan's fingers, knocking his hand off the collar. The stinging intensified, lancing through his gums, searing his eye sockets. Evan dug deep through the pain, trying to get his brain to speak to his hands and make them obey. He got them to clamp the gun. He could feel his mouth stretched joker-wide. His grip trembled, jogging the AK back and forth. Sweat drenched his face. Electricity crackled through his neck, a drum roll of needle points. But he didn't let go. Halbador quickened his step, rushing for Evan. Across the room, the Dobermans spilled through the wreckage of the outer wall, sleek shadows coated with snow, their heads oriented toward Evan, noses twitching, bat ears spiked. Evan told his hands to firm the weapon. He told his arms to raise it. The tip of the AK wagged back and forth. He willed it another inch upward as Halbador neared. The dog's claws scrabbled across the wet floor. Pain filled Evan's head, turning the air opaque. He tried to see through the soup, tried to aim at Halbador's growing shape. His hands vibrated around the stock. The trigger. Halbador yelled, leaping for Evan. Evan lanced bullets up his chest and tore the carotid right out of his neck. Halbador landed in a heap at Evan's feet, the transmitter skidding across the floor. The circle of flame around Evan's neck relented. He hauled in a screeching breath, tasting oxygen for the first time in what seemed like days. The Doberman surged across the bodies toward Evan. For a second he considered shooting them so he could rush after Renee. But they were dogs, and even bad dogs deserved the benefit of the doubt. He dropped the AK, lunged for the transmitter. One of the Dobermans latched onto the cuff of his jeans, whipping his head back and forth. Evan kicked at him, twisting to grab the transmitter. The second dog landed on his chest. Evan barely had time to get an arm under the slender chin. Jaws snapped inches from his face, flecks of saliva spattering him. Even through the icy draft, he felt the heat of the dog's breath. The first dog tore at his cuff, rattling the heel of his boot against the floor. The fangs brushed Evan's cheek. Holding off the jaws, he thumbed buttons on the transmitter blindly. At last he hit the red one, the shock collar unlatching from around his neck and sliding onto his chest. Mustering what strength he could, he hurled the dog off. Snatching the open shock collar at the hinge, he wielded it like a weapon, the contact points aimed outward. The dog gathered himself and leapt. Evan jammed the collar into the dog's open mouth and hit the shock button on the transmitter. The dog twisted in midair, a fish breaking water, its yelp carrying up to the high ceiling and bouncing down again. His paws barely touched the hardwood before he bolted out of the ballroom, galloping for the safety of the hall. Leaning forward, Evan jabbed the live collar to the top of the other dog's head, and the dog shot backward, releasing Evan's cuff. He considered Evan for a moment, teeth bared, head cocked, so Evan leaned forward and shocked him again. The dog bayed his confusion and took off, following the fresh paw prints out of the ballroom. Evan sat there for a moment, his elbows resting on his knees. He allowed himself 2 breaths. But there were still snipers in the hills, a guard in the watchtower, Candy McClure and Orphan M loose somewhere in the building, and Renee making his getaway. Evan stood up. He grabbed the AK first. One of the dead guards had a nice thick jacket which Evan appropriated, along with the full magazine from his gun. Trudging over to the jumble of corpses by the kitchen, he plucked up the vial that had fallen from Renee's coat and regarded it in the light streaming through the back of the house. Somewhere, a helicopter started up, the sound of chopping rotors riding the breeze. Pocketing the vial and readying the Kalashnikov, Evan stumbled through the demolished rear wall into the bracing winter day. 55. Almost there. Big explosion and firefight downstairs. Hold him. Sounds like Fallujah down there. We have no weapons. Get some. Pin him down. Copy that. Need backup ASAP. I'm bringing all the backup you'll need. ETA? Almost there. Are we cleared for kill if necessary? There was a pause. The longest pause Candy could remember Van Sciver ever taking. At last, his text appeared. Yes. The helicopter had lifted off by the time Evan ran around the corner of the chalet. On aggressive tilt, it forged into the eddies of snow. He aimed the AK, but the body of the helo had already vanished into the white, its lights out of reach. Panting, he watched until they too disappeared. The guard in the watchtower was leaning over the railing, gazing at the wake of the helicopter through the scope of the rifle. Evan jogged up from the side, shouldering into the wooden supports, and fired directly up. The snow blunted his view, but he heard the wet thump of impact, and a moment later the rifle plummeted down from the heavens, lodging in the snowbank in front of him. No dogs, no guards, no doctor, no David, no Dex. Just 2 snipers in the hills, and 2 orphans in the house. Evan stepped forward, snatched up the gun, and examined his haul. An AR-10 in 7.62, clearly a designated marksman rifle. Evan could get almost 700 meters from it, but given the snow, 500 would be pushing it. Not that he was complaining about the snow. Right now it was protecting him from the dedicated sniper rifles in the mountains. With a range up to 1,500 meters, they'd have a massive advantage once the air cleared. Which it looked to be doing right now, the billows lessening in intensity, the snowfall growing more sparse by the minute. A movement at the front door of the chalet hooked his attention. Candy and Orphan M spilling into view on the porch, their heads tilted up, locking on Evan. They regarded one another across the distance. He'd have no time to set up a shot on the rifle. They were beyond effective firing range of the AK-47, but Evan lifted it and gave them a greeting anyway. The rounds pulverized the stone porch, driving them back inside. They'd have to regroup, scavenge weapons from the wreckage of the ballroom. He'd better use the head start well. Slinging the AR-10 over a shoulder, he jammed a new mag into the AK and bolted for the tree cover of the south slope. The snow thinned before his eyes, the gleam of the afternoon sun cutting through the haze. At that instant, something lasered into the ground a few feet from his boots, the spray peppering the right side of his body. A moment later, a supersonic crack announced the shot. Evan cut sharply. With a quick glance, he registered a glint of reflected light past the bulge 2/3 up the mountain, a fine long-distance overwatch position. The sound of another shot rolled across the valley, but he'd heard no impact, the round having sailed wider than the previous one. He dove over a fallen log, skidding into the safe embrace of the densely packed tree trunks, and sat panting. He gave a moment of thanks for the South sniper's mediocrity. The North sniper would have tunneled a hole through Evan's rib cage. He stood up, took stock of the weapons, and sprinted into the pines. He had to take out the South sniper and get over the brink before nightfall. Candy and M would be on his heels soon enough. Rather than cut directly upslope as the sniper might anticipate, he sliced horizontally around the base of the woods to pop out on the far side of the bulge. It was slow going, his boots sinking into the snow, but he managed to hold a steady pace. When he reached a ravine, he held several paces back from the last row of trees. Keeping to the shadows, he scanned the mountainside through the AR-10's scope. Greens and browns streaked together, and then he scanned past a spot of flesh. He rotated the scope back. Sure enough, the sniper was taking a position higher on the bulge, angling down onto the patch of pines directly up from where he'd last spotted Evan. The sniper crawled over an outcrop, at one point rising to full height. The average man is 1 meter from crown to crotch, a useful measurement for optically determining distance to target. To gauge the sniper's position, Evan fitted him between the horizontal lines of the stadia, 500 meters out. The man pushed on upslope, diminishing another notch, 525. Evan consulted the range card taped to the buttstock. The laminated square of paper noted the specific ballistics for the hand load of the rifle, how much the bullet dropped per 100 yards, range solutions, the exterior trajectory of the projectile. Bracing the rifle on a flat patch of shale, he dialed an elevation into the scope to correct the aim for the ballistic arc at 525 meters. When he focused again, the sniper was gone. Closing his right eye, Evan pressed his left to the rubber cup and sighted on a thicket of trees next to the outcrop. Nothing. The guy had vanished. A whippoorwill called from the treetops, the agitated warble scoring Evan's mounting uneasiness. He'd set up for an ambush, not a firefight. Under close scrutiny, he'd be visible through the patchwork of branches and leaves. But if he repositioned now, his movement could draw the sniper's eye. The sniper had been focused eastward. He had no reason to search in Evan's direction, unless something else had grabbed his focus, something that had made him seek cover from anyone along the very sightline on which Evan had situated himself. Very slowly, Evan shifted from his belly onto his side and peered down through the woods to the valley floor. Way below, a few slivers of the chalet were visible between the trunks. Something darted across one of the slim gaps, trailing blonde hair. Candy McClure. A moment later there was a second flash, lower to the ground. The orphans had drawn the sniper's attention. The shooter had reoriented to face this way, which meant that he was facing Evan. Evan's stomach clenched. Rolling back into position, he placed his eye on the scope in time to see a muzzle flare between two of the tree trunks in the thicket. An instant later the shale at his side kicked up, rocks embedding in the trunks behind him forcefully enough to sway the tips of the pines overhead. 12 inches to the left, and he'd be missing an arm. He had to squeeze off a shot fast before the sniper got off a second round. Evan zeroed in on the afterglow of that muzzle flare in the shadows of the thicket. He aimed a hair to the right on the assumption that the sniper was right-handed and lying on the left side of the rifle. He pulled the trigger. He never saw the impact, but a pink haze drifted out from the darkness between the trunks. Evan hopped to his feet and charged upslope. The shots had announced his presence to Candy and M, and worse, to the North sniper, who had proved himself to be a serious shooter. Evan had to get to the South sniper's rifle if he hoped to go head-to-head with him. He figured the North sniper was already on the move, circling the rim of the valley, crashing through the woods to get within range, and Candy and M were no doubt moving up the mountain at him from below. Driving up the incline, Evan pistoned between rocks, skimmed through trees, ignoring the pain that was firing the muscles of his legs. His bobbing torso felt exposed, hung out like a paper target. Wind whipped his ears, a whoosh to match the adrenaline surge in his veins. Every step seemed to take an eternity. And yet, he hadn't drawn fire. The outcrop loomed ahead. For a time it seemed his legs were churning uselessly, bringing him no closer. At last the stone came within reach. Bracing for a bullet to the back, he hurled himself over the stone, rolling into the thicket of pines. He expected hard ground, but landed on something soft and yielding. The body of the South sniper. Evan's shot had squarely hit the mark. It occurred to him that he'd never seen the sniper's face, and never would. He rolled the body away from the big gun. A Sacco TRG-42 in 338 Lapua mag, a professional-grade platform, still set up for a shot. Evan swung into place next to it. The crosshairs perfectly marked the spot on the shale where he'd been moments before. Tilting the gun downslope, he scanned across the treetops. Flickering in and out of cover, Candy charged up the mountain, Orphan M at her heels. They'd harvested AKs from the ballroom bloodbath. 2 quick shots, and it would be down to Evan and the North sniper, squaring off in the snowy bowl of the valley. Snugging his cheek to the stock, Evan led Candy slightly, the crosshairs marking the air inches in front of her face. She vanished behind a dense copse of pines, but he kept the rifle on its trajectory, timing her progress, waiting for a break in the trees. It came, and he was ready for it. Candy reared into the scope. His finger tightened on the trigger. The crosshairs found their mark. An instant before he could fire, the air exploded around him. He heard the meaty smack beneath his ear, felt a wrecking ball strike his shoulder, and then all he saw were pine needles and branches blurring by. The earth rushed up to greet him, dirt in his mouth, splinters in his cheek, ice in his ear, and his own blood puddling on the ground beneath him. 56. Mostly certain. He was alive. Of that he was mostly certain. His body was shocked into paralysis, but he could move his eyes. He strained them, trying to piece together what had happened. If he'd taken a 30 cal to the shoulder, he'd be dead or missing the limb. His hand lay in view in front of his eyes. He believed it was still attached to his body. The fingers were smooth and pale, slightly curled. Concentrating with everything he had, he made them twitch. Okay, then. Still attached. His pupils moved to the lapua and then to the tree beside it. A football-sized bite had been taken clean out of the trunk, the raw inner wood exposed. Bits of bark swirled in the air, ignoring gravity. The North sniper had missed him by inches, the round sending a hunk of tree shrapnel smashing through Evan's shoulder. Evan realized, almost secondarily, that he wasn't breathing. His throat felt snarled, the airway knotted. His stomach lurched a few times as if in anticipation of puking, and then his rib cage released and he drew in oxygen, a primordial sucking sound as though someone had punched holes straight through his lungs. For a time, he gasped into the pine needles. Blood spread out beneath him, sticky on his neck. The warmth reached his cheek. If he didn't stanch the bleeding, and fast, then this off-kilter view of the forest floor would be his final screen grab before he powered down. Somehow he sat up, though he might have blacked out once or twice doing it. He found himself gaping down at his torn coat and the ball of his right shoulder, a scramble of pink flesh and shredded muscle. Shards of his clavicle glittered in the wreckage. Bright blood pumped through the wound at intervals, pushing rivulets down his arm and into the matted fabric. When the collarbone shattered, it must have lacerated the subclavian vein, causing a massive hemorrhage. The damage was too close to his neck to tourniquet. A wave of lightheadedness passed through him, bringing with it the image of arterial blood soaking the shoulder of the blue flannel. Jack's hand, already wearing a glove of crimson, clamps the wound. Evan blinked his way back to the present, lifted his left hand, and clamped it over the wound. He forced breath into his lungs, tried to wrestle his thoughts into place through the swamp of sensations engulfing him. He'd been trained for this, to strategize under extreme stress and pain, to shield the pilot light and keep it from being snuffed out. Candy and Orphan M were still a good ways downslope with plenty of steep terrain to make up. Since he held high ground, they'd have to move slowly, cautiously. But the North sniper could be anywhere, and he knew precisely where Evan was. Draw back from the tree line. He'd spoken the command, it seemed, rather than thinking it. It was the only way he could make his limbs move. He scuttled backward, shoving with his heels before realizing he wasn't standing up. Rising without using his arms was difficult, but he managed. He withdrew into the thicket, nearly tripping over his boots. Both rifles were back in the clearing along with the AK, but he couldn't possibly operate them anyway. Blood snaked down his right arm, dripped from his fingertips. The pain tasted of wet concrete, the humid air of parking level 3 pressing into his pores, the elevator lights casting a red glow, and he fastened his left hand tighter over the wound, breathing the all-too-familiar tang of iron, the sickly sweet trace of cherry blossom, which he swore he smelled. But he knew he was here in a snow-layered valley in Maine, stumbling up slope and trying to tamp the blood back into his body. He wondered if it was possible to be in two places at once. Maybe that was what dying was, pulling up the net of time, events and places jumbling together, and Jack is clutching his bloody shoulder, as Evan was clutching his, and Jack says, "I'm already dead. It caught the brachial." "You don't know that. You don't—" "I know that." He lifts a calloused hand, lays it against Evan's cheek, perhaps for the first time ever. Evan tripped, his knee plowing into a drift. He wobbled for a moment, leaning into the rise. The spill, so bright against the snow, a robin's red breast. Shoving himself vertical again took several phases. His feet moved, somehow carrying him onward, upward. He pinballed off trees. They proliferated, an endless span of trunks splitting the earth like the bars of a cell. At last he sensed an openness ahead, the woods giving over to a bare patch of blinding white. Through the last trees ahead, a stretch of uneven powder swept up to the summit 15 or so meters above. He had to make it. The snow sucked at his boots. He yanked them free, fighting for balance. He would not go down. His teeth chattered. He couldn't feel his arm. It occurred to him that he was going to die, and yet all he could see was the paroxysm of pain racking Jack's body. Jack fights out the words. "Listen to me. This is not your fault. I made the decision to meet you. I did. Go. Leave me. Go!" Evan thinks he is choking, but then he feels the wet on his cheeks and realizes what is happening to his face. "No," he says. "I won't go. I won't." Jack's good hand drops to his belt, and there is a clank, and then his service pistol is up between them. He aims it at Evan. "Go." "You wouldn't." Jack's gaze is steady, focused. "Have I ever lied to you?" Evan stands up, stumbles back a step. It dawns on him that Jack's flannel shirt is still mopped around his hand. His fist tightens around it, moisture spreading between his fingers. Somewhere above them in the structure, tires screech, boots pound concrete. "Son," Jack says gently, "it's time to go." He rotates the barrel beneath his own chin. Backing up, Evan arms the tears from his face. He takes another step back, and another, and then finally he turns. Running away, he hears the gunshot. Jack's words echo in his head. "It's time to go. It's time to go." "God damn it," Evan said. "Damn it. Damn it. Stupid fucking way to die." The blood-crusted fingers of his left hand had gone numb, making it harder to hold the seal on the slick flesh of his shoulder. He lost his center of gravity, tilting into a soft white bank. He tried to right himself, but the snow gave way beneath his weight, delivering him gently to the ground. His hand was too weak to hold back the blood anymore. The warm current trickled through his fingers. He breathed into the cold earth, blinked ice crystals off his eyelashes. Since Jack, he had let no one into his life, and so there would be no one to miss him. "Stupid," he said. He felt himself fading away, the nowhere man blurring into the whiteness. A lifetime spent blending in, leaving no traces, which also meant leaving no mark. He'd built his armor ring by ring, but now he felt himself crushed under the weight of it, sinking into oblivion. So this was how it would end? The proverbial whimper? His entire body was shuddering. A more intense vibration near his hip differentiated itself, and it took him a moment to identify it. The roam zone. The kid. The ringing phone called his thoughts to Allison Siegler as well. It occurred to him that when he died, instead of the customary tunnel of light, he was going to see the Horizon Express steaming relentlessly for the Jacksonville Port Authority. Evan squeezed his eyes shut. "Son, it's time to go." He released his shoulder, the blood flowing freely now, and dug for the phone in his pocket. He lifted the battered roam zone to his face, his hand a uniform crimson, his knuckles tacky against his cheek. He thought of how he usually answered the phone. "Do you need my help?" and wanted to laugh. He said, I can't." The boy's voice, hushed and fierce. "You forgot." "No, I didn't. I just can't." A wave of pain swept away Evan's breath. He grimaced, bit his lip, waited for it to pass. "I can't help you, okay? Can't help you." The ground tilted around him. A roller coaster looped through space and time, and he was talking to the kid and to Allison Siegler, to Jack on the floor of parking level 3, and to himself, trapped hopelessly in a valley 15 meters from the summit. "I can't help any of you anymore. It's time to go." Every breath brought pain. Evan said, "There'll be someone else." "No." The boy's words faded in and out of static. "It has to be you." Evan felt himself seeping into the cold ground. Some long-buried part inside him split open, a flood of emotion sweeping him down, plunging him into deep, freezing waters. A tear cut through the snowflakes, crusting his cheek, a single warm track across his skin, and a straw-thin spray squirts between Jack's fingers. He was crying, but felt something instead of sadness. Something like liberation. Time to go. "Sorry," he said. "I'm sorry." The phone died. Evan tilted it to see the screen, his hand trembling violently. No bars left. "Sorry," he told the ground. "I'm sorry." "Go. Leave me. Go." "Okay, Jack," he said. "Okay." He breathed wetly for a moment, stared between the last tree trunks at that bare patch of earth just within reach ahead. The setting sun caught the rise of powder in all its creamy glory. 15 meters to the peak. He deserved at least that. "I want to make it," he told himself hoarsely. "I want to see the top." He shoved the phone into his jacket pocket, this piece of the kid he would not let go of, and placed his hand back over his shoulder. His grip was still loose, so he used his chin to pin his hand more tightly over the wound. Somehow, he wiggled to his knees. Leaning into a pine, he found his feet. His first step broke him through the tree line. The sudden openness made his breath catch. The pain ebbed, draining out of him. As he forged up the unmarred blanket of white, the world came into vivid focus. The saw-toothed edges of snowflakes, the violet spill of the sunset through puffy clouds. The air, so fresh it stung his throat, telling him that right now, in this moment, he was still alive. A golden glow limned the mountaintop. His last steps would carry him there. At once the horizon seemed to bubble up in one spot, the bulge taking shape as a human form. Someone coming over the peak from the far side. The figure stood atop the crest, backlit. Evan squinted into the light, noted the silhouette of the rifle held across the man's chest. A .338 Lapua mag. the North Sniper. You deserve it, Evan told him, though the words didn't make it out. You were better. He could no longer feel his legs. Now that he'd halted, he wouldn't be able to start up again. He stared wistfully at the apex, just a few strides away. His blistered lips moved. At least I tried, he said. The sniper's features were cloaked in black. He raised the rifle. Evan felt a deep thrumming in his bones and the blissful release of having no options left. He could stop fighting. The scope glinted in the day's dying light, and Evan sensed the crack of a shot. He pitched forward, holding his eyes on the brim of the valley. He wanted his last view to be of the summit. The thrumming turned to thunder, the beating of giant wings. The sniper was jerking around as if yanked by strings, laced through with bullets. A strange calm descended over Evan as he grasped what this was. A dying fantasy played out in his mind's eye. Well, then he might as well enjoy it. The thunder took on a rhythm, the whomping of some great beast. And then a black hawk broke majestically over the wall of the valley, sunlight gleaming off the blades. A door gunner leaned out over the skid, peering down over a machine gun, assessing his work. Jack. Of course. What better than Jack Johns as Evan's archangel, and a Black Hawk to bear him into the sweet hereafter? The machine gun unleashed overhead, raising the pines behind Evan, and he understood that imaginary Jack was protecting him, driving Candy McClure and Orphan M back into the woods, pushing them down slope and away. Evan was safe now. He was beyond harm. The helo sent down, the rotor wash ruffling Evan's hair, his clothes. He smiled into the fever dream. Jack hopped down and tromped over to Evan, the sun winking into sight behind his head. He'd aged. He'd be in his 70s by now, but looked a hale 60. Evan knew that he was beyond a dying fantasy, that he was dead and gone, riding the last random neuron firings through his expired brain. 2 more men leapt from the Black Hawk and jogged over, a stretcher bouncing between them. Jack shouted over his shoulder, "Get him out of here!" The men sped up, wading through the snow. Jack set his hands on his knees and grimaced down at Evan. "What are you doing lying there?" "Dying." Jack's face warred between concern and anger. "You gave that asshole a wide-open shot. Where's your gun?" "Back in woods. Couldn't fire anymore. Right arm. No good." Jack's square head snapped down, assessing Evan. "Nothing wrong with the left one," he said. Evan peered up at the brilliant violet sky, grinning. Jack. That was Jack. The medics finally arrived, pulled Jack aside, and swept Evan up. They jostled him back toward the Black Hawk on the stretcher, Jack jogging alongside them. Evan caught an upward view of Jack and could see that concern was winning out now. As they loaded Evan into the chopper, the roam zone fell out of Evan's coat pocket. He twisted and grabbed for it, crying out, but the noise of the rotors swept away his words. "What?" Jack shouted. "What's wrong?" They slid Evan into the belly of the Black Hawk. He kicked and reached. Jack followed him in, the shattered phone in his hand. "This? You want this?" Evan nodded. Jack looked from the busted casing and shattered screen to Evan, his forehead furrowed. "Okay." Evan grabbed the phone, squeezed it tight. A needle pricked his arm. His stomach swooned as they lifted up. The cold, cold air breezed through the open door. Jack was shouting into a headset. Blood units ready. Throw the saline in the freezer and get a trauma surgeon there. Now! They banked high above the valley, and Evan peered down at the dollhouse of the chalet, spirals of smoke still rising from the blown-out wall. Jack, I don't care how hard it is. You don't get me someone in time, I will land this helo on your skull. Understand? Movement below caught Evan's eye. A caravan of black SUVs blazed up the gravel road, sweeping onto the cobblestone driveway, doors flying open, men spilling out. Breaking from the tree line, 2 dots sprinted to meet them. Evan felt himself going out, and he blinked hard, fighting to stay conscious. A figure broke from the pack of men, waiting to receive Candy McClure and Orphan M. The man was dressed differently from the others, wearing some kind of cloak. He paused, turning skyward to glare at the Black Hawk as it hung overhead. His hood was raised, his face shadowed, but Evan knew right away who it was. Van Sciver. The Black Hawk banked again, the view swept away, replaced by the endless scroll of the sky. Evan shut his eyes, and this time they didn't open. 57. A very persuasive call. Pain. Horizontal. Drifting along as if in a canoe. Evan's throat. Sandpaper and rust. His hand cramped around the roam zone. Needle jammed in his arm, saline bag clutched in Jack's blocky fist. Fluorescent lights floated overhead. An empty corridor led to another empty corridor. Doors. A warehouse interior. Arranged in the middle of the blank space, lit like a movie set, a full operating theater. Bizarre. As out of place as Renee's basement lab. The afterlife was weird. A doctor in blue scrubs ran over. Who is he? Jack's disembodied voice, gruffer than usual. John Doe. Who are you? John Doe Sr. Thumb on eyelid, flare of penlight, latex fingers on the side of his neck. A nurse called over, "Can someone please tell me what the saline is doing in the freezer?" Jack waved her off. Trauma shears zippering open the coat. Fabric peeling wetly back from Evan's wound. "Jesus," the doctor said. Jack, speak. "Look, I got a very persuasive call from the 202 area code telling me to get to this location. I want to help, believe me. But I'm an anesthesiologist." "An anesthesiologist? For the love of Mary!" "He needs a vein graft into the damaged subclavial vein. That requires a trauma surgeon." "I asked for a trauma surgeon." "Guess how many of those there are in Piscataquis County? Your guys, they finally tracked one down, but, the weather, the roads, she's still 2 hours out. I'm just a placeholder till she gets here. But get the words to come out faster." "Look, I'm sorry. He's not going to make it that long. He's not going to make it." Jack's face bunched up. Evan tried to make a noise, but nothing happened. The lights wobbled in and out. "Okay." Jack tilted his forehead into the span of his palm. When he looked up, his eyes were different. "Kill him," Jack said. 58. Cold. Cold. 59. Reborn. Lights fuzzed into existence. Cabin. Soft bed. Jack sitting bedside. "You have been," Jack said theatrically, "reborn." "You look old," Evan said, and drifted into the beckoning darkness. 60. The only person worse than us. Fade in on a new day. Evan's shoulder pulsed beneath the bandages. Jack remained in that bedside chair. Same clothes, more scruff. The cabin smelled of wet cedar and coffee. Seemed like a sorry-ass excuse for the Elysian fields. Was it real? "Quit whining and get your ass up," Jack said. "We got work to do." Yeah, Evan thought. It's real. What's date? Evan's throat clutched, sending him into a coughing fit. Jack said, October 27th. 3 days. That gave Evan 3 days to get to Allison Siegler before she got to Jacksonville. He was still coughing. Jack handed him a glass of water. Evan took a sip, felt the coolness glide all the way down his parched throat into his stomach. The cabin was one big room. Worn leather books lined a bookshelf, ordered by descending height. A water-filled heavy bag hung from one of the ceiling beams. A kettle perched on a stovetop, centered on the heating coil. Not a crumb, not a speck of dust in sight. Jack lived here, all right. Evans set the glass down. Grimacing, he reached out with his left hand and poked Jack's chest. Solid. You're supposed to be dead, he said. Later, Jack said. I thought it was a dying vision. A deus ex machina in the form of a Blackhawk. My trusted mentor at the helm. Evan had put more bite into trusted mentor than he'd intended. We wouldn't have seen you if you hadn't broken out onto that open patch of the mountain. How'd you get my vicinity? We got there after the explosion at the chalet, did a sweep below the outside brink of the valley. We were scanning the mountainsides with a parabolic mic, picked up the audio signature of your murmuring. You were... What? You were apologizing. Sorry. I'm sorry. The boy had saved Evan's life then, not vice versa. Evan would repay the favor soon enough. If the kid hadn't called, if Evan hadn't answered, Jack's crew wouldn't have zeroed in on him. If he hadn't broken tree cover to stagger for the summit, he wouldn't have been spotted. The last ounce of what he had to give was the ounce that had saved his life. A burning intensified on Evan's leg. He flipped back the sheets. A red scar seamed the inside of his calf. They'd harvested a saphenous vein? He said, How am I? We took you offline, Jack said. Suspended animation. Evan waited. The doc induced hypothermia, drained your blood, flushed your system with cold saline. My veins? Internal organs, heart, brain, everything. We took you down to 50 degrees. The colder the cells are, the less oxygen they need. We had to slow down your chemical reactions, keep your brain from realizing it wasn't getting any oxygen. You making this up? Nah. They've been playing with it behind the fence for years now. They call it emergency preservation and resuscitation. It's been tested? On pigs. At this, Jack allowed a gleam of amusement to cross his eyes. Survivability rate? 7%. Evans swallowed. Oh, come on, Jack said. Best odds you've had your whole damn life. He looked away quickly, but not before Evans saw his blue eyes moisten. You were dead for 2 hours and 13 minutes. The trauma surgeon finally showed up. What did she do? After taking my head off, she performed the graft. Then we packed you in hot water bladders to bring you back to body temperature, rapid infused you with warmed blood products, kick-started you with a defib. You're Frankenstein's monster, the fallen angel. Where's my phone? Jack looked concerned at that. He must have read the emotion on Evan's face. Sliding open the nightstand drawer, he pulled out the beat-up Rome Zone and tossed it onto the sheets. You okay? Do I fucking look okay, Jack? I know we have a lot to talk about. You think? Jack glanced away, his jaw shifting. I can't believe it's Thursday. Evan tried to sit up, with mixed results. His vision spotted, and then the spots bled together. He lay back down. I've never been out 4 days. You've never been dead before. Right. Unlike you. Snowflakes plastered the window. Where am I? Alleghenies. Am I free to leave? What? Color came up beneath Jack's cheeks. Of course you're free to leave. What do you think this is? I don't know. What is this? This is me saving your ass. Well, you haven't exactly been forthcoming these past 8 years, so forgive me if the issue of trust is in question. Jack let that one ring off the walls for a moment. He templed his fingers, looked down at them. I have a fake driver's license for you. Cash, all that. You're free to leave as soon as you're rested up. I'll take you wherever you want to go. Where's the nearest road? 4.3 clicks down slope. He rasped a hand across his chin. You gonna hitchhike out of here, Evan? In the shape you're in? That'd show me, all right. Evan bit his lip hard, let his thoughts boil. His head throbbed, but he pretended he didn't notice. How'd you get onto me? He finally asked. I didn't. Van Sciver locked on after the money wire. I keep an eye on Van Sciver. Once word went out wide on the auction. You're watching him? Mostly unsuccessfully. For years now. As he tries to watch me. Shadow games. You're not sanctioned. Nope. I'm as dead and gone as you are. That half smirk. But I've still got friends in low places. Have you seen Van Sciver face to face? No. This is the closest we've come. Jack reached into the drawer, came out with a time-stamped satellite image zoomed in on the chalet. Evans stared at it incredulously. You still have access to birds? Depends who you ask. The grainy photo captured Van Sciver's face pointed up at the sky, nothing more than a dark oval beneath the raised hood of the cloak. The precise moment Evan remembered before blacking out. SUVs spotted the driveway around Van Sciver, a frenzy of beetles. Evan stared at the blurry form. The hell's he wearing? A Faraday cage cloak. The metallized fabric blocks RF signals, X-rays, thermal imaging, even blocks him from drones. He looks like Gandalf. You know how he is. Trinkets and paranoia. They're like catnip to him. He's the only person worse than us. Evan's head suddenly felt quite heavy. You're supposed to be dead. Later, Evan. Evan was too weak to argue. What did you get on Renee? Renee? The guy who took me, who held the auction. Everyone dispersed after your rescue. It was an escape. Jack showed his palms. Okay. After your escape, they didn't find much at the chalet. Auto-erase features were remote-initiated on the hard drives, so all those surveillance cams, they proved worthless. How are you getting this intel if you're off the grid? 3 decades in the Shadow Service. I still got plenty of baited lines on the inside. Evan shifted on the bed, and his right shoulder let him know about it. What about the stuff he left behind? There was a lot of shit in that chalet. I talked to one of my hooks at the Bureau. The investigation is young, but he said everything in that chalet was pretty well end-stopped. Rare paintings, weird medical crap, advanced weaponry. There's plenty to run down, but it'll take time. Black market, dubious provenance, cash payments, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure something'll yield. But you know how it is backtracking through the black markets. Like digging a hole with your face. Evan pictured Renee waving around that clear cylindrical bottle, misting the DNA privacy spray over every surface he touched. The empty drawers in the study. What is mine is hidden away down a rabbit hole. How'd he pay for the place? Evan asked. The money trail looks like a spider web. Ball bearings within ball bearings, Evan said with him. Jack seemed amused. Evan was not. His neck was having trouble supporting his head. Every payment wired in from a different shell corp, Jack said. He's got elaborate encryptions for movement between entities. Van Sciver cracked his encryption. The words came drowsily. Evan wondered what kinds of painkillers were in his system. There were too many questions spinning through his head for him to grab hold of. 3 days to get to Allison Siegler. Right now the Horizon Express would be doglegging around the eastern tip of Cuba, turning back for the mainland. And God only knew where the boy was. Jack spoke, pulling Evan from his thoughts. With the resources Van Sciver has at his disposal, he can crack anything. Not anything, Evan said. He got through Renee's wire encryptions. But never mine. The point is, this whack job Renee, the guy's Teflon. Jack shook his head. We have no idea who he is. He's a ghost. Evan moved his right arm, felt the muscles scream. Don't, Jack said. What are you doing? Evan's fingertips found the tape plastered to the inside of his left arm. Weakly, he peeled it free. His skin tugged up, 1,000 tiny pinches. He held the length of tape to the light. Trapped inside, Renee's fingerprint. Jack peeled it from the pad of Evan's thumb. At last, Evan let his head tilt back onto the pillow. It felt like drifting into a cloud. You're welcome, he mumbled, and fell asleep. 61. To do harm. Evan woke up sometime in the night. Darkness crowded the windows, making the cabin feel small and inconsequential, a box drifting through outer space. At the square of the kitchen table, Jack slumped in a chair, breathing heavily, his sleeping face uplit with the dancing glow of a screensaver. As quietly as he could, Evan slipped from the sheets. His shoulder ached with each movement, but the pain was surprisingly manageable. He walked silently across the floorboards. His muscles felt tight, his lower back complaining about the bedridden hours. Easing into the bathroom, he tugged the pull chain light. His unshaven face glowered back at him from the mirror. He'd seen more attractive sights. It took some doing to reach the string at the back of the hospital gown, but he managed, letting the fabric rustle forward off his arms and puddle on the floor. Biting his lip, he loosed the adhesive dressing taped across his shoulder, letting it hinge open. A gnarled patch of flesh capped the deltoid. A horizontal scar ran above the clavicle, an accent mark mohawked with sutures. The bone looked passable, probably re-straightened with the help of a metal rod. His vision spotted, and he leaned against the sink to regain his balance. Another week or so, and he'd be well enough to leave. But he didn't have a week. He had to get to the boy, as promised. To Allison Siegler, and then to Renee. Evan's hair was knotted, gummed with sap. His face had been wiped clean, but streaks of dried blood still marked the side of his neck, the edge of his temple. He smelled of sweat and dirt. Lowering himself into the empty tub, he let the water trickle warm. A fresh razor rested on the cake of soap. He shaved carefully in the semi-darkness, then used a washcloth to bathe himself. The lather filled the tiny bathroom with familiar scents, bergamot and saddle soap, lemon and musk, the smell of Jack. It brought Evan back to the 2-story farmhouse of his childhood, his dormer bedroom looking across a blanket of oak trees. Strider, their Rhodesian Ridgeback, lapping table scraps from Evan's 12-year-old hand beneath the table. The hard part is keeping you human. Jack's foot ticking along to La File du Régiment. 9 high C's, towering bookshelves and mallard-green walls. Photograph of Jack's long-dead wife in its tarnished silver frame. Parking level 3, blue flannel, the tang of iron and cherry blossoms. Have I ever lied to you? Have I ever lied to you? Yes, you have. Evan shut off the faucet. With effort he hoisted himself up, stepped free of the bathtub, and managed to towel himself mostly dry. Leaving the dirty hospital gown, he exited the bathroom, crept across the room, and sat on the bed. The cabinet of the nightstand held medical supplies. He spread them on the sheets, tugged out a fresh square of gauze, and tore the package with his teeth. The medical tape gave him trouble. Behind him at the table, Jack was awake. Evan didn't know how he knew. He just did. Jack's voice ghosted over his shoulder. "Can I help you?" "No," Evan said. Evan awakened the next morning to an empty cabin. He felt less groggy. After dressing in some of Jack's clothes that he found in the closet, he went over to the stretch of counter that passed for a kitchen and made himself oatmeal. He was still stirring the bowl when Jack stepped in from outside, snapping down the stubby antenna of a sat phone. "Rene Peter Casseroy," Jack said. That's quite a name. Jack flicked his head at a stack of printouts on the kitchen table. He's got quite a lineage. He ducked out of his scarf, slung it on the coat rack. He's in the wind. Evan crossed to the table, flipped through the reports, all of them stamped classified. Most were from the FBI, which looked to be running point on the investigation. Evan suspected that the IRS docs would prove most valuable. A few scanned crime scene photos had been printed out as well. The barn, the basement lab, the erupted ballroom. It seemed from another lifetime. The fingerprint cracked things open, sped up the investigation. The Bureau is piecing together a RICO case on top of murder, kidnapping, the usual suspects. Casseroy paid top dollar to rent gunmen from the Sinaloa cartel, as you know. A few young men and women have gone missing from the neighboring counties, and there are some bizarre assault claims floating around as well. The agents found similar groupings of disappearances and complaints near the last several mansions Casseroy rented: Albuquerque, Cabo San Lucas, Brussels. Jack tugged off his jacket, heaped it atop the rack. They've got meticulously maintained financial and medical files for the victims, helicopter flight logs, and a dead, disreputable hematologist. Dr. Franklin? But no Rene Peter Casseroy. He's vanished. Evan sat down with his oatmeal over the stack of printouts. I'll find him. If you do, Van Sciver will be waiting. Like you said, he's already shown he can track Rene. He cracked his encryption once, he'll do it again. Jack shook off his boots. He'll spring a trap on you. I'll spring a trap on his trap. Jack settled into the chair opposite. He always sat still so as to limit any information given up by nonverbal tells. As a kid, Evan had learned the same from him, and from an interrogation specialist who'd rapped his knuckles with a metal file every time he made a hand gesture. He and Jack faced each other now, paralyzed Grand Masters contemplating their next move. "How did you get out of that parking structure?" Evan asked. "I stumbled from the rear stairwell right after you. I had a man in the area. He picked me up half dead, got me to an old friend at Walter Reed. I woke up, stitched back together." Evan struggled to get his head around it. Jack must have had a smoke contingency also. A plan to disappear. Stashed papers and hidden accounts and a cabin in the Alleghenies. 8 years. 8 years. So those men I killed that night, Evan said. The men who shot you. They were Van Sciver's men? Yes. How many are there? Jack looked at him blankly. Orphans, Evan said. From what I can glean, only a half-dozen or so left under Van Sciver's control, Jack said. It's hard to get a precise count because, orphans. Van Sciver's hunting down those of us who got out, those of us who were deemed higher risk. He's hunting some more than others, Jack said pointedly. They're neutralizing us. I know, Jack said. I've been working sub rosa, helping the ones who need it most. You always knew. Even way back when, before you met me in that parking structure. You sent me the fake assignment to kill Van Sciver because you knew I'd refuse and go to ground. You knew I'd never kill one of my own. It was a play. Jack broke the mannequin standoff, rubbing his eyes. It was more complicated than that. Van Sciver was tasked with killing you. If you'd found out, you would have destroyed everyone in your path. Yes. The directive came from the highest level. You would have tried to kill your way right up the chain. Yes. You would have died. Even you, Evan. I would have died for the truth instead of running from a lie. That's what you did to me. 8 years I've been running from that goddamn parking lot. 8 years you've been alive. That's all that matters to you? Yes! Jack brought his fist down on the table, making the bowl jump. That's all that matters to me. I thought I killed you. I forced you to break cover to meet me. I told you it wasn't your fault. I told you it was my choice to meet you. I told you it doesn't matter what you said. It matters what happened. I knew you'd never run. Not as long as you thought I was alive. At some point you'd stick your head up, make contact with me, and they would get you. Like you did now. I found out you were in trouble, and I moved heaven and earth to get to you. You're still a son to me. Look at me. You're still my son. Do you have any idea what I've lived with? How about what I bear? Jack said. Taking you from that foster home, stripping you of human warmth, putting you in harm's way to do harm. I dragged you into all this. I wanted you to get out. I wanted you to have a chance. At what? At a life! Jack flared a hand angrily around the cabin. That isn't this. A wife, maybe even kids. I tried to free you. I didn't think you'd scurry right back to it. Assassin for the people. He tapped his palm on the table, a judge's gavel. That is what you do now, isn't it? Freelance jobs. For others. People who can't... You've been keeping tabs on me? From afar, Jack said. I couldn't let you go. I could never let you go. I know you can't see it this way right now. But it was a sacrifice what I did. A sacrifice. Jack firmed at Evan's tone. You've never been a father. Evan felt the pulse fluttering his neck. A father? You weren't my father. I wasn't a son to you. I was a weapon. You shaped me into what you needed and used me until I was used up. Jack stiffened. The skin around his eyes shifted, and for an awful moment Evan thought he might cry. Jack cleared his throat. You know that's not true. However angry you are, you know that's not true. I have been paying penance, Evans said, for the blood on my hands, including yours. Jack sagged back in his chair. I couldn't risk losing you, Evan. Not after I lost Clara. You swore. You swore you'd never lie to me. It was the one thing I could count on. The one solid thing I could trust in the world. You don't know what my first 12 years were like. In that home. In all the homes. You were the one thing I could ever count on. I'm sorry. Fuck you. Evan stood and stuffed the stack of printouts inside his jacket. He grabbed the cash and the fake license and walked out. For a long time, Jack sat in his chair, staring at the empty seat across from him. His breathing grew harder. He raised a hand and pressed it over his mouth. Tears forded his knuckles, spotting the rough wood of the table. He did not make a sound. 62. That gnawing feeling. The boy's phone number, a 301 area code, was branded on Evan's brain. It had guttered across the cracked screen of the roam zone only a few times, but he'd committed it to memory. He turned the 10 digits over now in his head, as familiar as a remnant from a dream. Bouncing along the bitter interstate in the passenger seat of the semi he'd hitched a ride with, he snatched a pen from the cup holder and jotted down the number on the back of his hand. He stared at the scrawled digits. That same feeling gnawed at him again, that he'd seen the number before. "You all right, bud?" the trucker asked, exhaling the smell of Red Man tobacco. "Fine, thanks." "Where do you want I should drop you?" A sign flashed overhead as they crossed Baltimore city limits. "Anywhere's fine." "You from around here?" "I guess I am." "Well," the trucker said, "welcome home." Evan hopped out at the next gas station. He found a payphone at the side, right between the bathrooms. He called the only person left on the planet he could trust to deliver what he needed. It rang 3 times before the gruff voice answered. "Crazy daisies, flowers, something for every occasion." Evan said, "I need a backpack cutting torch, an H&K MP5 SD, a compressed air grappling hook strong enough to take the weight of a jungle penetrator, and a skiff with 250 horsepower engines to meet me in Daytona Beach by tomorrow at noon. I'll tell you a location. I don't want to see any faces, just the stuff waiting at a pier." There was a long pause. "This," Tommy Stojak said, "can be arranged." "Good. Anything else?" "Yeah," Evan smirked. "Advil." "You going full Somali pirate on me?" "I assure you," Evan said, "it's for a good cause." "Good cause or not, you're going to have sticker shock. I have to work it cross-country. Plus, discretion. I got a hook at Camp Blanding. He's our people. Something like this, I can't just use some clown for hire. After all, you never know who's who in the zoo." "Just tell me the price, and I'll pay it." Evan hung up. Now, on to the boy. He hauled up the tattered yellow pages dangling from a security cord and searched out the nearest cyber cafe. There was one a few miles away. $4 per hour. Terminals clean wiped after every logout. We accept Bitcoin. Cabs were scarce, so he hoofed it, walking fast enough to stave off the cold. The chill crept into his shoulder, and he had to remind himself not to hunch to favor it. The tendon, muscles, and skin had to stretch in order to heal properly. At last, he stepped into the Java-scented shop, peeled 100 off the roll Jack had set aside for him, and requested a workstation and a universal phone charger. He plugged the roam zone into a desktop outlet, fired up the computer, and ran a quick search. Reverse phone number directories proliferated. He found a free one and keyed in the kid's number. Sandwiched between various pop-up ads was the result. No record of this number exists. Evan stared at the screen, his discomfort growing. One workstation over, two teenage girls laughed at a YouTube video, all gleaming white teeth and vanilla-scented hairspray. Evan called up a second directory, keyed in the number again, and waited as the loading bar filled. Number last used in 1996. He stared at the screen, his stomach roiling. How the hell had the boy called him from a line that had been retired 20 years ago? The previously associated address was available provided he endure a 15-second car commercial. His fingers drummed the desktop as he waited through a jingle promising 0% APR for 72 months. That gnawing feeling made some more headway, chewing through his assumptions. He glanced nervously over at the roam zone plugged into the outlet by the mousepad. No lights, no bars, no indication that it was charging. Slowly, he reached across, picked up the shattered case. He unplugged the charger, plugged it in again. Nothing happened. The phone wasn't just out of juice. It was completely smashed, an untenable mess of broken glass, fragmented circuit board, and obliterated SIM card. It had never worked. Not since Renee had crushed it underfoot that first morning Evan had woken up in the chalet. In the harsh light of the Baltimore day, it seemed painfully obvious. A phone that withstood a Godzilla stomping, that never ran out of juice, that magically got reception in a far-flung valley under a snow-thickened sky. Evan thought about how the gas had poured through the heating vent, tipping him into a drugged stupor, the blood loss hallucinations he'd experienced at the end as he staggered for the summit. The unconscious pulling strings, opening trapdoors, spinning its webs. Of course. A sheen of sweat covered Evan's body. On the computer, the car commercial ended, the link to the address springing up. Dazed, he dropped the ruined roam zone into the blue recycle bucket under the desk and swung his attention back to the monitor. He felt drunk with disbelief. His hand reached for the mouse, clicked the link. An instant before the fresh screen came up, the truth dawned on him, setting his skin tingling. He knew what it would show, even before it loaded. An East Baltimore address. He knew it well. 63. The people no one wants. The battered row house leaned against its neighbors, the whole lot of them tall and narrow and crooked, drunkards staggering arm in arm from a bar. The flaking paint was a different shade of green now. Same front window that the pack of kids used to peer through when the mystery man made his mysterious appearances. Same basketball courts across with the same chain-link fence surrounding the same cracked asphalt. Same handball walls, layered with new graffiti. The Lafayette Courts projects that used to loom in the background were long gone, replaced with a health clinic. Satellite dishes perched pigeon-like on balconies and rooftops. A licensed marijuana dispensary now squatted on the plot that once housed the apartment building that had gone up in smoke when Jalila's Nana dozed off smoking a blunt. Evan turned back to the dilapidated row house. Bumblebee hazard tape crisscrossed the front door, orange cones lining the sidewalk in front. Bulldozers and backhoes lingered in the wings, construction workers chewing sandwiches, shooting the shit. Flyers fluttered from telephone poles, announcing that the building was slated for demolition. The street had been blocked off. A crowd gathered at the Sawhorses, as crowds did in East Baltimore. The same faces on different bodies. Crack-ravaged cheeks, coyote eyes, elaborate press-on nails. A few industrious souls rolled coolers across the chipped concrete, selling bottled water and Doritos to the spectators for $1 a pop. Dinner and a show. Evan walked over to a worker crouched near a spool of cable. "Mind if I take a closer look?" "Not safe, pal. The boom's kicking off in a half hour. Don't want to get your hair blown back, you feel me?" "I feel you." The worker swept an arm at the piano key row of facades. "I wish we could take down the whole lot of them. You wouldn't believe what a shithole the place was." "What was it?" "Housing for the elderly. And I use the term loosely. Housing, that is. My cousin had his mother-in-law here, said it was worse than the dog pound. Asbestos in the ceiling, mold in the drywall, rats beneath the floorboards. Used to be some kind of facility for retards, and before that a foster home for boys." I'd heard something about that. "All the people no one wants. They cram 'em in, let 'em rot. It's a crime, really. Not that anyone gives a shit to do anything about it." Evan stared at that front window, saw his own 12-year-old face pressed against the pane with all the others. Danny and Jamal and Andre. Tyrell, who caught shit because his sister was a whore. Ramon, so skinny his hips could barely hold up his stolen Cavaricis. "Look, man, I'm sorry, but you gotta clear out before my supervisor comes over." Evan nodded and withdrew. He circled the block, cut through the glass-strewn alley next to Mr. Wong's ancient dry cleaner, where they used to loot the dish of Tootsie Pops every chance they got. The back of the row house appeared at the alley's end. In his memory, the rear slat fence towered overhead, a castle wall. Now it came up to his chest. Resting his hands on the top, he looked down onto the stamp of crumbling concrete that passed for a backyard. When he hopped over, his shoulder was none too happy about it. Hazard tape blocked the back windows and door. The kitchen pane had been shattered, shards poking up from the frame like teeth. He peered through the mouth. Explosive charges had been placed on the walls and ceiling to make the building implode. It would collapse in on itself, like so many of the lives lived here. Carefully, Evan pulled himself through and climbed down off the sink. Piles of beer cans, a heap of stained blankets, cigarette butts worming up from a pickle jar lid. The place had been abandoned for a time, no doubt in preparation for the demolition. But the bones were the same. There was the ghost of the kitchen table, where plates slopped with generic, no-brand mac and cheese had conveyor belted across the days and nights, a neon orange blur. "I'm trapped here. There's never enough food." Here the counter edge Danny shoved Andre into, earning him 7 stitches across the forehead. "I don't want this life. I didn't ask for it. I didn't ask for any of it." And across in the living room, the spot where Papa Z reclined in his armchair, remote in hand, Coors nestled in his crotch. "No one cares. If you don't exist, then it doesn't matter, right?" Evan walked over and stepped on the floorboards 2 feet inside the threshold. Sure enough, they gave off a creak. He and the boys had done a lot of sneaking in and out of the Pride House group home. Staring at the ragged carpet of the living room, Evan saw a specter of the scene that had played out between these walls so many years ago. The mystery man talking to Papa Z about the boys, weighing pros and cons, a chef at a butcher counter, and Evan and the boys spying from down the hall, elbowing and whispering, and wondering what the hell it all meant. In the hall, the det cord wrapping an exposed beam in the mold-eaten drywall was a few inches off the stress point. Probably wouldn't make much of a difference. Next to the gaping hole, the wallpaper seam bubbled out. Evan grabbed a lifted tab and peeled it away, revealing a dagger of the old wallpaper, an awful plaid pattern that Tyrell had christened White Man Pants. Evan stared a moment, the memory vibrating his cells. Then on down the hall to the bedroom he'd lived in for 2.5 years, a submarine berthing area crammed with bodies. Closing his eyes, he pictured the bunk beds lined side to side like livestock pens. You should see how they keep us here, like cattle, all lined up. He stepped inside the room. It smelled the same. Rot, dust, desperation. He crossed to where his mattress used to lie on the floor. The other foster kids would trample him half inadvertently when they hopped out of their bunks. He looked at the ceiling, found the crack that forked into a lightning bolt, the one he'd gaze up at in the dark like it was some kind of wishing star, and wonder who he was. Where are you from? I don't know. I don't remember. Do you have a family? Parents? I don't know. It's been so long. Machinery revved up outside. A jackhammer screamed into asphalt. Gears clanked. A bulldozer lurching forward, blade lifted like a metal claw. Will you help me? Will you? Evan had sworn a promise to his 12-year-old self. I'll get to you. Here he was. But what did he want? The echo of the voice came again. You have to remember me. He walked to the doorframe. Carved into the wood with Papa Z's trusty pocket knife were the boy's height markers. The undertaking had lasted 1 summer month, until it became clear that given turnover and growth spurts, the notches would chew up the entire jam. Evan ran the pads of his fingers over the nicks and the carved initials next to them. There at the top, the highest by a good 6 inches, were 3 letters. CVS. Charles Van Sciver. Then Ramon. The others descended in a cluster, the initials overlapping, turning the wood into a cross-hatched mess. Way down at the bottom, as far below the scrum as Van Sciver's was above, there was a solitary notch. It has to be you. Evan had to crouch. There it was. The E still holding on after the years, though the initial of his original surname had long been effaced. How small he'd been. He'd known it back then, of course, but he'd never let himself recognize it. He'd been too busy scrapping and fighting for his life, for his sanity, for a way out. He had neither size nor strength, so he'd had to rely on grit and tenacity. Only these he could control. Everything else he had to ball up and cram down deep inside himself. It has to be you. That Nick, set apart so far below, made it undeniable. His vulnerability, his powerlessness, his loneliness. What had he hoped for back then? What kind of future had he dreamed of when he'd stared up at the lightning fork crack in the ceiling? Had it been visions of Wilson Combat 1911 pistols and encrypted virtual private network tunnels and trauma surgeries to patch himself back together? Drinking vodka at his counter, sharing each night with a wall of herbs and a city view, sleeping inside a penthouse prison cell of his own making. He'd been desperate enough to grab the first ticket out. Had he stayed behind, he'd be in prison by now, long dead, or jackaled out from the streets or drugs. Jack Johns had saved his life as surely as when he'd swooped in on that Blackhawk. And yet Evan hadn't looked back since climbing into Jack's dark sedan as a scared 12-year-old kid. Hadn't reconsidered whether the tooth and claw skills that had gotten him out of East Baltimore were still the best ones to carry him forward. When he'd driven off with Jack, the world had yawned open to him like a summer day. But a part of him had been put on pause, and stalled, as a stuck DVD. He fought his way back to that scared little kid, pried open the rusty hatches, and looked at what was locked inside. It was hard to acknowledge, harder yet to feel. And yet, crouching here in a slant of afternoon light, filtered through a filthy window, he felt it. This part he wasn't very good at. It has to be you. He wiped his mouth. His throat felt parched, his voice husky. "Okay," he said. "I see you." On his way out, he adjusted the charge wrapping the beam in the hall. Standing in the crowd a few minutes later, another anonymous body jockeying for position behind the sawhorses, he watched the building crumble. A slow-motion cascade, all that rot and mold collapsing inward until nothing remained but a heap and a cloud. "You have to come." "I got here," he thought. "I promised I would." One moment, he was in the heat of the crowd. The next, he was gone. This part, he was good at. 64. The Slender Man. The Slender Man always got excited as the hour neared. All the cues for arousal were there. The big cranes, the smell of diesel, the containers lined up like giant dominoes. It meant that soon he would claim his prize. Entering Jacksport, he felt like one of Pavlov's dogs, salivating at the bell. His heartbeat quickened as he took in the sights, breathed the muggy wet of the St. John's River, which crept by in the background as dark and lazy as lava. He was perspiring through his dress shirt. His town car purred along the roadway. He sat in the back, a bottle of champagne icing in a bucket. It was a celebration 16 days in the making. Resting on the seat next to him were a set of fleece-lined wrist cuffs and a ball gag. Also, a chilled bottle of Fiji. Hector Contrell would have arranged nourishment for the journey, but the Slender Man found that they generally arrived parched. His bodyguard and driver, Donald, knew not to speak, not to say anything that might break the spell of this magical time. The drive up, you see, even this was part of the foreplay. Donald turned off the main road to a rear cargo zone, the designated area where a series of under-the-table payments had determined that intermodular container 78653-B812 would be sent down. That was the beauty of it. Most everyone who worked at a port took bribes. No one had any idea what the container held. It was there, waiting, placed alone on an apron of asphalt. Donald got out first, his coat jacket shifting around his bulk, pulled tight across the holster. The Slender Man emerged and took a moment there in the midnight silence. He tilted his head back and drew in a deep breath of fresh air. It was a starless night, the sky an impenetrable sheet of black, save for the moon, which beamed with an intensity that reminded him of the comic book illustrations of his youth. He recalled the photographs of her from the online catalogue and reminded himself to lower his expectations. They didn't always arrive in the best shape, but once they were cleaned and rested, they were usually restored to their previous condition, good for several months. Even then he could most often fetch a decent price selling them used. For people with lower standards, there was still value to be extracted. The Slender Man nodded at Donald, who produced a key, moved forward and fussed with the massive cargo door lock. Then he swung out the leverage handles, the lock rods clanking in their holds. He stepped back, a magician revealing the prestige. After so much planning, the theatrics were essential. Nothing could shatter the mood. As the doors creaked open, Donnell eased farther back out of the sight line and stood beside the slender man, leaning against the driver's door with his hands folded. This was the slender man's favorite part, when he let them out of the dark box they'd been living in for weeks. He was their keeper, their owner, their god. But this time, something was different. The inside, it wasn't pitch black. A rod of light dropped from the roof of the container unit. Had Cantrell installed a light for her journey? The slender man blinked, but could make out nothing in the darkness beyond. It looked like a spotlight on a stage. The aesthetics rather suited him. "Don't be shy, my love," he said. "Step forward." A rustling issued from the shadows, a form emerging. She was bigger than he would have thought, broad-shouldered. She was also a he, and the he was holding what appeared to be a 9mm submachine gun of German design. The slender man felt his throat clutch when he realized that the light on the ceiling wasn't a spotlight at all. It was the golden light of the moon, shining through a hole that had been cut in the top of container 78653-B812. In the gleam of the muzzle flare, he saw the actual Ms. Siegler crouched in the back corner of the container behind the man, hair matted down across her eyes. Beside him, Donald danced a little jig, the rounds jerking his limbs this way and that. There came a moment of silence, a curl of cordite rising from the muzzle, during which the slender man grappled with the fact that the carefully curated mood was, in fact, shattered. He tried to say something, but the sound he forced through his dry throat was an inhuman croak. He'd never known that terror could feel like this, a physical sensation running through every vein, inhabiting every cell, threatening to explode from the core of you straight through your skin. The silence stretched out longer yet as the barrel drifted casually to face him, the bore waxing into a full moon to match the one above. And then he sensed his body flying back against the side of the town car, the safety glass of the windows cascading around him, and he tried to make out the face of the man behind the weapon that was tearing him to shreds. The face was nothing but a silhouette, as black as the darkness that surged up and claimed him. 65. Fragile Little Bond. The cab swept into the porte cochere, delivering Evan to Castle Heights. He spilled out of the car, raw from pain and 2 days of grueling travel, his bedraggled appearance undercutting the grand entrance. When he reached for the heavy glass door to the lobby, a dagger of pain shot across his ribs. He lowered his arm and staggered a half-step to the side, nearly colliding with Ida Rosenbaum of 6G. The wizened woman, crusted with makeup and built like a fire hydrant, glowered up at him. "Careless, aren't you?" "Sorry, ma'am. You just what?" He tried to let his right arm hang normally. "Just a little jet-lagged." "Jet-lagged? Had a rough business trip, did you?" He ducked his head to hide the band of skin on his neck that still bore scabs from the shock collar. "You could say that." My Herb, may he rest in peace, worked his fingers to the bone and never complained a day in his life. We knew what hardship was, our generation. "Yes, ma'am." "We weren't kvetchers." "No, ma'am." She clutched her purse to her jacket, a shade of red not found in nature. He realized she was waiting for him to open the lobby door for her. To avoid doing a close-quarters pirouette, he had to reach for the handle with his right hand. He braced himself, opened the door through the fireworks exploding inside his shoulder, and smiled with gritted teeth. With a waft of rosewater, she passed beneath his arm, and with great relief, he released the door and stepped into the cool air of the lobby. "Heaven smoke!" As he pivoted at the sound of the raspy voice, Peter collided into him with a hug. Wincing, Evan patted his back. The boy wore true blue jeans with a toy gun and holster on one hip and a lasso on the other. A shoved-back cowboy hat completed the John Wayne vibe. "You like my Halloween costume?" Evan gave a nod, shuffle-stepping for the elevator. He needed to get upstairs and peel off the dressings before he bled through. Can't beat the classics. When he looked up, Mia stood right there, holding an empty pillowcase. "Hi, Evan." "No costume for you?" "This is my costume." She flared her arms theatrically. "It's called Single Mom Without the Time Management Skills to Comb Her Hair." He caught himself noticing the birthmark kissing her temple, the way her curly chestnut hair fell across her shoulders, and reined in his focus. Elevator, upstairs, now. "Haven't seen you in a while," Mia said. "What mysterious things have you been up to?" "Too mysterious to recount," Evan said. She took him in more closely, her forehead twisting with concern. Peter tugged at Mia's sleeve. "Can he come over for dinner tonight instead of Ted?" "Ted? Can he? Mom, can he?" Mia colored. "No, honey." Then, to Evan, "He's a friend." Evan gave another nod, took another step toward the safety of the elevator doors. "Then can he go trick-or-treating with us?" "Peter, I'm sure Mr. Smoke has better—" "I'm going to shoot horse thieves and bad guys. You should totally come." The toy gun was out of the holster, and Evan was staring at it, a hard edge of discomfort rising inside him, something he was unaccustomed to feeling in the floral-scented lobby of Castle Heights. "I can't. What did you dress up as when you were a kid?" I didn't really celebrate Halloween." "Why not?" Evan was 8 hours from his last dose of Advil, the pain starting to cramp his peripheral vision. "Don't aim that gun at me." His voice startled all three of them. Peter lowered the toy gun. "You don't have to be mean." "I wasn't being mean." "Yes," Peter said. "You were." Mia slung an arm over Peter's shoulder. "Come on, sweetheart. Let's get you some candy." They withdrew. Evan stood a moment before turning to the elevators. By the time he got upstairs, the headache had crept down into his neck, meeting the fiery nerve lines shooting up from his shoulder. He went straight to the kitchen, tugged open the freezer drawer of his Sub-Zero, and assessed his options. A single bottle of Stolichnaya Elite remained. Triple distilled, the vodka was purified through a freeze filtration process that dropped its temperature to 0 degrees to eliminate the impurities. He wasn't sure his arm could inflict the abuse he generally put a martini shaker through, so he poured 2 fingers over ice, palmed a trio of Advil, and took a sip. As crisp as it was clear. It struck him that his vodka indulgence was something like a purification ceremony. After all the blood and filth he'd waded through, he didn't drink to numb his senses. He drank to try to cleanse himself from the inside out. He pressed the frozen bottle to his shoulder. It stung. He let it. Leaning on the poured concrete of the center island, he glanced across at his vertical garden, the wall textured with herbs and plants. The mint was taking over, as it did. This wall, The sole splash of green amid the metals and greys was his one stab at living with life. The attempt struck him as poignant and pathetic at the same time. I wanted you to get out. I wanted you to have a chance. At what? At a life that isn't this. He pushed away Jack's voice, exhaled through clenched teeth. Whatever Jack had hoped for him couldn't be worth as much as the sight of Alison Siegler being tended to by paramedics. Her shoulders had been hunched, and she'd started at the touch of the paramedics. But when she rose to walk to the ambulance, she'd stood tall, unbroken. Evan had been across the St. John's River by then, watching from an unlit pier on the opposite bank. He took another sip, let the Stoli blaze a path through his insides. After the past couple weeks, he couldn't get his muscles to believe that it was safe to relax. The alarm was set, the front door barred, the windows armored. Even the walls here had been upgraded. Half-inch residential sheetrock replaced with 5 8/10 commercial grade, which provided better sound attenuation and more structural rigidity in the event that someone tried to breach the place. He considered how much of his life he'd spent bricking himself in. A wife, maybe even kids. I tried to free you. I didn't think you'd scurry right back to it. What else did he know? For his entire adult life, he'd been one of those rough men standing ready in the night to visit violence on those who would do harm. A sentry willing to go up against the Hector Contrels and René Casseroys, the Asim al-Hakims and Tigran Sarkeesians. If not him, then who? Maybe now that he'd been freed from the guilt of killing Jack, he'd be freed from seeking endless absolution for his sins, freed from being the nowhere man, which meant he could be someone real. He thought of Mia and Peter out in the neighborhood right now, going door to door, collecting Kit Kats and M&Ms. He downed the last of the vodka, studied the empty glass, trying to ratchet himself back to reality. He had to get a new roam zone up and running in the event Anna Rezian had found the next client requiring his help. He owed her, and he owed whoever would call. Plus, Renee was out there, which meant Evan still had a job to do. As Evan sat here waxing philosophical over an empty tumbler, Renee was no doubt already laying the foundations for his next operation. Another kidnapping. The next gruesome medical lab. If Evan wanted to finish Renee, he'd have to beat the FBI to him while dodging Van Sciver and his attack dog orphans. He owed as much to Despy. She'd brought him a tire jack, and her entire family had been slaughtered for it. I don't know how to live with this, she'd told him, with what I saw. Renee was a devourer of lives. Evan couldn't let him continue, not with the wreckage he'd leave in his wake. And yet, that birthmark, a kiss on Mia's temple, Peter's charcoal eyes, his croaky voice. Evan washed the glass and then made his way down the hall, passing the empty brackets where the new katana was supposed to hang. Over the past few days, he'd learned to remove his bandages and undress with minimal pain. Standing naked at the threshold of the shower, he flashed back to that bathroom at the chalet, the floor sloping to a drain, bar of soap and a folded towel, prison toilet, trash can liner to the side. Of their own accord, his fingers had moved to his scabbed neck. He ducked into the warm stream. The first hit of water always stung the collarbone, but the burn quickly abated. He breathed hard, reminded himself that he was home. He realized, barely holding it together, His weight tugged him to the side, the wall cool against his ribs. He let the hot water beat against his crown. At some point, autopilot clicked on, the rituals of survival keeping him in motion. He got out, toweled off, rebandaged. In his bedroom, he confronted the dresser, glaring at the bottom drawer with its false compartment bearing the blood-stained flannel. Jack's very own Shroud of Turin. Evan carried Jack's shirt up the hall and across the great room to the freestanding fireplace, set it atop the pyre of cedar logs, and watched it burn. The coordinates by which he had charted the past 8 years, up in smoke. As matter turned to air, he recognized that his own misguided sorrow and guilt had coalesced in the stiff fabric, as much a part of the shirt as the dried blood staining it. Even after no trace of the flannel remained, he found himself standing before the flames. Returning to the bedroom, he pulled an unworn pair of dark jeans from the stack of duplicates. One drawer up were the fresh V-necked gray t-shirts, also neatly folded, also identical. A hinged wooden box in the closet held 4 Victorinox watch fobs, still in the package. He took one out, clipped it to his first belt loop on the left side. What did it say about him that he was so easily put back together? He'd long thought that it was a positive attribute, a testament to his durability. But now it felt artificial, unhuman. He was rebuildable, a snap-together Lego toy. His well-stocked drawers reminded him of the mac and cheese meals of his childhood, an assembly-built existence from as far back as he could remember, and as far ahead as he could see. One mission would bleed into the next, until the inevitable. If not Van Sciver, someone else. Evan would get older. His reflexes would get slower. Sooner or later he'd be a half-second too slow. Would he have balanced the books by then? And even if he had, would it make a difference? Not a train of thought an assassin should engage in. Exhaustion descended over him, a heavy cloud. That was it, then. He was tired. A good night's sleep would purge his brain of this existential nonsense. Heading back to the bathroom, he stepped through the hidden door in the water-beaded shower and into the vault. A Hardig storm case by the weapon lockers held a neat row of replacement roam zone phones, each nestled in black foam. He plucked one out, slotting in a new SIM card, then dropped into the chair before the bank of monitors burdening the sheet metal desk. A few clicks, and he'd switched the phone service to a company in Bahrain. He turned on the roam zone. No messages from Anaresian's referral, and plugged it into the desktop charger. An impulse grabbed him. With flying fingers, he called up Castle Heights' internal security feeds, then zeroed in on the lens positioned by the 12th floor elevator. He rewound at 3x, the digital footage herky-jerky. There. A few minutes ago, the camera had captured Mia walking backward with a man down the hall, reversing into the elevator, the doors zippering shut behind them. She'd gone to meet him in the lobby. That seemed noteworthy. Evan clicked play, let the doors part, freeze-framed on the man. Ted. The guy looked pleasant enough. Rumpled hair, work casual clothes, black Chuck Taylors throwing in a dash of cool. A web designer or an advertising exec, maybe. He'd know how to barbecue. CrossFit gym membership, vacations to Maui, a peaceful, ordinary existence, work and play, and time to reflect. He thought of Mia's smile, and wondered how dinner was going downstairs. With Ted. The roam zone perched in its charger, awaiting the next call from the next client. Evans stared at it with enmity. It wasn't just a phone. It was a collar and chain. For an instant, he let himself imagine what it would be like to be free of it. Plucked fresh from the living wall, basil, sage, and tomatoes sizzled atop the cooking eggs. With a dip of his wrist, Evan folded the omelet, completing the half circle, and then slid it onto a plate. He'd woken early, meditated, and stretched. He couldn't yet hang from the pull-up bar with his full weight, but if he tugged at it with his right hand, he could lengthen out the muscles of the arm. He'd required the jungle penetrator to bear him up the side of the Horizon Express, the cable attached to the grappling hook reeling him in on the deployed seat like a hooked fish. At the store this morning, he'd stocked up on the basics: eggs, cheese, vodka. Now he sat, ate, and enjoyed the view of downtown 12 miles to the east. The high-rises thrust up abruptly, a compact little skyline fit for a snow globe. He made his way to the vault, cocked back in his chair at his L-shaped desk, and reread every last word of the printouts he'd taken from Jack's cabin. They contained the starting points of the investigation into Renee Casseroy, the trails the FBI was currently running down. The crime scene photographs taken at the chalet seemed less useful, capturing the aftermath of the bizarre events. Bullet-riddled basement lab, barn with 2 G-wagons and a blue wrestling mat. Files spread across the Pakistani rug of the 4th-floor study, each one sporting a bright yellow evidence and property tag. Evan set the papers to the side. It made no sense for him to follow the same tracks the FBI was. They had more resources and would be too far ahead. The question was, what did he know that the FBI didn't? He started with Renee's escape. Jack had mentioned that the Bureau was looking into helicopter flight logs, so either the agents were on Renee's heels already, or he'd covered his tracks. Renee didn't have to go in any one specified direction, which made it harder to... Evan stopped, excitement pulsing in his chest. Dex. Severed hand, lifted out by helicopter. His destination would have been set. A hospital. Not just a hospital with a department of surgery and a helipad. The FBI had no idea what had gone down in the ballroom, so they wouldn't know to search for a patient missing a hand. A quick Google spin gave Evan only 3 contenders within a helicopter tank's distance of Chalet Savoir-Faire. To the databases. Whenever Evan did break-ins from his computers in the vault, he went through a string of anonymous proxies, remote services that allowed him to go in with one IP address and come out with another. He routed through Shanghai, then Johannesburg, bounced between a triptych of Scandinavian countries, then popped through Colombia and Moldova for good measure. He was ready to attack. Most hospitals relied on the Epic medical record system, which Evan knew well. In no time he'd jimmied a few virtual back doors. The second hospital rang the cherries. A 6'5" male, 290 pounds, with a severed left hand had been admitted at 1:47 p.m. on Sunday, October 23rd. Name given? Jonathan D.O.U.G.H. The record noted that the patient did not, or would not, speak. He'd been seen immediately by a vascular surgeon and taken directly to the OR. He'd checked out early the next morning against medical advice. Payment had been made in cash. Evan scanned the discharge forms. Most of the personal information had been left blank. But there at the bottom, a phone number was given. Why would Dex, a mute, have a cell phone? Already Evan was reaching for his roam zone. He dialed. It rang. And again. A click as someone picked up. A heavy breath came across the receiver. Renee Casseroy, Evan said. You found the Easter egg I asked Dex to hide for you. I'm glad. I've been waiting for your call. It took Evan a moment to adjust to the sound of that voice again, especially here within the walls of his own place. He realized he was on his feet, pacing around the vault. Why's that? He asked. I wanted to talk to you, set a few things straight. There's nothing you can say that will change what's coming. That's where I tend to think ahead. You see, given what I know of you, I thought you stood a reasonable chance of getting out of that valley alive. I don't know how you did it, but count me impressed. I've never had the opportunity to behold a specimen like you. I'm planning to give you another chance to behold me. That's what I assumed, which is why I took out an insurance policy. Which is what? Despy. Evan stopped pacing. You thought you were clever knocking out a few of my surveillance cameras. But did you really think we couldn't regulate you in that room? We had full audio. You should have heard yourself, pathetic and delusional, babbling into a broken phone, talking to whom? Who were you talking to, like your life depended on it? Myself. I guess you were. Renee laughed. But my favorite listening came from the snippets we picked up of your conversations with Despy. The woeful tale of her kidnapping, how we kept a loving eye on her parents, her sister. We listened to you two form your fragile little bond. I know you care about her. I know you'd be upset if any harm came to her. Evan was gripping the phone too hard, the tension radiating up into his right shoulder, fanning the flames. Yes, he said, I would. We have men in Despy's vicinity, watching her just as they did her sister, her parents. You're familiar with the work they did there? I am. She'll be left alone, if you leave me alone, Renee said. So decide if your need for revenge is worth her life. You've failed her once already. The brief pause was underscored by the faint hum of the connection. If I get the tiniest indication that you're within 100 miles of me, I will have her gutted. What makes you think I'll give you the tiniest indication? Evan said, and cut the line. 66. Banged up in all the right ways. How'd it go? The Somali pirate routine. Tommy Stojack ambled across the cave of his armorer shop, passing warped speed loaders, cutting torches, a stray crate of anti-tank grenades with Cyrillic lettering on the shipping label. He reached into a jumble of Ares pistol frames stacked like chicken bones atop a pelican case. Each frame was a forging of aluminum, basically a solid piece of metal shaped like a gun. Evan said, "It went just fine." "You rescue the princess, slay the dragon?" "Something like that. I came to settle the bill." Evan handed Tommy a thick roll of $100 bills. Tommy hefted it as if gauging its weight, then smiled his gap-toothed smile and tapped the roll into his shirt pocket. Evan looked at the aluminum forging. "You said you had the upgrades for me?" Tommy crossed his arms, mock annoyed. "Hey, Tommy, by the way, thanks for producing a cutting torch, a suppressed subgun, and a skiff for me out of thin air from 10 states away on 24 hours' notice." "Right," Evan said. "Thank you." Tommy jabbed at Evan with a forefinger that had been blown off at the second knuckle. "And a grappling fucking hook." "And a grappling fucking hook." "And how have you been, Tommy?" he said, circling his hand in a prompt. Evan said, "How have you been?" Tommy shrugged, dropped the shit-slinging routine. "Nothing but high-speed, low-drag antics here. This new broad I'm seeing, she wanted me to try yoga. I told her I wasn't in touch with my inner vagina enough, you know." He raised that stub of a forefinger. "Then I tried that shit, and I realized I'm not in touch with my inner fucking seal enough." "It's that hard?" Evan asked. Tommy dug through the mound of Ares frames, grabbed one in particular. He'd machined out the interior, drilling the pivot points for the fire control group. Pistol frame in hand, he limped back toward his workbench. "Those skinny bitches, they can balance on a pinky finger for longer than I can stand up anymore." "So you're doing yoga now?" "Hell no. But I will tell you, yoga pants, best invention of the past 100 years. Let's just say downward dog gives me upward dog. But even that ain't worth it." Tommy half tilted, half fell into his rolling chair. Though he never talked about where or how he'd served, he had enough hearing loss, blown-out joints, and surgical scars for Evan to know he'd been a tip-of-the-spear operator. He was banged up in all the right ways. Now he worked as a contract armorer for various government-sanctioned black groups, specializing in procurement and R&D. Or at least that's what Evan had gleaned. Their conversations had always been light on proper nouns. Tommy's shop, a desert-baked building rearing up from the sand in off-the-strip Vegas, looked like an auto shop from the outside. Few people knew its location, and fewer yet had earned the right to visit. Tommy kept a surveillance camera at the door, which he'd unplugged when Evan called on him. Tommy took a swig of black coffee across a lower lip packed with Skoal wintergreen. "I got no interest in working out no more. Makes no sense at this point. Spend what, 2 hours a day? They say exercising can add 7 years onto the end of your life. But I figure those 7 years are about what you get if you add up all the hours you'd spend sweating your sorry ass on a treadmill. So I figure, why not skip all that misery, live out the good days, and hit the dirt when it's time?" He rolled the chair away from the ammo and over to his smoking station, an ashtray made from a ship's battered porthole. A Camel wide lipped out from the edge. He pulled on the cigarette, then dropped it into a red keg cup filled with water. A kick of his combat boots set him shooting back across the floor toward Evan. Even as he glided, he popped a new slide assembly onto the aluminum frame. "Don't get me wrong. I don't want to slow down. You know me. Animal from the Muppets is my spirit animal." He leaned over the pistol at his bench, adding the extras. "But man, I'll tell you, more and more I feel like I've been shot at and missed, and shit at and hit." He paused to flex his remaining 9 fingers, working out a cramp. Evan thought of Asim with his hand tremors and unsteady gait, the physical toll of a lifetime of rough play. Was this what was in store for them all? A hard end to a hard life? "I wanted you to get out. I wanted you to have a chance." It was nearly impossible for Evan to recalibrate to the fact that Jack was still alive, that when he heard Jack's voice in his head, it was not from beyond the grave. Tommy had said something. Evan snapped too. "What?" "You lose your holster too." "Yeah. I need a Kydex High Guard." "I know what you use." Tommy scooped the wad of long-cut tobacco from his lip, thumbed it into an empty Red Bull can, washed out his mouth with more Java sludge. "How'd you misplace your gear? Got held up by a troop of Girl Scouts?" "It's a long story." "Ain't they all?" Tommy handed over the new 1911. 8 in the mag, 1 in the spout. High-profile straight-8 sights. Low ambidextrous thumb safety, since Evan preferred to shoot southpaw. Aggressive front-frame checkering. Extended barrel, threaded for a suppressor. Beaver tail grip safety so it wouldn't fire if not in hand. Matte black, to disappear in shadow. It wasn't merely sterilized. It had never had a serial number. A ghost weapon that, like Evan, did not exist. Evan hefted the Ares. It's lighter. Bet your ass it's lighter, Tommy said. Thing practically floats. But everything else is as lined out as the steel Wilsons I used to make you. His biker mustache shifted above his grin. It's just homemade. Evan handed him another wad of hundreds and stood. Hold up, Hoss. Tommy slipped the cash into his shirt pocket. When have I ever let you leave without test driving a new gun? He chinned at the sand-filled steel pipe slanted downward next to the cutting torch. Eyes and ears are in the bin. Evan donned protective gear and then fired a full mag down the mouth of the pipe. The gun, tuned with throat ramp work, fed smoothly. When Evan turned around, Tommy had tugged out his earplugs, one cheek gathering to the side in a fan of wrinkles. You okay? Evan asked. Tinnitus. From all the... Tommy waved a hand by his head. I live with it non-stop pretty much. I think of it as a reminder of all the shit I've done. Jiminy Cricket in there, making sure I don't forget a red second of it. His smile was bittersweet. Every year, I feel like I'm hanging on to a little less. And for a little less. You know? Evan clicked the Ares into his Kydex holster. I know, he said. 67. What was missing? Craft First poster restoration would have been a sweatshop if everyone weren't so well paid. Rows and rows of foreign workers toiling over screw presses and wet tables, spraying surfactants and dabbing at one-sheets with needle-thin paintbrushes. The operation, located at the back of an industrial park in Northridge, made money in a variety of ways. The woman at the helm specialized in bringing rare posters and documents back to their original form. She also happened to be the finest forger Evan had encountered. He had spent the past week poring over the investigation documents and pounding the databases, looking for any buried thread that might lead to Renee Casseroy. Chasing down leads in the IRS documents, he'd uncovered a host of addresses on various continents. Many forwarded on to additional addresses in Croatia, Togo, the Republic of Maldives, and other nations lacking extradition treaties with the U.S. Evan had plenty such addresses himself, some no more than an office front set up to throw trackers off course. To get beyond the long arm of the FBI, Renee had probably retreated to one of these countries, but which one was anyone's guess. Evan could spend a lifetime trekking around the globe, knocking on doors, staking out P.O. boxes, and talking to shady middlemen, unless he produced a concrete lead. Which was why he was here. Way across the floor, Melinda Truong balanced atop a ladder, reaching for a box at the top of a rise of industrial shelving. A sea of male workers milled nervously at the base of the ladder, calling up to her with gentle admonitions and offers of help. As she grabbed the box, one hip swung wide in a balance beam correction, her waist-long black hair flinging wide like a flicked horsetail. A collective gasp went up. The building itself seemed to hold its breath. Melinda righted herself and hopped down the ladder, her neon Nikes striking every other rung. At the bottom, she presented the open box of X-Acto blades to an assistant, and then scolded her workers in Vietnamese for doubting her. Now get to work. I don't pay you to worry. Nodding respectfully, they hurried back to their workstations. They were all half terrified of her, and half in love with her. For good reason. Dusting her hands, she noticed Evan threading his way through the tables toward her, and grinned. And here I thought you'd forgotten all about me, she said, reaching up to take his face in her hands. Impossible. On tiptoes, she kissed both of his cheeks, cheating to catch the edge of his lips. "What do you need, darling? Another driver's license? Death certificate? Fresh passport for that getaway you're going to take me on to Turks and Caicos?" "I need your brain," he said. She crossed her arms. An Olympos double-action airbrush dangled from her hip. She'd padded the futuristic grip with pink tape to ensure that no one borrowed it. As the only woman in the building, she color-coded all her tools. "My brain? I don't know whether to be flattered or insulted." "Flattered. It's a magnificent brain." She noticed one of her conservators sponging roughly at a Polish poster of Rebecca and smacked his shoulder. "Careful. She's been through a lot, that poor girl. Show her some care. Handle her gently, like a lover." Taking Evan by the arm, she snapped back to English. "I feel sorry for Min's wife. In bed she must feel like hamburger meat." She walked as she talked, casting an eagle eye across the workstations. "I'm trying to find a man," he said. "Me too." A sideways glance. Okay. Let's find your man. It'll bring some excitement to my life." "I doubt your life lacks excitement." "Let me cook you dinner sometime, and you can find out." "Deal. But for now, a man." "Yes. I believe he's left the country. He's off the radar, and he's been careful to cover all the usual bases. I was in his house, briefly. It was filled with luxury items, some rare. I'm hoping I can track him through unusual purchases he's made." "Why that approach?" "Because," Evans said, "that's how he tracked me." No. She paused by a giant plywood work table, lifting the padded earphone free of a painter's head to shout in his ear. "Use best steam to remove the tape adhesive residue." She let the headphone snap back to the man's skull and kept on. "So you'd like to track down which purchase?" "He had an original Monet." "How could you tell it wasn't a fake?" "I'm pretty sure. If I made it, you wouldn't be able to tell." "I'm assuming you didn't make it." She gave a demure tilt of her chin. "Proceed." "It was of water lilies." "Of course," she said. "It's always water lilies with him. How many water lilies can a guy paint?" "He didn't just do water lilies." "Right. Haystacks. Lots of haystacks." She sighed. "Give me a Metropolis poster from the 30s any day. Have you seen the Boris Karloff Frankenstein? It just went at auction for—" "Can you track a Monet like that?" "Evan, the guy painted hundreds of them. Plus the forgeries. Only Starry Night's been knocked off more. Even if you knew it was real, how could you tell which water lily painting it was? They all look like water lilies." From his jacket, Evan pulled the printouts of the crime scene pictures and fanned through them. But no dining room shot of the Monet had magically appeared since he'd last perused the stack. She read his face. "I'm sorry. Was there anything else you saw in the house that you could track?" "Lexan." "What?" "Bullet-resistant polycarbonate resin acquired on the black market." She screwed up her face. "Good luck there." He shuffled the printouts. Files on a Pakistani rug, punctured IV bags draining onto the basement floor, the barn interior, 2 Mercedes Geländewagens, and a wrestling mat. He stopped, stared at the last photo. Not what was in it, but what was missing. Melinda's tiny hand gripped his elbow. "What?" "A vintage Rolls." Evan had seen Dex drive away with it when he'd taken Despy, but it had never reappeared. Renee needed his toys. As his operation at the chalet drew to a close, he'd have wanted to get the car clear of the location, ready to meet him at his next stop. What had he said at the dinner table? You could take silk sheets and caviar and inject them directly into my veins. His obsession with luxury might be the thing that exposed him. What model was it? Melinda asked. A Phantom. That, she said, might prove useful. Evan stared at the photo taken outside the barn. The edge of the picture captured the bank of shoveled snow that rimmed the vehicle path. It was indented with dozens of notches made by the G-wagons when they'd backed up for their three-point turns. Evan focused on a particular imprint in the icy rise. Another bumper mark, much lower, studded with the rectangular outline of a license plate frame. But he knew there had been no license plate on the rolls. As he squinted at the shape, Melinda leaned over him, her breath smelling of juicy fruit. What? She asked. The license plate indentation in the snow here. I don't remember it having. We'll look at that in a minute, she said. Right now, tell me, the Phantom. Was it a 1, 2, 3, 4? How can you tell? I can't. But come. She steered him between two wet tables, the mist from a retrofitted insecticide sprayer moistening their cheeks. Quan? Quan! A man in the far corner raised an arm hesitantly. Melinda beelined for him. He stood at attention as they approached. Covering his vast table, sandwiched between mylar sheets, were sales brochures for vintage automobiles. You deal in car brochures? Evans said. You'd be surprised, Melinda said. This Bugatti one here? It's worth nearly 300 grand. She looked at Quan. You need to help him identify a type of Rolls-Royce Phantom. She started to translate between the men, but Evans stepped in with badly accented Vietnamese. It had big fenders that swooped up over the front wheels, swept back pillars so the windshield was on tilt. And it had those things over the rear tires, fender skirts, with rivets. Yes, the Brits, they call them spats. Close-coupled body style? I don't know what that means. Was the passenger compartment somewhat short? Did it look zoomy? Yes. Like this? Quan tapped the mylar covering an old Rolls brochure. Not exactly. Quan bent over, rummaging beneath his stool, and came up with a coffee table book. Flipping through the pages. This? No. This? Too big. This? Yes. It's a Phantom 3. He smiled, showing crooked teeth. Goldfinger's car. How many were made? Quan consulted the book. 727 chassis, less with the body you describe. That's a lot of haystacks, Evans said to Melinda. Already she'd clamped his hand in hers, yanking him along hard enough to put a sting in his shoulder. Before he could thank Quan, he'd been whisked down a back hall and into a dark-walled photography room with blacked-out windows. The most private space in the building, it was generally reserved for illicit document work. Melinda stopped by a desk, snapped her fingers impatiently. It took a moment for him to catch her meaning, and then he handed her the printout of the photo taken outside the barn. She slid it beneath an Amscope binocular microscope, the enlarged image coming up on the connected computer. Twisting her long hair in a knot, she flipped it over her shoulder and leaned to the wide eyepiece mounted on a boom arm. She studied the license plate indentation in the snow. Evan did the same on the mirroring monitor. It looks like two stacked curves, he said. Those aren't curves. They're B's. A big one perched on top of a smaller one. I don't get it. She snapped off the specialty bulbs illuminating the grainy picture and rotated to another computer, typing carefully on the keyboard so as to preserve her perfect nails. The search engine swiftly brought up a logo. Bonhams and Butterfields. Evans said, You're amazing. You ain't seen nothing yet. A search field led to a database for collectors, which led to 5 Phantom 3s have been sold at Bonham since it consolidated with Butterfield's in 2002, she said. 3 were bought by an Abu Dhabi sheikh, 1 by that Ukrainian tennis player whose name I always screw up. And the 5th? She pointed. The screen read, Anonymous Buyer. There's your boy, she said. Does he have to register with them to put in a bid? Can you track him? Auction houses are extremely discreet when buyers desire privacy. So no, I can't track the buyer. However, her cheeks dimpled. She looked pleased with herself, a cat ready to be petted. I can track the car. For the first time, Evan allowed excitement into his voice. The car. The chassis number, to be precise. It has to be registered when moved between countries. There are duties to be paid, taxes, all sorts of annoying bureaucratic paperwork. I can take it from here. We traffic in fine things. It's what we do. How do I repay you? She leaned to swing her rope of hair off her elegant neck and tapped her cheek. He kissed it. I'll be in touch by day's end. Check your email. She rose, smoothed the wrinkles from her yoga pants, and dismissed him with a wave. Now go on. Some of us have work to do. 68. Object Permanence. Evan hesitated outside the door of 12B. He and Mia had an understanding that he was to keep his distance from her and Peter. Mia didn't know precisely what sorts of jobs Evan did, but she'd learned enough to know that he wasn't safe to be around. He reached for the doorbell, but his fingers stopped shy of the mark. What if she got angry? What if she told him to leave? What if Ted was there, whipping up an organic meal, expounding on the virtues of CrossFit? Evan glared at his finger, wavering in midair. Given everything he'd endured in his life, how absurd that pushing a doorbell made him nervous. He rang. After a long pause, he heard footsteps. Damn it! Hang on! Hang on! The door flung wide. She wore a bathrobe, soaked through, her wet hair dripping around her shoulders. One hand gripped a pink razor. Oh, she said, cinching her bathrobe tighter. I thought you were the pizza guy. She looked at her razor, then hid it behind her back. Awkward? Sorry to bother you. I know I'm not supposed to. It's okay. It's good to see you. I mean, if I weren't in the middle of a shower and didn't have a Gillette Venus razor hidden behind my back. It's still there? She checked behind her. Yep. Evidently I was hoping you hadn't developed object permanence yet. I've got it down pat. I do struggle with stranger anxiety, though. Okay. She bit her lower lip. I'm all out of witty repartee and getting shivery. Can we move this along? I just wanted to apologize to Peter for the lobby last week when I was short with him. He's in his room. He snuck his Halloween candy in there, so enter at your own risk. I'll be drying myself off and pretending not to eavesdrop through the heating vent. Deal. She vanished up the hall, and he walked over to Peter's door. It had been a long time since he'd been down here. The Batman stickers remained, as well as the skull and crossbones "Keep Out" sign, but the Kobe Bryant poster had been replaced with one of Steph Curry. The door was slightly ajar, and Evan knuckled it open. Peter started, diving to cover up the sea of dumped-out candy. He craned to look over his shoulder. Evan smoke. Rolling out of his emergency belly flop, he pulled the Snickers mini from a fold in his pajama top and started shoveling candy back into the pillowcase frantically. Don't tell Mom. His mouth was full. the words distorted. I wouldn't be shocked if she knows already. Chocolate smudged his cheek. His lips were raspberry blue. He chewed and swallowed. Why do you think she knows? Because your mom knows everything. Why don't you visit anymore? Evan resisted the urge to scratch at the remnants of the scabs on his neck. Like we talked about. Your mom and I thought it'd be better if... I still think it's dumb. I understand that. Look, I just wanted to... Hopped up on candy bars. Peter leapt to his feet, ran to his desk, and began frenetically coloring in a Star Wars drawing. Did you know butterflies taste with their feet? I did not. What do you want to wear in your coffin? A wetsuit. Do frogs have penises? Not the ones I've met. Listen, Peter, look at me. I wanted to say that I'm sorry. He looked genuinely puzzled. For what? For how I was in the lobby. You're right. I acted mean. Oh, I forgot about that already. That was like years ago. He set down his crayon, now worn to a nub, and looked at Evan. Friends don't make a big deal over stuff like that, he said. Evan had to clear his throat before he could respond. Okay, he said. I hope you can come back sometime. Me too. Peter turned back to his coloring book, and Evan slipped out into the hall. He was feeling better every day. Just this morning he'd teased the sutures out of his shoulder with stitch scissors and needle-nose tweezers. He'd regained decent mobility with his right arm, though he had to be cautious about how far and how fast he pushed it. Oddly, his calf was bothering him more today, the nerve line like a twisting strand of barbed wire. He stopped in the living room to take in the place. Drying laundry covered the couch. Jazz played softly down the hall somewhere, early Miles Davis. The air smelled of vanilla candles and hot chocolate and dish detergent. The kitchen trash can overflowed. A real home, in all its messy glory. The post-it stuck to the wall by the kitchen pass-through was more faded than when he'd seen it last. Written in Mia's scrawl, treat yourself as if you were someone who you are responsible for helping. She posted these life lessons, lifted from a favorite book, around the condo for Peter to read. This one in particular had always given Evan pause. When he'd been trapped in that chalet, he'd been his own client for the first time, the one in need of rescuing. He wondered if he deserved the same happiness that he wished for the people he helped. Mia surprised him. How'd you do with the Duke of Sugarbuzz? He was inquisitive. Did he ask you if frogs have penises? He did. Mia toweled her hair some more. Do frogs have penises? I don't believe they do. Watching her laugh, he felt something tug at him. What? She said. Nothing. She bit her lower lip, studied him. And yet she hadn't asked him to sit. I'd better go, he said, before you bust out that Gillette Venus razor again. We wouldn't want that. He started out. He was at the door when she said, I can't help but think that in some other life. He turned. She looked at her nails, over his shoulder, everywhere but at him. Where I'm not a DA and you're not a... whatever you are. He nodded. But it's not safe for Peter, she said. I could never put him at risk. No, Evan said. Never. I wish it were different, she said. Me too. Goodbye, Evan Smoke. Goodbye, Mia Hall. 69. No extradition. Before turning in for the night, Evan entered the vault and logged into the.nowhere.man@gmail.com. A single email waited for him from Melinda Trong. A Rolls-Royce Phantom 3 1936 sports limousine with a Hooper body, Sauchik chrome trim, and a chassis number of 9AZ161 passed through the port of Rijeka on Friday, October 28th. You're welcome. You can repay me by taking me to dinner, or to Turks and Caicos. XOXO, MT. Evan cracked his knuckles, studied the screen. Rijeka. In Croatia. One of the countries that has no extradition treaty with the U.S. Evan reached for the IRS printouts, covered with his notes. On the backs of the pages, he'd scrawled all the addresses he'd turned up while trying to chart the sprawling map of Renee's financials. In 2008, one of Renee's attorneys had taken receipt of a quarterly distribution from a now extinct umbrella corporation at a condo address in Zagreb. The building, a mere 2-hour drive east of the port. Evan crossed the vault and spun the dial on his floor safe. Lifting the steel hatch, he reached inside for one of his passports. 70. The slightest misstep. It had been hell. Not just weathering Van Sciver's quiet rage, but being stuck with Ben Jaggers. And stuck with him Candy was, until the job was done. As if she needed another motivation to reduce Orphan X to ash. She sat in the driver's seat of a Passat wagon that had been advertised as family size. She mostly liked it for its trunk space. To avoid Jaggers's stink, she breathed through her mouth, but then she got worried about all that funk getting into her lungs, and so she went back to breathing through her nose and suffering silently. Croatia was amazing. More specifically, Croatian men were amazing. Tall and broad, full heads of lush dark hair, light eyes, and golden skin. Like Olympic athletes, the whole lot of them. And they proclaimed their love so readily. On the first night, on the first meeting. Of course, Candy got that a lot, but she got it more in Croatia. When she wasn't stuck with Ben Jaggers, watching a luxury condo complex on a city center street crowded with exhaust-belching buses, in a fucking Passat. Van Sciver, or more precisely, Van Sciver's room of supercomputers, had unearthed Renee's location fairly quickly after the chalet combustion. A hub of 5 major freeways, Zagreb is a confusion of bypasses and congestion, an ideal location for Renee to slip in and out of. Plenty of avenues for escape, but also plenty of stakeout spots like the one Candy and Jaggers had pinned down for the past week, parked off a major artery among a crowded lineup of other vehicles. Why couldn't it have been split with its view of the sparkling Adriatic, or Dubrovnik with stone city walls and hills of lavender? But no. Here she was in the Detroit of Croatia, stuck in a Volkswagen with that yellow bastard. A group of Croatian men dressed in soccer uniforms hopped off a bus ahead of them, joking and shoving one another, forked triceps and cleft chins. She felt taunted, a cat in an aquarium. Are you watching the building? Mm-hmm, Candy said, flicking her eyes back across the 4 lanes of traffic to the high-security condo complex. She resumed watching people trickle through the front gate. Fat woman with stroller, silver-haired captain of industry, 3 schoolgirls in fetching plaid skirts. Renee had already had his daily morning outing, a trip to a bakery for a croissant and juice, and to the drugstore for God knew what. Dex never left his side, his remaining hand shoved in his trench coat pocket, a lumbering gumshoe with a thyroid condition. Now they were back in the condo, a baited trap, and Candy had nothing to do but ogle soccer players, endure Jaggers, and wait for Evan to show up. Under cover of night, Jaggers had managed to get several hidden surveillance cameras up around the building's perimeter, streaming into the laptop that rested on the console between them. It was available for close-ups and replays, but over the past days they'd seen few customers worth a second look. Her phone sounded. Shakira's "Hips Don't Lie." She'd chosen the new ringtone mostly to annoy Jaggers, though he seemed annoyingly unannoyable. He just sat in the passenger seat, as still as a frozen rat, an elaborate GPS unit resting across his stick-thin thighs. She picked up. "Status? Up. Date?" "In clear view of restaurant. Still no sign of the expected party." "Lightning. Bug is on stand. By. Wait. Ing coordinates." For obvious reasons, Van Sciver had to keep the drone out of the air for as long as possible, which meant no sky surveillance. Once Candy and M confirmed Orphan X's precise location, they'd input it into the handheld GPS unit. An unmanned armed aerial vehicle would flash above the thick clouds, and Zeus would hurl a thunderbolt from the heavens. There'd be no collateral damage. No non-collateral damage either, if you thought about it. If you killed the Nowhere Man, did anyone really die? The targeted zap would get blamed on Hamas or Israel or some shit. That was up to Van Sciver to figure out. He was delighted to have a shot off U.S. soil and wasn't going to miss his chance. One of the joys of operating Oconus was that there was no hue and cry over ROEs and constitutional rights and court precedents. There was a guy one moment and a crater the next, and then everyone standing around with their hands in their pockets, shrugging. The GPS unit in Orphan M's lab mapped the street and the surrounding buildings, drilling down coordinates using not degrees but minutes and seconds, which were accurate to 1/3600th of a degree, precise enough to guide a missile through a donut. The thing even accounted for minute tectonic crustal movement, Jaggers had informed her fetishistically. She'd told him that sounded like a medical condition. Candy focused again on her call with Van Sciver. "I was still hoping to have a more leisurely meal with the diner," she said. They'd been over this. "The coordinates," the collection of anonymous voices said. "And then dessert!" The line cut out. Evan sat in the bay window of the boutique hotel overlooking the crowded Zagreb city center, an open laptop resting on the cushion beside him. He had a clean sightline to the third floor of the condo building across the street where Renee Casseroy was bedded down. Dex was there as well, in a connecting condo. Evan was still recovering full use of his right arm, but Dex was missing a hand, so he figured that put them no more uneven than they'd been before. At least Evan still had two opposable thumbs. He hoped to put them to good use. He'd have to be extremely cautious in his approach to ensure that no communication went out to the men watching Despy. The slightest misstep could trigger a text or a call, and she'd be dispensed of as proficiently as her parents and sister had been. Evan could understand why Renee had chosen to hide here. Several prominent businessmen and ministers lived in the complex, which was riddled with security cameras. Logging on to the internet, Evan accessed an untraceable account at Hashkiller and sent its 131 billion password dictionary to work. Within minutes, he was on the luxury condo building's network. He found the security camera system next, matching the name to the decals on the building's main fence. Hashkiller made short work of that, and then 100+ internal and external camera feeds appeared. He picked the lenses along the route he was planning to take, and then opened up the camera control links. First, he slewed the pan-tilt zoom lens above the front gate to face the sun. The image turned a uniform white. The neighboring ones he aimed directly at streetlights, to the same effect. The cameras on the interior east stairwell didn't have the same operability, so he turned off their auto-irising and then directed them to stop down. The pictures went black. In case Renee had hacked into the security cameras on his own floor, a likely precaution, Evan took a single frame of valid video from each one, duplicated it 50 million times, and injected the gapless IP feed back into the video storage server. This created a spoof of each camera's normal scene, showing forever empty corridors. Snapping the laptop shut, he stood, stretched out his shoulder, and headed for the door. It was time. 71. Vaporized. Candy cracked her window to get a little fresh air and leaned away, not wanting to get sucked into the black hole of Jaggers's charisma void. He sat motionless in the passenger seat, his hands on the GPS unit as if about to embark on a game of Super Mario. She monitored the residents and visitors entering the condo building's front gate. Old woman with a purse dog, hipster with sleeve tattoos and a slouch beanie cap, ladies who lunched in pink pantsuits and glittering pearls. Halia Bardakshi, she murmured. Though she stared straight ahead, she sensed Orphan M's head dart over. What? That was her name. The girl you killed in the alley outside Sevastopol. He picked up the laptop and reviewed footage. How do you know? Candy kept her eyes on the luxury complex. Elderly couple, teenage girl with bad eyeshadow, a diplomat's wife who resembled a drag queen. I read the news story, Candy said. She was just a down-on-her-luck kid. Bushy-mustached businessman, swarthy janitor, strapping college girl. What does that matter? Jaggers asked. Because, you dickless fuck, Candy said. She could have been us. Jaggers jolted in his seat, and for an instant she thought he might strike her. But his eyes remained glued to the laptop. He'd screen-captured the image of the hipster who'd entered the building earlier and zoomed in on the face, barely visible beneath the beanie cap. Fuck, Candy said. Make sure that he's inside Renee's condo, Jaggers said, and ascertain which room. Already the coordinates. The last thing we need is him getting away singed. Candy grabbed her phone and hopped out of the car. Jaggers called after her. And V? She leaned back in. If you worried more about surveillance and less about a dead Crimean whore, we could have sizzled him at the front gate. She slammed the door harder than necessary and jogged for the building. The need raged and gnashed inside him. Without his infusions of young blood, Renee could already chart his deterioration. Achy joints, flagging energy, and that chalky residue always in his mouth. The taste of aging. As soon as they coaxed the nowhere man out of hiding, Dex would put an end to him, and they could set about rebuilding a new medical lab and acquiring new product. Rising from his midday nap, Renee shuffled from the king-size bed toward the makeup counter of the bathroom suite. The windows were Lexan, of course, but to deter surveillance he kept the curtains drawn and the lights off. Just across the tile floor of the interior hall, the connecting door to Dex's condo was in clear view. It was closed for privacy, though given all the cameras they'd installed throughout the rooms, privacy was hardly an issue. When Dex wasn't at Renee's side, he kept watch on every inch of Renee's quarters from a collection of monitors next door, ready to alert their Greek freelancers at the first sign of anything out of the ordinary. It would take the tap of an iPad, no more, and hired knives would close in on Despy and carve her to pieces. Dex had plans for Evan after that. He'd made multiple contingencies for how to eliminate him once he appeared. Disguised gun ports in the common walls, auto-locking double-cylinder deadbolts on the solid-core front door to block egress, vents wired up for gas, just as in the chalet. Rene braced himself for a look in the mirror. Despite the low-light conditions, he winced at the sight. It was getting harder and harder to produce his confected self. Thinning hair swirled up from his pate. The bags under his eyes had grown bags beneath them, a landslide of bruise-colored flesh. His jowls held the weight of the world. He began the process of putting himself together. Cover-up, filling in the crow's feet, concealer and color corrector, fish oil and zinc, calcium and vitamin E. No need for Cialis. Not holed up here. But he'd upped his Lexapro in an attempt to filter out some of the gray from the Zagreb pollution. He was just reaching for his Rogaine when his hand brushed across a heap of silken fabric on the dim counter. A scarf? He lifted it. 2 slender pieces that came apart. Each was a skin-colored tube of fabric covered with elaborate patterns. Fake sleeve tattoos. He let them slip to the shag carpeting. His eyes lifted to the mirror. Barely visible in the dimness at the back of the room was the outline of a face. A man sitting on the upholstered settee, swallowed by the shadows. Rene forced a smile. "Evan," he said, loud enough for the surveillance equipment to pick up. "I knew you'd find me." Rene let his eyes tick over to that connecting door across the tile, checking to see if any movement interrupted the seam of light across the bottom. He pictured Dex readying the halogenated ether, the Greek henchman moving on Despy, the door opening and Dex filling the frame. Given that Dex was down to one hand, it would take him so much longer to do to Evan what needed to be done. The outline of the face stared back at him, a featureless mask. Rene stayed upright in his chair, staring at the reflection in the mirror. "The thing is," Rene said, listening for the hiss to come through the vents, "this situation is more complicated than you've accounted for." Something crashed into the mirror, leaving a red streak, and landed with a slap on the counter. Pill bottles skittered across the surface, bouncing on the floor. Rene shrieked. He stared down at the enormous hand resting on top of the jumble of knocked-over beauty products. Tattooed across it, an eerie, too-wide smile. His rolling eyes found the connecting door. For a moment he felt an irrational stab of hope. There were Dex's size 18 boots shadowing the gap beneath. Then the darkness spread and spread, seeping beneath the door, creeping across the tile. He felt his insides wither, his heart drop down the bottomless pit of his stomach. Still, it seemed, the Nowhere Man had not moved. Rene's throat seized up, too dry to speak. He croaked out the words. "You can have your money back." "I don't want my money back," the voice said. "What do you want?" "Someone once told me, if you control time, you control everything." The dark form rose and approached. Too terrified to turn around, Rene stayed locked in his chair facing the mirror. A hand drifted forward into a fall of light. It clutched a syringe, filled with a viscous, clear fluid. Rene's mouth wobbled open as the needle slid into his neck. Still the face remained lost to darkness. Rene's last thought before the thumb depressed the plunger was of the double-cylinder deadbolts on the front door, trapping him in. And then time stopped moving, sealing him inside it like a bug in amber. Her cell phone held at the ready, Candy leaned against the door to Renee's condo, straining to listen for movement inside. A single text to Orphan M, and Van Sciver would make it rain. The neighboring door creaked open. Just as she realized that it might belong to a connected condo, a streak of movement flew at her. She braced herself for a strike, but it didn't come. Instead, she was wrapped up, her arms locked to her sides, and then unfurled, a swing dancer who'd lost her lead. A face blurred by as he spun her. She recognized his eyes. For an instant, she let him lead. Not that she had a choice. And then she was free, tumbling across the threshold of the adjacent condo, the door slamming shut behind her. She slipped on something slick, slammed onto the floor, and came up sticky. She knew that smell. She lunged for the door, but knew all too well what she'd find. The double-cylinder deadbolts had auto-locked, and she didn't have a key. Her cell phone was missing, plucked cleanly from her hand. She thought of Orphan M below, waiting for her texted command. There was little she could do now, but brace for the drone missile. Orphan M held his cell phone in one hand, the GPS unit in the other, staring from screen to screen. He did not allow his knee to bounce with impatience. At last, a text arrived. He's loose. I have him pinned on ground floor. Jam lock on front gate, and I'll herd him there. Orphan M input the front gate coordinates for the drone and then tossed the GPS unit on the seat, leapt from the Volkswagen and froggered across 4 lanes to the complex, dodging grills and blaring horns. He reached the tall metal gate, readying his pick set. He slid a slender diamond pick into the keyhole and snapped it off. There'd be no getting through that gate now. He sprinted back through traffic, nearly getting pancaked by a bus, and flung himself into the Passat before the next barrage of traffic swept by. The GPS handheld unit rested on the dashboard, not where he'd left it on the seat. Puzzled, he picked it up, turned it over. The battery lid was slightly loose. One of the screws lifted a few millimeters from the plastic. He stared at it uncomprehendingly, even as the reality dawned on him. The batteries had been taken out and put back in, which erased the previous coordinates and reset the unit to its own position. His body went cold, and he realized that it wasn't cold he was experiencing. It was a full-body panic sweat. His head lifted. Standing motionless in the sea of movement on the sidewalk across the street was Orphan X. He touched the imaginary brim of his beanie cap, gave a little nod. M had time only to lift his eyes to the roof of the car before the Volkswagen vaporized. 72. The Old Stories. Despy stepped out onto the balcony of her family apartment to water the tomato plants vining through the rails. Wherever her sister lived, she'd always insisted on growing her own tomatoes just like their mother did. Now, only Despy was left to maintain the family tradition. Sunset was heartbreaking here, and lately even more so. Violets and oranges shimmering off the sparkling Mediterranean, another day finding its ultimate beauty as it was extinguished. Only a slice of the sea was visible between the surrounding apartments, but her father had always said that a slice was enough to feel blessed, to feel assured of your place in the world. How she missed him. How she missed them all. She stepped inside through the breeze-swept curtain and set down the watering can. Evan stood in her living room. Her mouth moved, but no sound came out. He removed a heavy-looking white envelope from his back pocket. "What is that?"
Pictures of the men who killed your family, he said, who were watching you.
I was being watched?
You were.
What do the pictures show?
Corpses, he said. She swallowed.
How did you find them?
I found their names in a condo in Zagreb, he said, where I caught up to Renee.
He's dead?
She asked. Worse. She noticed that she was wringing her hands in her dress, and she made herself stop. She gestured at the envelope.
What am I supposed to do with those?
He said nothing.
I don't want those. I don't want to see them.
He stuffed the envelope back into his pocket. I didn't think you would. But I don't always know what people want. She looked at the watering can.
I have nothing left. How am I supposed to rebuild a life?
She'd seen him in a shock collar. She'd seen him beaten by men. She'd seen him on his knees. This was the first time she'd seen him powerless. I can't help you with that, he said.
Right, she said. You're only good at destroying things.
She put her face in her hands and wept. When she looked back up, he was gone.
I'm sorry,
she said, though there was no one to hear it. No matter how many times Evan had been to the Parthenon, it never ceased to take his breath away. The rocky outcrop thrusting above Athens, the ruined temple thrusting up even above that, veins of mica and pyrite running through the marble, lending it a golden tinge, the perfection of the design, as precise as anything designed by computer. The ancient Greeks had even slimmed the Doric columns at the tops, an optical illusion to make it look as though the heavy roof were bowing the supports. Evan came around a block of scaffolding and spotted him from behind, sitting at a tiny cafe table in the shade of a food stand umbrella, sipping from a demitasse. Leave it to Jack to find espresso in an ancient citadel. Perspiration spotted Jack's shirt between the shoulder blades. Evan walked up from behind. As he drew near, Jack set down his demitasse. "Evan," he said, without turning around. Evan sank into the chair opposite him. "Thanks for coming," Evan said. Jack nodded. Two German kids ran by, tiny fists gripping bottles of Fanta Limon. Evan waited for their laughter to fade away and then said, "I thought maybe we could start over." "Okay," Jack said. "You said you don't understand why I still do what I do after I left the program. Why I didn't just disappear, lie on a beach somewhere, sip umbrella drinks. Not my precise phrasing, but the gist." "Yes." Evan struggled to find the words. "For as long as I can remember, I've been out in the cold, nose up to the glass, looking in. I may not get to come inside, Jack, but I'm sure as hell not going to let the wolves in at everyone else. No, that's one thing I'm good for." Jack looked heartbroken. He studied Evan. "You don't owe anything, son, for what I tasked you to do. It's on me. You've got nothing to atone for." "I pulled the trigger, Jack," Evan said, "every last time." For a few minutes they sat and listened to the wind rush around the ancient stone. Jack pinched the crinkled skin beneath his eyes. When he looked back up, his gaze was clear. "People talk about starting over," he said. "But you can't start over. All you can do is change direction." "Maybe we could do that," Evan said. Jack gave his non-smile, that slight bunching of his right cheek that said he was pleased. He tilted his face to the Mediterranean sun. Funny that we're meeting here in the shadow of the gods. Destiny ringing from the stones. The old stories. He blinked a few times, and suddenly looked much older. Can we break it? What? Evan asked. The cycle. I don't know. Jack looked across at him. Are you willing to try? Evan said, yes. Jack drained the last of his espresso, set down the glass, and stood up. Backlit, he looked down at Evan. Would you like to take a walk? Evan rose to join him. 73. Resolute. Anna Rezian looked nothing like the wrecked sparrow of a girl Evan had seen just a few months ago. She stood in a circle of girls on the high school quad, laughing and sharing pictures on her iPhone. Her hair had mostly grown back, covering the patches she'd plucked out. Sitting in his idling F-150 pickup, Evan watched her through a rise of chain-link fence. He didn't generally go near a client once he'd completed his mission, but he wanted to see her, wanted to be reminded of the good in the world. A brief article had appeared online this morning. An American expat had been discovered in a high-end luxury condo in Zagreb, along with a dead body. He'd been in terrible shape. The story had carried a single photo of the police leading him out. The man looked to be in his 90s, his straw-like hair gone white, his loose skin bagging around his face, his joints angled arthritically. He hadn't yet recovered his capacity for speech, and one of the physicians remarked that he didn't know what the man could have encountered to have aged him so violently. No one had any idea what had happened behind the gate of the high-end complex, or whether it was related to the nearby street explosion that had claimed a life a week ago. The school bell rang, the sound crisp in the November breeze. Evan drew in a breath of fresh air and watched Anna walk to class with a friend. Maybe she wouldn't bother finding the next client to pass on the Nowhere Man's number to. The next client who would find the next client who would find the next. Evan found himself wondering if Anna might just let it go and move on with her life. No, not wondering. Hoping. For the first time since he'd built the compound, Charles Van Sciver powered down the monitors, one wall at a time until all three had gone dark, his eternal horseshoe dimmed at last. The warmth of the screens vibrated the air, the afterglow of something just killed. The act was largely symbolic. The computing power still churned in the banks of servers behind the concrete wall, and he could reignite the monitors at a moment's notice. But sometimes, symbolic was good. Sometimes you needed to drench yourself in darkness. In the darkness, his thoughts and desires clarified. In the darkness, the path ahead was illuminated. It was time to leave the foxhole. He prepared himself, then reached for the telephone. One of three heavy black phones rang on the Resolute desk. Fashioned from the timbers of the British frigate that was its namesake, the desk had been gifted to the United States by Queen Victoria. American seamen had saved the ship after it had been frozen in Arctic ice, and the desk had pinned down the oval carpet ever since. The seal on this carpet was rendered in bas-relief, like Truman's, the cut pile trimmed to different lengths to delineate the eagle and stars. It was monochromatic, shadows within shadows. A handsome man in his 50s excused himself from the assembly on the couch, crossed to the desk, and answered. This was the only call on which Van Sciver didn't dare use his anonymizing voiceware. "We lost him, Mr. President." The handsome man pouched his lips and paused. If there was one thing he'd learned in office, it was the value of a 2-second pause before responding. Get him back in play. He leaned to hang up, but Van Sciver's voice came through, so he moved the phone back to his face. "Next time," Van Sciver said, "I'll handle it personally." The president allowed another 2-second pause, then hung up. 74. Overlord of everything and nothing. It was hard to pick up the trace of sun-dried raisin in the vodka, but it was there, lingering behind the aftertaste. Handcrafted in small batches, Dash organic vodka was distilled 7 times, filtered through coconut shells, and then micro-oxygenated until it was smoother than velvet. Sitting on his black suede couch, Evan sipped it now, looking past the slit in the floor that housed his retractable flat-screen TV, and focusing on the view beyond. Los Angeles, a constellation of nearly 4 million lights. All of them seemed to be on display tonight, checkering the neighboring apartments, running up and down the high-rises of downtown, headlighting the cars, tetrising their way through the gridlocked streets below. And Evan, floating 21 stories up, observing it all with his glass of vodka, an overlord of everything and nothing. Alone. The congestion on the streets looked thicker than usual, and he realized it was Thanksgiving. He thought of Anna Rezian, her life back in motion. The roam zone bulged in his pocket, charged and ready to go. What would next week bring? And the week after? How many more Hector Contrells would he face? How many seedy doorsteps would he darken, steeling himself for whatever atrocities waited inside? How long had he been stuck here inside this fortress prison, inside this trope, this story? He thought about breaking out of the narrative, about time moving along and, for once, him moving along with it, unclicking that pause button and stepping into life with all its ordinary wonders and concerns. You can't start over. The drink had lost some of its charm. All you can do is change direction. And then Evan was up and walking. Through the door, up the corridor to the elevator, riding down 9 floors. He moved briskly to 12B, tapped on the door before he could convince himself not to. He sensed a shadow at the peephole, and then the door pulled open, a trace of lemongrass presaging Mia's appearance in the gap. From behind her, soft lighting and the smells of a laden table. Evan, if I stopped it all, would you consider letting me in? She stood in the doorway, confused. Wait, what? You'd do that? For me? No, he said. For me. She blinked at him. Peter leaned forward from his chair onto his elbows, his face poking into view, angled above a still-steaming bowl of mashed potatoes. That's what you're saying? She asked. That you're willing to stop it all? He stared at her, feeling the pull of 1,000 buried instincts as they fought their way to the surface. He opened his mouth to reply. In his pocket, the roam zone vibrated. Time decelerated, his senses on overdrive. Ahead, a room glowing with warmth, a table set with cheer. Behind, the cool of the dark hallway lifting the hairs on his neck, the phone in his pocket, calling him to duty. It had taken so much to get him here, to the threshold.
He couldn't bring himself to retreat from the door, to tear himself away. He dug for the phone, lifted it to his ear, spoke the words. "Do you need my help?" A draft from the hall blew in, snuffed out the yellow and orange candles on the table. Black smoke spiraled up from the wicks. Mia searched his face, as if looking for something she could no longer find. Through a staticky connection came a single syllable. "Yes." It took a split second for Evan to recognize the voice. It was Jack's. Keeping the phone pressed to his face, Evan dipped his head apologetically and backed away from the light.